Testing. 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 There is a lot of lag. All right, good morning. It's Monday morning, bright and early. Good morning. It's Monday morning, June 7th. First thing we'll do today, let's check out the news, see if it's a quiet week. No. Looks to me like we're going to be a little slow in the computer to start with. All right, Monday morning. It's a nice quiet morning. Nothing going on that's really going to move the market. Tuesday, we got balance of trade for April. So in my income trading, I'm going to watch for that. I like a nice quiet week when I do spread tradings. Spread trades. It's something I'll show everybody as we go along. Wednesday's quiet, except for oil report, the EIA. Thursday, we have core inflation rate and inflation rate. Friday's nice and quiet. All right, this looks like a good week to do some spread trades. This way, every day we're making a little bit of money in addition to directional trades. So let's just take a look at what the markets are doing on the dailies. So right here, the S&P triggered a hammer that it built on the 3rd. I believe that was Thursday. Friday, it triggered the hammer. It's nice, strong move up, and we're testing the highs right here. And the S&P all-time high. We're looking at a high of 42.3840. So breaking that, we really have no resistance. I mean, we could just use extensions to get targets on the direction it's going. Momentum looks good. It's moving up. Showing a little bit of a divergence, but if we break this 42.38, it should just keep running. The weekly chart was showing me a divergence also, which made me question. But it could also be a momentum reset. Yeah, that's rough to see. See, right here is our divergence, and it's testing the high. So if it breaks this low, then we got the troubles. And it looks like it could move down to at or around 50. That'd be like 39.50, 39.56, somewhere in that vicinity. But if it breaks the high, I mean, this baby could just keep moving. And it's a bull market right now. Everybody's feeling bullish. There's really no reason for the market to sell off. Might be a little overvalued. I would expect a nice consolidation in this area probably throughout the summer, which is a boring market, and then a nice move up. So if that's the trade, or the condition, we'll find a few momentum trades that going forward, some of these squeezes like AMC and Blackberry. I'd like to see Blackberry start moving, and we could take a look at those. But for the most part, I expect the market to keep moving on its trajectory, and a rising ship, rising tide lifts all ships. So we should see a higher market throughout the summer. So since nobody's really listening to me right now, I'm not going to go through a whole bunch of stocks. But if anybody does join me and wants me to take a look at something, I don't mind something to talk about. A little content. My audio's on. All right. It's going to be a little rough for a little while till I get used to this, but hopefully after that I get somewhat entertaining and comfortable. Hmm. Let's load up some AMC and see what it looks like this morning. It's currently trading at about $48.40 per share. It's up 50 cents, which we got to consider is relatively flat for the morning. Just looks like everybody's going to wake up, see what Monday holds, see what the attitude of the market's going to be. All right, that's a daily chart. All right, you could see the obvious consolidation here. This is where it gets the attention. All right, what we like right here is you got this strong upward move. There's a nice consolidation bar, which is an inside bar. Now, had this traded the next day and broke this higher low, that's your trade. That's your entry. If it breaks a low, you would go in at the short. Breaks the high, you go in long. We have another inside bar, which is a healthy consolidation. It's making this whole price structure right here a good, solid foundation. A lot of people are getting in, accumulating stock. What we want to see today is a break above 57.41, I believe it is. 57.48. If you want to take a nice conservative entry, you just wait for that break today and you ride that baby on the way up. I mean, ultimately, they could squeeze this thing to $100 a share, but if you want to trade it on a technical, get in um, for a short term, or get in right before a pop and not have to sit there and hold it and go through the rigmarole, that's the entry right there. If you're confident on a $100 share, what do you care where it really goes? You can enter anywhere and just ride it up to that $100 a share. If we want to get a little more aggressive on the entry, I'd look at a 30-minute, see what we hold. That doesn't really tell us anything. Don't mind the colors of my bars. That's a proprietary program. Actually, we're building a pennant right here. And I'm looking at this low right here. It stays above that. I'm all sorts of bullish on this. Breaks that, and the baby should run. That's an even more conservative entry. I mean, if you're looking at that daily chart we were just looking at, your entry is around in the 50s. Here's June 7th. Oh, this is trading through the 9th. So your entry is right around here on the daily chart. I keep reducing the chart because what I'm looking for is an early entry on this. Try to get in as soon as possible. I'll know where my stops lie. I mean, this is just a real consistent consolidation. I'd look at that daily chart and just use that entry on the daily chart. Well, like I said, if I didn't care about the downside, I'm confident this thing's going to 100, then I could just enter anywhere. Well, that looks like hell. It's a whole bit of lag. Please stand by. We are experiencing technical difficulties. Here we go. R was 29. What the hell? Okay, it's going to be glitchy. It's going to take me a little while to work out all the glitches. So yeah, let's just call this our entry today. You want to take a quick trade. You don't want any risk. You can enter this trade right here at 57.39. Your first target would be that 68.84. Your second target would be 72.53. Breaking those two, we're going places. Now we getting this whole This is interesting. I don't know how much of this chart we're actually seeing. Hmm. All right, 7 o'clock. We got 2.5 hours to the market open. Really, we're just staring at things. So I'm just going to go and find my spread trade for the day. And if anybody's out there and wants to know what spread trades are, or what I'm doing with the spread trade, just drop me a chat. Hit the like and subscribe, and that'll encourage me to come back every day. All right, so I'm just looking at some options, and I get to do that off screen because the computer I trade on is not the computer I'm projecting on. And obviously, I do that because I want to avoid the lag and any hang-ups when I have my money involved. So what I like to do is I like to take a spread trade. And if the market's looking bullish, which I am rather bullish on it, um, I will do a spread on puts. And I'll go between a spread of 10 points and 15 points. And first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to try to look at some puts and see where I got some volume on the date. I like to go about 10 days out. So I'm looking at a June trade. And I'll see something. That's nice. We got some distance, so that's a little far. Where we trading? No, I'm looking at BB right now. Oh, okay. Did we do BB? Let's take a quick look at what Blackberry's it looks like today. Bring over that daily chart. There's nothing encouraging about that chart whatsoever. We're in a consolidation. We can call that an inside bar, but it's favoring the lower portion of the previous day's bar, and that's somewhat bothersome. I mean, it's opening up a few ticks off the low. This is really vicarious. What's got me worried is this gap right here, and I think you might see an entry right here around 1157. I'm looking at an entry of roughly 1157. So holdings, if you hold this position, you could lower your costs down around there. I would consider lowering my cost right down around there. If it breaks that, it's going to be vicarious. I mean, this thing's going to fall apart, but it's really not an expensive stock. I don't mind tying up a little bit of capital in it and just to see what it does. If it takes off, it's a home run. Obviously, this is not something I'm going to put my ranch into, but I definitely might like to participate in it. It's not even the trading that I do primarily. I'm not a get-rich-quick kind of guy. It's steady profits. I keep making steady profits and do fairly nice numbers, and I'm pretty consistent. I mean, I know I've seen this 100 times throughout my career, and everybody figures they figure out the market, and then the system blows up. I mean, the reality is you can't beat the professionals. You might give them a little licking once in a while, but they get onto the method, they get to move it in their direction, and they make money. And I'm speaking as a former professional. So I've already figured out what's going on here. I can figure out an angle to capitalize it. And just remember, every time somebody wins, somebody loses. And the professionals can afford to lose a little bit to win big. All right, enough fatherly conversation. So really, there's nothing to consider with this trade. I mean, you might want to wait until it goes to 1150 to get involved. If it breaks the 1638, then it's going to move. And you got to keep in mind with these momentum trades, it's attitude that makes the trade, not really the technicals. And if everybody's attitude towards this thing is it's going up and they want to buy it, it's going to blow the technical out of the water. It's going to rip. The momentum on the security looks good. I don't know if everybody could see that. I might even be lagging, so I don't even know if you guys see me real time. Or should I say if I'm seeing me real time? I got a lot going on this computer. Hmm. Aha. Hmm. 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 That was difficult. There we go. I'm liking that a lot better. All right. I don't know if we're seeing this real time. We got a lag, but we're not trading on a split second anyway, so let's look at this baby. All right, so we're not too encouraged with this daily. We do like the momentum, nice and strong. 60-minute momentum is obviously bearish. It's building a pennant. I call that our support right there. Breaking this, we're probably going to fill this gap. Now that's nice. Got to break that 1439. Actually, you could take an entry on this thing right at 1411, and then it would be okay to take an entry at 1437. That looks like an entry right there. I mean, I'm still convinced that we can get a nice cheap entry down around that gap. $11.65. I mean, that would suck because it just eats up time. And then if anybody's trading this thing in with options, it's going to eat up that time. But that 11.65 looks pretty good. I'm just taking a minute to set up my charts. This way I'm comfortable with the market opens at 7:25. We got 2 hours till the market opens. 1:30. It's 100 points away. I like that. Okay, I got protection from the 8 and the 50. It's inside my calc now. Oh no, I don't have protection from the 50. That's a bitch. But I do have protection from this trend line, so that's cool. I'd rather 2 protection. And then the 50 retraces above it. I like that trade. I like that trade. So what are we looking at? 130s. Okay. We're looking at the 11th. We got the 130. Let's see what we get out of a spread. Oh, there's a dick in it. Oh, we got 5. Be nice if we can just take a 10. I think 130 is my sweet spot.
Connection lost. Connection lost. Connection lost.
What time is it? Wow, the morning takes a long time. All right, in the pre-market, S&P's flat, Dow's flat. There's nothing really going on. Futures aren't doing anything. I mean, based on what I see in the morning and what is going on with England, this could be a sit on your hands kind of day as far as directional trades go. I'll be looking at Amazon. I'll be watching Tesla. Those are the two movers that I may be able to take a directional trade in today. Let's take a look at what those stocks are doing. Let's see if we close some of these things. I'm a little laggy because I have this editing software up, but we can live with that. There we go. Let's see what Amazon's doing. Come on. Load me up. Oh man, look at that. All right, if we're jumping between securities, we're going to end up missing trades. That's all right. I don't think we're going to get a lot of movement today. What's Amazon doing? Amazon's opening up down 2 points right now. Tesla's down 2.5. Apple's up 12 cents. And it's nice and sunny out. Maybe today we should be fishing instead of trading. Wow, look at that Apple. Are we seeing this? Let me check that software. Make sure everybody's seeing this. This is pretty interesting. Not Apple, Amazon. You got to watch it. Okay, you should be seeing what I'm doing right here. Look at this trading pattern right here. Look at these gaps in this. This is Amazon. These gaps just represent really light volume, like nobody has an interest. You know, you see that? That's just ugly. I mean, you just got to stay away from that because it could be so manipulated. Look at these gaps right here. We're talking 230 last Friday. I mean, everybody's gone to the beach. That's all that's telling you. Look at these gaps right in here. You see that? That says no interest. So we're going to watch for that today. I bet there'll be some volume in there. It'll be consistent, and we'll have nice bars probably before 11:30. Oh, look at that. I'm looking at Friday right now. Man, all day. Look at this. Like, no interest in this stock. Look, here's the trade in Amazon. This is all you had. You opened up. Look how nice and clean these bars are, right? It made this double bottom right here. There's a good entry right about here. And you got 211 to 218. Oh, man, only 7 points. I guess 7 points. That's 300 a contract if you trade in options. Wouldn't it be a bad trade? And then, look, it's just choppiness and it fades off. I bet somebody even tried to play the sell-off here and just got chopped out of the market. Bang, bang, bang. That's all money being left on the table right there. And look at this. I mean, this wouldn't even entice me to get in. It's a nice move. You know, you have a change in momentum right here. You got a lower low right here. You could take a conservative entry right here. And when I say right here, it's where my crosshairs are hitting. A conservative entry can be taken right here. You're at 211. Take it up to 18. You got a quick 7 points. But when you're looking at this, it doesn't show any strength. It's so choppy. See these gaps? So, I mean, theoretically, it could test this, then come back and fill that gap. And if you're trading with stops, boom, wipes you out, wipes you out, wipes you out. But this is a summer market. Summer markets are choppy, choppy markets. So income trades are your best bet during the summer, in my opinion, or at least for me. That's how I trade. I prefer to trade income trades during the summer. I'm picking up maybe, I don't know. What are you picking up? You could pick up like $1 a contract. You could do that 3 times a week. So you're picking up 300 a week on one contract. So if you are doing 10 contracts, you're talking about 3,000 a week, which is nothing to sneeze at. I mean, you could do up to 100 contracts of this if you could handle the spread and the margin call, and you could be doing 30,000 a week, right? So I mean, those are better trades if you ask me. So this is Amazon on a daily. It's got a nice consolidation right here. You're looking at I mean, this is your consolidation. This is the channel you're in. And you could trade this 2 ways. What's the spread on this channel? You got 50 and you got 263, 276. So you're talking 75 points, right? Oh no, what am I saying? Yeah, 28.76. Wow, that's actually, you can make some money there. Hmm. I mean, it's holding the center. It's trading around this area, so this is where it's gravitating to. So you got to figure. I don't want to sit here and do the math, but just by eyeballing it, you got to figure that's close to center right here. And you got about 700 points in between, maybe a little less. So this momentum's looking weak. You could probably trade this back down. You could probably look for the 2,900 range in this. I mean, that's a nice number. That's a nice move. That's 300 points. I mean, we're looking at a daily chart, so it takes some time to move. You probably want to go long the stock so you don't lose time value. But this is it. This is the trading channel for this stock. This is Amazon. I like to use a cloud because it gives me perspectives. Perspective. Too much thinking. Oh man, such a lag on this computer. This is awful. All right, it shows a nice consolidation there, and that's what that cloud is representing, really a consolidation of where there's a lot of accumulation. It's right on our center line, man. It's amazing how this shit works. Whoops. Beep. Um, Look at this. It's been in this consolidation since last August. Everybody's just unenchanted with the market. And it's down to $2, which is nothing. I mean, you're talking about a $3,000 stock. That doesn't mean anything. It's very interesting, though, that it's in this market, in this channel. But I'll tell you what, breaking this channel, that's where you're going to get movement. But you're not going to get good action on Amazon until it breaks out of this channel, on this daily channel. But for today, let's just look at a 60. Doink, doink, doink. Let's go to a bar chart. That's a little easy. Candlestick, that's a little easier to decipher. So it's trading around the center line. Um, I think, what do we say? It's at it's down 2 points. So we're looking at 204 right now. Okay. So gave a nice test to this bottom right here. It's making a higher low, so you could just anticipate if it changes the trend, right? Because we got a downtrend right here. If it changes the trend, it's going to break this high. It should make a higher high. Your resistance would be 234. So I could see an entry at 220 to 34. You pick up 14 points. It's 7 points on an option, an at the money option with a close strike price. That's 700 a contract. That's nothing to sneeze at. You could do 10 contracts, pick up a quick 7 grand. That's a good trade. I'm going to be watching Amazon for that trade. See where it opens. I'll probably take a conservative entry at the 221 if I don't get distracted by something else. Now we could just hang out and wait for Tesla to load up. So I feel like I got some company trading such a lonely, lonely job. Anybody out there wanting to chat me up? Tesla. Actually, right here. This is a rough looking chart. I don't know if it's really that encouraging to me. I mean, the momentum is obviously getting bullish. I'd like to see it make a low again and test that low. Give me a double bottom. Probably see it around 586. And then breaking that would be a good entry. And this is going to be our obvious resistance if we do form that pattern. 86, I mean, that's 20 points right there. And we try to pick a game plan before the market opens. See what we want to look at, what we're taking interest in. See, on the daily, it made a nice inside bar. I mean, here's the trade for the day, I guess. I'm feeling bearish on the momentum. So breaking that 600, if we break that 600 today. Oh, this is today's bar. Okay, I'm looking at pre-market. All right, that's fine. This is Friday's bar. So what we want to see is a break above the 604.55. That looks like the trade. If it breaks that. Do that nice engulfing. Yeah, it looks like she's making a bottom right here. I know everybody's picking on Tesla right now. I'd stay bullish on this if it stays above that line. Then when the market opens, we could look for our entry in the lower chart. This is just the fun stuff that I do before the market opens. Try to get my my perspective. Yeah, that looks like it's building an inverted head and shoulders. I mean, here's my down slope. Call that my shoulder. Oh yeah, see, there's a good entry right there. I mean, I like the momentum here. It's fading off a little bit, but it's a pre-market chart. Yeah, that's kind of jumping out at me. I'd probably take that trade. We're going to watch Tesla. Let's see how that looks on a chart that doesn't show pre-market. And we just get the flavor. This should be my 30-second chart. This should be the flavor of the day. Oh, that's horrific. There it is. All right, we don't have to bother with that. Let's grab. Now we'll just grab this biatch right here. It's not showing. Is it showing pre-market? Is it showing pre-market also? All right, I guess we're just gonna have to change the setting on you. Dink. Say ah. Let me in. Let me in. Oh, so much lag. I gotta update this equipment. There we go. Oh no, this is regular trading hours. All right. So this is what it should look like right here. Okay, it's at 97 right now. I'm showing 99. All right, so really, it's not that far off. This is the chart. There's my inverted head and shoulders on my 60. We could look at it like that. We could also look at it as a trend reversal breakout right there. That's the downtrend. Here's the first low. I expect it to make another low with a higher momentum, and then it breaks this right here, and we running. We running. Good old Elon. Stop talking about Bitcoin and focus on your electric car company. My personal opinion is that he's turned Tesla into a marketing tool. He knows his money is in Starlink and SpaceX because he's got to compete against Ford and GM and Detroit. And Detroit has been around a long time. And he may have initiated this market and created this market, but those guys are going to come in and dominate the market. I'm quite certain. Although his energy storage software is phenomenal. And that's what he's really about. So, I mean, that's probably going to be the beauty of Tesla. Energy storage. But he's getting attention with the electric cars. The guy's brilliant. The guy's just brilliant, strategically brilliant. Because if you think about energy storage, I mean, homes are going to go solar. Solar's getting more efficient. You're going to need less panels to power a house. The key to solar is storing the energy that you create. This guy really has a strong focus with Tesla and energy storage, which most people don't know. Oh, just somebody bothering me. Energy storage and water, the way of the future. Yeah, I like that. I like that. Head and shoulders. Just this pattern is calling me. It just feels right. We're gonna try to keep an eye on Tesla. Problem is, I'm ADD, so my head is all over the place. Oh, this was my 1 minute chart. So if we're looking for a few small directional moves today, I think we're gonna keep our eye on Tesla. Amazon looked all right. That choppiness kind of bothered me, which showing me there's not a lot of focus in it. So I think we're gonna keep our eye on Tesla. But my primary focus right now is my income trades, because that's the bread and butter. I mean, those kind of trades, you can argue a 95% accuracy on it. So I mean, you don't want to pass that up. That's like, just consistent money. You take a nice large position. Actually, you know what? I'm going to have to keep hand notes because I'm doing too much while talking, and I'm going to end up screwing up a trade. So I don't want to do that. I hate when I do that. I get very emotional. And I don't have to tell any real traders that this is about emotion and superstition. All right, so 30.15s are we looking at? Let's see, if this bitch goes down, we could probably do those 10s. I like less risk than more risk, so I'm going to look at those 10s. What time is it? 8 o'clock. Oh my god, an hour and a half. I started early to make sure that I'm up and running, being that this is my very first day talking to myself. Okay, I'm going to have to turn, you guys are going to have to suffer through my alerts because I just have it set up right now where my alerts are coming through on the screen. I'll get a little more organized. I mean, I just didn't really think of everything when setting this up. So you guys are going to end up seeing some of the things that I alert myself to. Hopefully it's nothing embarrassing. Or then again, maybe if it's humiliating, I'll get a lot of hits. Loans only. Just turn off. There you go. I just like to notify myself on the hourly reversals and things like that. Now, I'm a big believer in no distractions when you're trading, so this is a major distraction, so it's got me a little itchy. Because I am spacey, I'll end up running the wrong trades, executing backwards. Anybody ever do that? Buy when they should sell when they should buy. I hate that. Oh, that's more of an options or futures kind of error. Really not a problem with equities. All right, I'm gonna take 5 minutes, go run and fill my coffee mug, and I'll be back. All right, I'm back with a full cup of coffee. Hmm. I would like to see this market take a nice dip first thing in the morning. You know, just open up down a little bit, juice up those premiums on those puts. Where's my mouse? And then turn around and rip. We got a hanging man on the 60-minute on the S&P. If I can find my mouse and bring it over to the screen. Think. You know what? Let's just turn this sucker into a 60-minute. No, there's a bit of bars, huh? Clean that up a little bit. I've been busy. Oh, that's not even what I want. That's not what we're looking for. Get out of there. That's what we're looking for. Okay. Let's get rid of these global hashes so we can see things. Gink. All right. We're going to leave this on. We'll leave those on. These actually we can get rid of. Clean this biatch up a little bit. These are just carryovers from other charts. I like that. This is probably on the 32nd, but we could do that again later. I'm going to leave that one and that one though. All right, so dink, kadink. Spread this out a little bit. What's going on? Ah, this is a 60-minute, right? That's what we're looking at, 60-minute. 429.55. All right, over here it's just looking like a doji on the other chart. That body's looking a lot bigger. Yeah, it's a 4 o'clock bar. That's a 4 o'clock bar. Opens at 29, closes 29.55. Yeah, I guess that's showing me the same thing. That's interesting. $29.35, 29.55. Oh. This one says open at 29.03. 29.55. Yo, Ninja Trader. What is up with that? 60 minute, 60 minute. Two different indicators. Two different patterns on the bar. Roughly 35 cents, which changes the image. Ninja Trader with your correct data. That's the same exact bar. That bar and that bar. This bar, they should read the same. This one opened at 29.03 and closed at 29.55. This one opened at 29.35 and closed at 29.55. So the opens are different, but the closes are the same, which actually changes the view. Let's see if we can find that guy again. Where are you? There you are. It actually changes the appearance of the pattern, right? Because this one looks like a good hanging man, right? So I would expect that we break that 28.11 and then we move down a little bit, which is cool. You know, we could even test this cloud right here. Well, nah, you know what? That 8 period is probably, this is probably the low where we're going to hit right there at 21, which would increase my premiums, which would change the picture of what I make per contract on that trade. That is unsettling. You want to see a general sense of consistency in your trading platform. And this platform that you're looking at is Ninja 8. And I use that and filter it through to different clearing firms to clear my trades. So anyway, I see nothing here that really encourages me that it's going to sell off. I mean, I don't know if I could really call this a hanging man. This feels more like a doji to me. I mean, this is a nice hanging man. You can see this long tail, this little body, and then look, the next trade breaks that and bang. And that's what I'd like to see here. But look, we've got too much shadow on the bottom. The tail is not that much longer. The body isn't it impressive? So the momentum is up. Just Mondays are just like that. It's just so hard to tell. People went away for a week, and or for the weekend they come back, and the attitudes could have changed, and you don't know where the market's going to go. Dow's flat, which is positive, but the culture, or at least the trend, has been that we'll open up high and then trade off, or we'll open up low and then trade back up. And that's been going on for a couple of months now. It could be rolling around right here. Maybe we open flat and then make a move, which is the best for directional trading. You know, to open flat and then you can anticipate where it's going to run up to. When you open up high, you know that there's buying and people are bullish, but you have this gap below you that you're just afraid you're going to turn around and fill. See, this is interesting. I'm looking at the front page of the Financial News, and it's telling me that Musk has canceled one of their premier Model S's, the Plaid Plus. I don't know. It's vicarious. And then you know China wants to dominate the market as far as EVs go, electronic vehicles. So they're putting the thumb screws to Tesla over in China, and that was a big part of his market. The other thing is that Tesla is not making money unless he's getting the credits from from the government for the environmental through the environmental program. I don't know exactly which one it is, but that's where his profits are from. It's all credits. He's not making money on selling cars. So I mean, they cancel those credits. Boom, he takes a beating. He's losing the Chinese market, which had a lot to do with the move up on this. And I hate speaking bad about Elon because I love the guy, but um, yeah, when it comes to Tesla, I think just as a car company, it's it's a weak position. I mean, you don't want to compete against Ford and GM. I mean, these guys are around for hundreds of years. They could flip a switch and just start pumping out electronic vehicles, which they are right now. I mean, they've let Elon build the market, and now that there's a market to move into, they'll move into this market and just flood it with product. And they're putting out good product. I mean, the F-150 in electronics. I mean, yet an environmentally conscious pickup truck. I know here in New York, I shouldn't say that. Well, over in New York, yeah, everybody loves to drive a pickup. Not that you need it in New York, but they love it. I mean, up in the mountains where I hide, everybody's in a Ford. So this guy's got his work cut out for him. But again, strategically, I think Elon is just using Tesla to keep his name in the media, keep that influence that he has. And his money is in Starlink and SpaceX. I mean, it's brilliant. I mean, and it's who's in that market. He's creating the market. He's not there competing with old school industry in that market like Ford and General Motors. He's creating that market. He's got Virgin Galactic. All these guys are starting this industry together. And NASA looks like NASA loves Musk. It's a shame that SpaceX doesn't trade public. And that Starlink, forget about it. You did notice the title of this website, Off Grid Trading. They get that Starlink going, I could be in the middle of the Pacific and I could be trading. I'm very excited about that. And I see it's about 1 or 2 years away. Very excited about that. Right now, I'm hiding out in a cabin in the mountains. But um, sometimes I'm hiding out on a boat and I'm still trading. And I'm going to try to bring this page to you from the boat, cruising around who knows where. I won't say because the nature of off the grid or the personality of the individuals who are off the grid is kind of recluse. And I prefer to be a recluse. So you, the Russians, the US government, try to find me. All right, so I'm setting this back to my 30-second chart in case I want to take some directionals when the market opens. And I'm going to give my tongue a rest for a couple of minutes. You'll hear some typing. I know there's at least one dude out there who's upset with my typing, but this is all too new for me to perfect it. So deal with it, my Hispanic friend. various class assets. Many different asset classes. What do we have? Just nothing going on. Traders are just getting into the office. Oh, the NASDAQ has turned negative in the pre-market. Just a little bit, 18 points, no big deal. Oil's down. Yields are up, but the 10 years at 1.577. We've seen it a lot higher and the markets have sustained, so that's not really a fear. But this is the primary focus right now. I mean, everybody who's in the financial world probably sees this. So let me say what probably doesn't need to be said, but we're watching interest rates. And if interest rates rise, then obviously the market seems a little less palatable. Um, but the biggest issue I find that nobody's looking at is the corporate debt. I mean, guys like Jamie Dimon went out and issued a lot of corporate debt, did stock buybacks to increase their earnings per share and bump up their bonuses. I mean, it's a very irresponsible use of money in business. And I mean, I've been analyzing business since I'm 19 years old. Um, Normally, you issue debt to buy assets, hard assets like equipment and real estate, to expand your business and get a return on that investment. So this is actually a new concept, a new culture where they issue debt to buy back their securities, where they incur debt, and that debt doesn't make them any more money. It makes the CEO more money because he's paid on earnings per share. You know, he increases the earnings per share for his shareholders, and they throw him bonuses. So it seems very self-serving to me. So now the problem is that the debt is variable, and if interest rates go up, then it takes more money to service that debt, which reduces their profits, which reduces their earnings per share, right? And then as a result, they sell off. What on earth? As a result, there's a sell-off of equity. So the equity comes down, the value of the equity comes down. And then the shareholders aren't so happy, right? And because the debt is rising, there's less earnings per share. There's less the margin spreads kind of diminish. To service that debt, they end up selling the equity that they bought back when they took the debt, but they're selling it at a lower price, so they're going to start showing losses. And that's how the spiral works. And that could be the next crack in the economy. So everybody should be keeping their eye on corporate debt. But anyway, that's why people are focusing. I mean, they're talking about looking at interest rates because mortgage rates will go up and the real estate market will slow down, which will have a trickle down effect on the economy. And we're suffering from inflation. And as interest rates tighten or inflation rises, then the Feds are going to have to tighten, and that'll slow down the economy. And this is what's making the news. But the interesting thing about financial crisis or depressions and recessions usually happens from things you don't expect, like the pandemic. Nobody really expected the pandemic. The market tanked. I mean, luckily it was handled appropriately and there was plenty of money pumped into the system and we got through it. And it's actually going to be a catalyst for the market to move up and companies to make money. But in the long term, I think what might hit us between the eyes is these corporations having to service this debt and not being able to do it. And it might break a few major companies, a few big companies, and that could send a shudder through the market. That's an interesting arena to look at. And I just wish I was talking to more people about it. So this way I can get all the nasty emails about how I'm wrong. I'm looking forward to that. Somebody say something. Oh, we got 3 likes. Oh, I think we're lagging. I don't even think. Oh, somebody's asking me something. Any thoughts on Naked? Ah, that's interesting. I was in that quite some time ago, and I made a few bucks on it. Um, let's take a look at it. NAKD. Let's see if we can even get it up. G. Gil 3089. I always find those interesting. Wouldn't everybody argue that this dude's birthday is on the 30th of 1989? The 30th. So what month? So any Russian looking for some money, I mean, he's going to start with that. We got a guy with the name GIL, Gil, on the 30th of 1989. I bet a savvy guy could figure out some passwords and stuff from that. See, but that's the mind of a recluse, of a guy who's off the grid, right? That's what I'm thinking. That some Russian is out there. Oh, that's terrible. I shouldn't even say that. But some bad guy is out there looking at Gil 3089, knowing this dude was born in 1989. So, Mr. GIL 3089, my first advice to you, or how about a bit of sarcasm? I'm pretty good at that. Why don't you just publish your social security number? Okay, so let's take a look at that. NAKD, here it is on the 30-minute chart, which it's not exciting me. I don't know anything fundamentally on the company to really talk about the company. Um, I mean, it was, I think it was a momentum play that I did. Um, it's got to be like before the beginning of the market. Uh, no, you know what? I bet it's probably around Christmas I took advantage of this thing. And I recall making a few dollars on it, but it's not really the direction or the manner in which I trade. But for fun, I get involved with some things in small dollar amounts. I mean, it's a penny stock, so it could move. I think I had heard that this was part of a squeeze play. Um, Very possible. So I'm just gathering my thoughts. Give me a minute, would you? Just in case Mr. GIL 3089 wants to say a few more things. I want to open up that window. Okay, so on the 30-minute, there's really nothing. So let's just see what it's doing on the daily. And then we can get a longer term view. Looks like it's testing a bottom down here. I mean, there's the nice consolidation, right? It's a nice, safe place. And look at that. I mean, where's your risk? There's not much you could do with this chart. Oh, look, here's the spike. I guess this is where I was getting involved with it. Yeah, and I remember like $2 a share. I think I got in, somewhere down here and got out about $2 a share. I remember it was a bit of fun. This is difficult for me. I don't want to upset anybody because I know people like to trade like this, but yeah, this is like promoter stuff. People go out there. I mean, that's what these charts are telling me, that somebody just, has a good angle on marketing or good exposure and starts spewing some rhetoric, and you get this out of it, you know. And just remember that somebody bought this bad boy at 340 and then spiked it up again at 219. I might have been in on this second tag because I don't watch the markets enough to or this sort of trading enough to be in down around here to catch this. But this would have gotten my attention. I might have seen, like, this looks like a good entry, although this is a daily chart. I would have done it intraday. But you know, you could look at a nice entry here to take a risk, put my stop down at 74 cents, you know, and I might have picked up $2. I mean, that looks like the trade I would have done. I don't really recall. But right now, when you look at it, you know what? You could stay positive as long as you're above this, it stays above this line, and you could be bullish on it. It's light, it's small. It doesn't take a lot of money to move this stock. There are a lot of people out there with a lot of money and a lot of savvy that know how to move this stock. Get this thing spiking like this to get everybody excited and get you in here. And those are my fears. I mean, it actually happens. This is the move. This is the move you see. But you got to know when to be in and when everybody's backing out of it, right? Because little guys aren't going to move the market. The average investor isn't going to move the market. It's the major guys who are moving the market. And what you want to try to do is get on the hook your star to their wagon, or your wagon to their star. That's the cliche. But you want to ride their coattails. There you go. That's what I'm looking for. And if you could figure out or get wind of what's going on, then you could ride their coattails. And that's what you know being an analyst is about. You figure out a way of figuring out where this is going to go when the move starts. So for me, I know consolidation patterns. I know they break patterns. So look, right here, I got a double top right here. I look at that as resistance. I say, okay, if it breaks that, it should make a higher high. I look behind it at the next high. There's a little bit of resistance. So it did. It popped right here and made a higher high. Yet, you know, it went up, say, 20 cents, right? So 7 cents is 10%. 20% is 14 cents. So you're talking about roughly 25% on your money on this small trade. That's a nice trade. Yeah, you know, 25%. I mean, yeah, you know, everybody likes the home runs because that makes the news, but that's not the reality. You know, so anyway, if it stays above this line, you could stay positive on it. You know, if it breaks below this, technically, you could close that trade. I mean, you know, your disciplines would say close that trade and move away. I mean, it's not to say that it doesn't close it. Somebody gets involved and pushes it up. I mean, you're talking about a $70 stock. I mean, you know, there's a lot of people out there trading with just $1 million. You know, any dude who's a little dude trading with $1 million can move this thing. And I'm non-gender specific, so I don't need those emails either. I mean, when I mean, I know a lot of heavy hitter female traders, or maybe they're not female traders anymore. I mean, who knows this day and age? But or what I should even call them. But there are many traders out there who, at birth, were capable of reproducing. I don't know what their stance is right now, but so if I say dude, I just mean non-gender trader. That's just too long and not catchy. Dude rolls off my tongue. 70 cents. So anyway, I mean, to look at this on a daily aspect, so that's cool. It stays above that line, that's fine. This momentum, I hope you can see that. Yeah, it looks like you can see that. I promise I'll get better at this. The momentum chart is on an up wave, you know, or maybe you don't know. But it's bullish, so that's positive. I would stay bullish on this thing. As far as an entry, let's break it down a little bit. Let's look inside the daily bar. Let's look inside the daily bar at the 60-minute bar. So when you look at a 60-minute bar, it's kind of telling you how it's going to move for the day. You could look at how you look at a daily bar. It's kind of telling you how it's going to move for the week. I mean, there's nothing really exciting right here to enter on the daily bar. Based on this daily bar, obviously my momentum is bearish, and I'm in a bearish trend. Here's a high, right? And then here's a low. and there's another, here's the next high, which is lower than the previous high, and here's the next low, which is lower than the previous low. So I'm in the downtrend. You can't argue that. This may come down a little bit and consolidate, but that's just another downtrend. Here's, this is a bear flag. Good strong bar down, little consolidation, breaks right here. Boom, that triggers the bear flag. It goes down. It could set up for another bear flag. This is a long consolidation. I wouldn't call this a bear flag. Here's the first bear flag, two bear flags, three bear flags, which is pretty common, can bring it right down to this 50 cents right here. So there's nothing here that's telling me that this pattern right here is going to turn around. So I might look to buy this at or around the 53 cents on a daily pattern, but understand that that's a falling knife. It's moving down. You trying to get in at the low, right? So when it comes around here, when it comes around the 53 cents, I'm going to look for a pattern that tells me it's reversing, right? So what do you look for? So you can see it traded down here. It consolidated a little bit. You're watching the momentum. The momentum's getting flat, so you know the pressure to trade down is falling off. And then it pops the high right here. An iffy kind of entry, but you could consider breaking this consolidation up or down an entry. And then right here, theoretically, you could call that a bear flag, right? I'm just expanding it so you can see it a little more. So here's the move up, and then here's the consolidation, and when it breaks that, it goes into a flag, and then it goes into a consolidation. And you could have anticipated that because this is not really a great move, right? If you look at this move over here, let me get rid of this, see if that arrow works better for everybody. If you look at this over here, this bar right here, it's a really nice strong move down, right? Here's my consolidation, and then bang, a nice move down. It didn't move back into consolidation, or at least not yet, but there's a good bar, opened over here, closed down low, really not a lot of tail on it. This one opens at the low, creates this tail, and closes. Kind of iffy with a doji, and then a pop. So you could kind of anticipate that that went into consolidation. Here's the consolidation, the break of the consolidation, and boom, it popped up. It's just a gapped up, so you really don't have a chance to get in. All right, so, well, I digress. So basically, I don't know, right here on the 60-minute, I'd say today might be a down day for this equity. It might trade off, look for like a a 53-cent entry, or actually look for it around this area and look for a pattern that tells you that it's going to turn around and go the other way. I mean, there's nothing here on the 60-minute chart that's telling me that it's going to stop this trend. So I would play this trend. Let's see. I'm going to put my cloud up and see if it gives me some perspective on where it's heading. Oh, look at that. The markets went positive. S&P futures are up 3. NASDAQ futures are up 25 cents. Really not a big deal. What are we looking at over here? Amazon is in the green, 78 cents. Tesla's down $3. And Apple is up half a buck. That's really flat. There's really no indication. I mean, it's better than opening up down 30, but really no indication. Let me get that cloud pumping. Oh, yeah, I need some equipment. All right, here you go. Okay, so I mean, even this isn't showing me that there's a big accumulation over here. I mean, this is a little bit of resistance or support rather, but it's it's not a great support. So it won't take a lot of effort for this to trade through this. But obviously, there's a long consolidation, at this level. So that's pretty good. And you can see it right there. That's where it pulls up. And look how many times it tested that level. And this line is off the 60-minute chart, so you could put a horizontal line right there and say that's a good support. I would rather see it hold this trending line than this resistance line right here. I mean, you could look for another turnaround here. It might be a little stronger, but it would be more encouraging if it just tested this line and then pop right off of that. And that's the 60-minute. The 60-minute. What time? What do we got left? Oh, 40 minutes to the party. Yeah, I'm an old guy. I'm just immature, so don't mind my little voices. Don't you love the psychology of the market? I love this. I was going to say the S word, but I don't want to blow up my algorithms. Naked. So I'm looking inside the 60-minute bar and the 30-minute bar, and basically it's the same attitude with these bars. I mean, you could see that steady downtrend right there. Yeah, we could get a little more aggressive on the uptrend on the 30-minute. It could spike here. Yeah, but I mean well, a 30-minute chart, it would be a nice move, but I don't think that's what my friend Gil, who was born on the 30th in 1989, is looking for. I wonder if that's Gil or if those are his abbreviations or if it's even a he, huh? Look how biased I am. Well, you know what? If anybody's posting their birthday, it's probably a dude. And that time I'm gender specific. I find that people who were born with ovaries are a little more savvy than to put their birth dates up. But I guess they had to be savvy in order to protect their ovaries. So they're instinctually a little more savvy than that. So should we draw conclusions on this guy of what GIL born on the 30th of some month in 1989 is like? I'll bet he grew up in a nice environment with good family, good education, going to the country club every weekend, not realizing the evils of the world. Wow. Here's somebody who wants my price prediction on AMC once it squeezes. Well, let me tell you. Ride Out. Talitha Ride Out. I like that name. Um, all right, so here's the thing. The stock's never traded up there, right? So when you're making a price prediction, let's hop over to AMC. When you're making, yeah, honestly, endless, man. You could honestly say it's endless. So you get out when you feel you've made enough, because this is not based on the value of the company or what the earnings are or anything like that. And that does not mean it's not a legitimate trade, right? It's not a legitimate value trade. So you don't want to put your grandmother, while I'm loading up that chart, you don't want to put your grandmother in AMC or somebody who's on their way to retire and say this is going to be a good stock in your retirement. It may very well be the case, but right now there's nothing there that's pointing to that. That's giving us that evidence. But it's a value. It's an appropriate trade because we know there's momentum in the stock. There are people out there who have an interest in this security for one reason or another, and all the talking heads on the news are going to say, "Oh, it's not value," there's no logical reason to invest, but momentum is a logical reason. And you know what? Not to invest, but it's a logical reason to trade. And we know there's momentum in there. We know there's a lot of people looking to buy this thing. So I know I'm off on a tangent. So if you hear that this is a silly trade or a stupid trade or what have you, that's not true. and you don't have to buy that. But you have to understand that there's nothing of substance. It's not a business related trade. So watch your downside, watch your back. Don't invest anything you can't afford to lose. Don't look to make a million, although it's happened time and time again on these things. Um, don't bet the ranch. Have a good time. Take advantage of it and make some money on it. Be smart. Be savvy. Okay, so when we look for a top side target, you're going to look for resistance, right? So right now, well, let's just look at a daily because you want to know what the ultimate is. So we're going to go out and look at a longer term in the trading world chart. Okay, so here it is, and we can't really tell a thing about it, right? You can't get a target because, yo, right now, my top side target is this high right here. And that's all it's telling me, okay? You could take this trade right here. First of all, I fear this gap. It is not inconceivable that it comes in and closes that gap. So if I got into this trade, I would take maybe quarter or half of the position I wanted. And if it ran, I'd make money on that and be happy. If it pulled back right here, I'd definitely add to my position. I mean, I'd have to look at some variables at that point to decide if I'd put on my whole position right here. But if I entered here at the 47.91 point for no particular reason, just wanted to be in the stock, I would not do it wholeheartedly. I would take a nice piece, make sure I'm in it, and with an eye at this 35 or so. If you're already in the position and you want to add to it, if I saw it break this high right here, I'm trying to get this up. Here we go. If I saw a break 57.48, I'd put on more. I'd put on more, and I'd say this is my next resistance right here, right? 72.62. That would be my goal on the next piece I put on. I might take a little bit of profit right here. I wouldn't take everything off, but I take a little bit of profit right there. And then, yeah, like I said, you can't put a target on this thing. $100. If it breaks that 75, if and has momentum like this, this momentum keeps up. $100 is a layup. A buck and a quarter or 125. You're going to hear a lot of old school expression out of me because I'm off of Wall Street back in the day when stocks were quoted in quarters and nobody had internet access, and the only way to get a quote was to call me. So anyway, we could see 100 and a quarter on this security. I mean, with this kind of momentum, no doubt. You saw what GameStop did. I mean, that thing went to $600. I'd hate to be the guy that bought it there, but that's what momentum does for you. So really, Tabitha, um, don't worry about your target, right? What you got to do is figure out at what point you don't like the stock anymore. And it's not really based on how much money you've made. So don't worry about your P&L, right? What you got to do is look at a pattern. And let's see if we could do that. First, I want to look at weekly, and we'll see if I could point out what I would look for to take my profit. Oh, that's ugly. All right, I don't even like that. I mean, that kind of tail is ugly, but there's no reason why we can't trade and start eating up that tail. Eating up the tail means that we keep moving up and going at this tail. But I don't like to see that. I mean, that tail is bigger than the body, and that kind of makes me a little edgy. All right, but I'm going to drop down to a smaller chart and just try to demonstrate to you what I would look for to get out of this. It's bubbles. Wow. I think I saw that at a college party once. Okay, so all right, so you see this little collection of bars right here, okay? And if you look down at the lower part of my chart, this is showing me my momentum. And you can see the energy in my momentum moving up. And that would be right here. I'm going to put some crosshairs on so we could look at it. So here I am at the high parts of the bar on the bar side up here and the high part on the momentum side down here, right? And then the security trades off a little bit, which they do. That's called consolidation. And then it comes up and it's testing that high again, right? But that momentum is falling off. That's telling me that people are getting bored with it. You know? So I would probably put my stop right here. If it went below this tail right there, that low, I'd take my profit. I know I'd give up all of this, but that's how I stay in the game, you know? And yeah, you know, ultimately that's the right move. You could see it broke that low, went down, it retested the low, and then couldn't make it, and then slowly started to trade off. So, and this is just a 30-second chart, so that's arbitrary. Forget about the time frame, but that's the pattern I would look for. Okay, so if we jump back to the daily, right? So the 30-second chart is just showing you intraday or smart. I mean, I'll trade the 30-second. I'm going to trade for like 10 or 15 minutes and I'm out. That's what a 30-second chart does. I trade a daily chart and you know, then I'm in it for a week, and then I look at the weekly, and that'll take me in the trade for the month. So what we want to do is we know right now that if it breaks this, we're pretty confident we're going to see that 72, right? And if it breaks below here, I'm pretty confident we're going to see that 33, 35. Then I'm going to have to look at it again. But what I want to see is that scrambly pattern that I showed you on the 30-minute on the 1 minute. And I'm going to place my stop. So if this starts trading a lot up here over the next few days, I'm going to have my stop down here. Hopefully I'm in this security beforehand. But I'll put my stop down here. Or actually, and let me know if I'm getting confusing. Um, I would go to the 60-minute, and that's how I would manage the trade on my 60-minute, because that kind of tells me how the day goes, right? So I'm looking at my 60-minute right now, and I see a top here with my high momentum. I see a top here, and this is making a lower high. So it looks like my trend is changing to the downside, and my momentum's falling off. And that was on Thursday, you know, and that could happen because we're moving into Thursday. So right now, this is where I'm worried about the stock at that 37.45. I'm worried about the stock if it breaks that and trades down. It may very well go down and touch that and then turn around. So, and this is intraday, right? But we say, okay, we want to be in AMC. There's momentum. There's reason to buy the stock. Despite what the talking heads say on the news and all the guys poo-pooing this kind of trade, there's reason to buy the stock. Momentum is reason to buy a stock. It's a trading stock. And if trading's suitable for you and you're comfortable with trading, that's a good reason to buy this thing, right? So I know I digress. I hope I'm answering your question. So I would look for this sort of pattern on a daily or a 60-minute. And this doesn't mean the game is over. It means that it's indicating that the trend could change. This could be the indication that the stock is getting ready to go back and fill that gap and then take off. Okay. But, you know, this is an industry that's fluid and anything could happen, right? So then, since anything could happen, we're going to go like this on this 60-minute chart. And I'm going to say, if it stays below this line, then it's favoring the idea that it's going to go fill that gap at the 13 and change. If it breaks past this line, then I'd say the up move is beginning and it's going. So anyway, that's how I would play the stock. Ideally, I would look at the 70. I would look at the 72 as my first target as of today. I would look at 100, 125 right now, not for any other reason than it's a psychological number. 100's a psychological number. 125 is kind of the buzz on the street of what people are looking at. At that point, it'll probably start consolidating, building a little resistance up there. And then, you know, might trade off, go back up. You know, you really have to look at it at that point and figure out where it goes. Okay, so that's my response. If you like it, let me get a like. Or a subscribe. If you already liked me, subscribe. If you guys keep the game going, if you're an off the grid trader, if you're one of the free folk, then and I get more free folk, I'll invest some money into this operation and make it a better channel. If people don't like me, then I'll just go sailing. Where are we at? Oh my God, 24 minutes. I don't know if I'm gonna make it. Um, what are we feeling? Oh, that's my software. That's my trading software. For some reason, this thing just keeps dropping connections. That's unfortunate. Although that's my charting software. My trading software is a little different, and it hasn't really dropped. All right. Blackberry up half a buck in the pre-market. That's encouraging, and there's some volume. There's some movement. I mean, it could turn around, but it's encouraging. Apple's only up 32 cents. Amazon's up 78 cents. That's not showing a lot. Well, it's Monday, but it's not showing a lot. It's Tesla, poor Tesla, down $4.50 in pre-market. Let's see what the pre-markets are doing overall. I'm grabbing the wrong mouse. I got too many mice. Naked brand groups. Talitha. I like that name. Oh, look at that. My software's back up. I love it. All right, S&P is flat. It's up $2. The Dow is up 74 bucks. Really not much on a 34,000 point market. Nasdaq's down 10. Doesn't mean anything on 13,000. And oil's down 69 cents or 18 cents. Oh, look at that. And I'm back up. Oh my God. I got to figure this out. Well, it's only charting. Okay, I won't get snagged. Ah. Ah. Yo, Blackberry up 4% in the pre-market. That's encouraging. I like Blackberry. I took a little position on Friday. A couple of people I know took a position on Friday. It's not the manner in which I normally trade, but I like to have fun too. Normally, I trade for consistency. I don't look to knock it out of the park because, I mean, honestly, I've seen it 1,000 times. People figure out an angle on the market. The professionals figure out what you figured out and learn how to manipulate it. And we'll make a few dollars playing with these things, but ultimately, a lot of people are going to get hurt on these squeeze plays and these Reddits. Right now, you trade what the market's doing, and this is what the market's doing. So you trade it, but you have to trade it with caution and a little bit of money, and don't bet the ranch. And there are people out there who will bet the ranch on a stock, make millions, and do very well for themselves. They are the superstars, the far and few in between. And they're not superstars because they were smart and savvy. They were superstars because they got lucky. Just understand that. All right. The professionals, the people who make a living at this year after year for decades, they do it slow and consistent. And if you're in the game every once in a while, you get these home runs. Not me, because my luck doesn't work that way. I had to work very hard for everything. But I've seen people around me just get lucky. Oh, look at this son of a gun! It's up 5%. It's ripping. Blackberry up 69 cents. Obviously, nobody's retiring on 69 cents, but that's good momentum. You see a stock showing 5% in a day, people are taking an interest. Let's hope that it holds those levels and keeps moving up. I mean, it was 17 on Thursday or Friday. What's AMC doing? I haven't even looked at that. Is that baby? I mean, has everybody come back from the weekend? We're going to have to save that. Yeah, AMC up 5%. Look at that. Everybody's paying attention. Let's hope it holds. I mean, my primary focus today is getting myself into some spreads, setting up my trades, knowing that I'll make about 6% on my money. And that's how it's done. You take large amounts of capital with minimal risk and make small percentage. So, if you can make 5% on 100,000 every week, you're making $5,000 a week. That's really not bad doings. And then obviously you could just multiply that. You get yourself to 1 million, you're making 50,000 a week. And that's what this industry is about. Well, Mr. Gill, you can find an entry today if you like it. I mean, nothing goes straight up. It could pull back and you can gain another entry. I mean, but you got out with a 30% gain. Uh, See, that's something you can't do. I wish I would have stayed in now. Hey, you know what? You got a 30% gain, you know? I mean, forget about it. If you could do that on your money all year, I know a lot of people who would hire you. Send me your resume. I'll get you a job. Um, so you made your 30%, bank that, and if you have enough, just play with the market money. Take the money that you made, and that's what you put back into BB when it pulls back. Now you're playing with market money. If that trade doesn't work out, hey, you didn't compromise your capital. That's how I would play it. Obviously, this is not financial advice because I surrendered my registration because of the corruption. And yes, I am a conspiracist. Alternative proteins, clean energy, and water. Those are my primary focus. Entry point ideas for Blackberry. Man, you're making me work for it, huh? I better have gotten a like out of you. I'm loading up Blackberry now. What time is it? 9:15. I'm going to try to do this quick. Well, the market's open. We'll let it move a little bit. I'll be all right. I could see it on this. Okay, yeah, we could do this. Roll over, baby. Roll over. All right. So for today, I'm looking at the 60-minute right now. Okay. So right now, it's showing me the 60-minute chart. I mean, the momentum is bearish, right? But we're going to open up if it holds here. Um, we're going to open up right here. So really, it tested the bottom. I mean, based on the hourly, with it testing that bottom, you could probably enter right here. But I don't like to enter right away when the market opens. I like to see what's going on, and usually it's good to let it work 15 minutes to a half hour, and take the entry. Um, I mean, it tested this low on the 60-minute chart. If you look right here on January 3rd, it made the low here, and then January 4th, it tested the low. And now at the open, we're going to bounce off of that. It doesn't mean it doesn't turn around and break that low, you know? And like I said before, we got that gap. Actually, I don't know if we said it before, but we have that gap. And on the 60-minute, it's showing me the gap at 11.58. So you can honestly say it's going to come down around there. I probably, if it came down, I'd probably look to get involved at around 12. But it may just leave that gap behind, you know, depending on how it opens up in the direction it trades. So right now, I wouldn't call. You could take a small piece right here, and then maybe add on to it at 12.02. But there's nothing here that's saying that the trend is going to change yet. You know, so that's why you want it to open, let it trade. I like it to prove to me that it's making the move. I might leave a few dollars on the table. It's no big deal. But I mean, if you're playing the game where you want to get in at the low and out at the high, I mean, the bottom line is you're going to get hurt or miss trades or miss exits. You know, I want to get in low, get out high, somewhere in between the very low and the very high. The 30-minute chart looks just like the 60-minute chart, which is good because that kind of confirms the pattern and the trading philosophy. I mean, this is too steep. It already broke this trend line, you know. So right now, all I would really do right now is um, look at that horizontal line right there at roughly 1365 and say it should be bullish if it doesn't break that line. If it breaks that line, I'd say I'm pretty confident it's going to go in, go down below 12, somewhere around the 12 area, and fill that gap. And then we got to see where the momentum is and if it's going to return there. It could fill that gap and just keep going. I mean, again, this is a momentum situation. You know, traders have a hold of this stock. If the world likes it, they're going to push it up. If the institutions are in control and they're shorting it, they're going to push it down. So you just got to look at where the momentum goes at that point. How'd I do there, Mr. Gill, who was born on the 30th day of some month in 1989? Did I answer your questions? Oh, look at that. I got 4 likes. That's probably the most people that ever liked me at one time. I have a rather off-putting personality, or so I've been told. But who listens to their mother anyway? Yo, AMC. It's up 3 sticks, 7%. That's definitely momentum. So, Talitha, if you're still with me, and you're in this security, there's definitely some interest. I mean, it's pre-market, could be a head fake, and trying to entice people in. I mean, ultimately, there's a lot of momentum behind the stock, a lot of investment behind the stock. So I think we could be confident in this little move, and we might see it continue up for the day. Once the market starts moving, then we could really take a look at it and decide what's being done with it. I'll tell you right now, though, on a short-term trade, I mean, if the market was open and I was trading it right now, I would have taken an entry at about $50.18. Yeah, and I would have found that to be a good entry. Um, the next resistance on that would have been 51, and we've already broken that. Wow. Yeah, that's a pretty good resistance too there. So that would have been hard to break, and we've already broken that. And then, I mean, there's a lot of levels. That's the other problem. Um, so we should see 53.29 shortly. We want to see that, and we want it to hold. First, we want it to hold roughly 51.51 into the open. And if it breaks the 51.51, we want it to hold 50.19. And if it could hold that, actually a good 54.25 might be a good short-term target on that. Breaking the 54.25, we want to see it break the 57. So there's a lot of areas of resistance because it consolidated on Friday and it traded off. But yeah, you know, if it works its way through all those levels, this sucker is going to keep going. Hey, Mr. Gill, you're welcome. Mr. GIL 30 1989. Let me get that social security number. There are bad people, man. This is the world, and there are bad things in it. And you need to be prepared for that. All right. So this is my first day chatting with you guys, and I do appreciate the company. But if I don't make no money trading, I'm done. I'm not talking anymore. Nah, but I'm confident I'll make money trading. I am confident I'll make money trading. Every day, a little something in the bank. Today, I'm looking at these spreads. It's a good spread day. It's a lot going on, though. I hope I can keep it straight. Okay, that's why I did that. I was looking at those puts. I got these babies in the 5 spread. Oh, yeah, and that's paying. I'm making money on that one. All right, let's just hope the trend continues. Back to the 10s. Talitha, you haven't talked to me in a while. I'm getting so lonely. Is it something I said, something I did? I can change. Just tell me what you want. Blackberry. Oh, I see they had some earnings in April, eh? April, May, June, July. Oh, they got earnings coming out in a month. Should be announcing earnings again in a month. And they make money. That's always a good sign.
Connection lost.
Oh, my trading connection went out. Does anybody else use that Ninja platform? I always have trouble with that. I like the way it charts, but it always seems to drop the connection. So I don't use it to enter trades. I use a different software. And I can monitor my trades. And I haven't dropped once on the software that I enter my trades with. What's up with you, Ninja? I see I'm going to have to add some speed. I'm going to have to add some monitors if this becomes a thing. Ah, it hooked up again. All right, so it announced March. So end of June, Blackberry should announce their numbers again. Not that this is an earnings play or anything. I mean, this is a squeeze play. But I'll tell you what, if they made more money than they made last quarter, then that should force some shorts out, create buying, and squeeze this baby up. Get up there. I'd like to see it break 17 today. That would be nice. Oh my God. What is with this software? Stay hooked. Stay hooked. Oh, poor Tesla, down $7. They had just beaten up my boy Elon. That's one brilliant dude, man. Oh, Talitha. And I explained it well. Good. I'm glad to hear it, man. That makes me feel good. And I'm not one for outside confirmation of my worth, but it made me feel good that I helped you. So if there's anything else you want to know, you have an open invitation. And tell a friend. If you date a few more people, we just might make a buck. Oh, that's it. Market's open. Now I know why the streaming is giving me a hard time. Damn, we've been open for 3 minutes. Oh, this is a problem. Too much data. All right, the market's off to a slow start. I'm looking at the financials and they're trading off. That should drag the S&P down. The energy sector is trading off and that should drag the S&P down. The composite opened up with down 3, but it looks like it's making a little bit of a rebound. The Russell 2000 opened up, trading off a little bit right now. Blackberry looks like it's holding its gains, but really not trading aggressive enough. And what am I looking at? I'm looking at a daily chart on that thing. Let's get an intraday chart on Blackberry. Yeah, pain in the ass. Whoops. Beep. All right, I'm sorry I'm quiet. I'm just kind of taking it in, seeing what's going on, getting the feel. You know what? I mean, really, we're doing nothing, man. We are doing nothing. I don't even like these trades. I'm gonna let this market. There's no premium in anything. Where are we heading? Where are we heading? I mean, what are we waiting for? There's no news today, so it's going to be a quiet day. So at least those calls, that position's making money for me. That spread. But I can't find any premium to get into. Oh, look at that 30-minute SPX chart. Quite a few topping tails on that bad boy. If it breaks the 42.28, here it goes. If it breaks that, that could be a good entry. Pick up 2 or 3 points per contract. The momentum is turning downward. Okay, so what I'm feeling is today is going to be a consolidation day, and we're going to set up a daily bull flag on the S&P, and that on a longer term would be a positive for an up move, but we could decide that at the end of the day. On the short term, right, we're looking at the 30-minute, and right now we just have this inside bar. If it breaks the 233, we're on our way up. If it breaks the 227, we're on our way down. So that's really what I'm going to hold out, and I'm going to watch and try to figure out which way this market goes. So when I say that, I'll probably go long a few contracts just to test the market at the 233.35, and I would go short or buy puts on a few contracts at the 228 if it breaks that. But right now we're just consolidating. There's really nothing going on in the market, and this is the summer market. I mean, this is why I do um, spread trading, because at least I know I put something up, I'm making some money. If the market doesn't move, I make money. And every day you want to make a little bit. So I'm looking at my spread trade right now, and there's really no premiums out there. I could use a little bit of a pullback and get a premium. And I'm feeling that once things get going, we should come back about 9 points. The Dow's only up 45, composites up 15. Nobody's really making any moves. Nobody's really making any moves. All right, we'll watch it. We'll watch it. Come to Papa. AMC is holding that gain. That's pretty nice. It popped up, traded off. A good entry would be breaking 56.17. That's if I was taking a trade on AMC, that's where I would take the trade. The momentum is fading off a little bit on the 1 minute chart, but it could just be consolidating. I would just watch it, look for that 56.19. Is it 56.19? Let's get a hard number. 56.14. That's our hard number on AMC. If it breaks that, that's a good entry. Reuters is about to break the high if it did not already, and it's pushing up. That's good. Composite is consolidating. We're down 14. The S&P is consolidating, and we're up 13 cents. Yeah, I think this baby is gonna retrace. Oh, now we're down. There we go. We just went negative on the S&P. I think we're gonna break that low, which is cool. Let's open up this 30-minute chart a little bit. So right now, we're going to call this our low of the day. And this is our high. And this is our trading range. And let's see what it does. Are we range bound today? Which wouldn't be a bad thing, but I can't get any premiums. Reuters is pushing up. S&P looks, it's consolidating, and oh, that's going to come back to us. Looks like the composite, the NASDAQ on the 1 minute chart is building an inverted head and shoulders. And if it breaks that, it could push up and help the S&P. But right now, everything is just consolidating. Let's see what kind of, what we look like with this bad boy. Oh, I guess we're looking at all of them. Oh my God, this is too slow to make a living. All right, these are the growing pains of my web channel, my YouTube channel. Yep, we're showing the global objects. All right, so these are all my resistance points. So if this breaks, we're looking at 219. And on a daily chart, that would be, that's a little aggressive, a little more aggressive than I want to see. But you know what? If we pull back to the, I think this is my 8, this is my 13. We pull back to the 13 period, 223, that would look nice. That would be a nice looking chart on the daily. And what I'm really worried about is I want to see that daily build a nice bear flag. So we're looking at that. So basically, here's my daily chart. This is my bear flag. If it pulls back to the 19, that's a little too aggressive for a healthy bear flag. But if it pulls back to like the 23, I'm feeling good about that. I mean, it's not impossible if you consider this whole move from this low right here to here. If it pulls back to the 19, that's really no biggie. No biggie. So, okay, so we could come down, test this old opening range high and make a healthy bear flag. And if that bear flag breaks, that means that everybody's still very bullish on this market. Or at least that's what I'm telling myself. So consolidate, consolidate, consolidate. This is why I started the web channel, because the summer is so boring. I need somebody to talk to. And I sit here talking to myself anyway. I might as well get some interaction. Oh, I lost my connection on my charting software. Oh my goodness gracious. This is just killing me. I wonder if it's the speed of my computer or just the software. I know it goes out often. I wonder what YouTube has to say about my streaming health. Dink, open up. Oh, I am not healthy. My stream status is poor. All right. We got to work on our infra. Oh, that went away. We have to work on our infrastructure. Blue. There is just nothing going on. We tested this low of the day, and we're just in this channel, man. There's just way too many bars in here to even consider this a reversal pattern. Chop, chop, chop. How are we going to make money today? Oh, stop that. Okay, so pretty much around these times, the market habitually does a little reversal, which is good to know on your short-term trading. That's what that reminder keeps telling me. Oh, there goes AMC, breaking the high. Let's get some momentum on that bad boy.
Connection lost.
Cut it out, cut it out, cut it out. All right, so I'm in the mountains right now, and my internet access is relatively good, although inconsistent. I'm a wee bit frightened of what's going to go on when I'm on the boat. And believe you me, I'd much rather be on the boat. Okay, Blackberry is setting up an interesting pattern. Let's see how well we do in... Oh, this thing is just offline. We got the troubles. Let's see if this will wake it up. Wake up. Wake up. She's awoken. We got the troubles.
Connection lost.
Ah, your sister's Aunt Fanny. Oh, and we're up again. Oh my God, this is going to be a killer situation. All right, there's a 1 minute bull flag that just triggered on AMC. Now it's breaking the next resistance. If it gets, that's not a good thing. You don't want to see it retrace that quick. But that bull flag triggered, and then found resistance at the pivot high, and that's the indication. It's got to break that. All right. Blackberry, and if it doesn't work out, we'll call it Bloodbath. Um, what? One of my charts are not like the other. Somebody is delayed here. What is going on here? I'm looking at 1414. This thing's like delayed. Oh my God. This chart is, it's got to be delayed like 5 minutes. Yeah, this thing is at like 9:35. What time is it? 9:54. I'm like a half hour behind on this bad boy. What on earth is going on? Let's see if we. Somebody forget to put a quarter in the meter. Because I'm looking at Blackberry and it's breaking highs, man. I mean, we're up almost a stick. And my chart is showing $14.21. My other software is showing $14.82. I don't need to know what happened. I want to know what's happening. Man, this baby's moving and it's not even oh, look at AMC. Breaking out. Breaking out. Blackberry breaking out. Still need to see it around 17 and change, but that's encouraging. Okay, now no. I reloaded all that data and I'm still behind. All right, that's delayed. I wonder if I'm delayed on the S&P. I can't make no money. Oh, we got the troubles. We could look at this on the 1 minute. That's cool. All right, my S&P is on time. Why are my market, my security trades delayed? It's got to be my data service. The delayed on the ticks. But that's okay. We don't need to analyze that anymore. Although, if anybody asks me about AMC, it's going to look pretty bad. Bad, bad, bad. Go ahead, keep running. Don't let me stop you. Let's see 20 on Blackberry. Anybody talking to me? I am using Marimar. I am using well, what you're looking at is Ninja Trader, and I like the way they chart. Um, so I don't. I'm not executing through Ninja Trader. What I'm finding is that the data service through Trader is very sketchy. It drops a lot, and I don't like that. I have consistency. So in my accounts, obviously each clearing firm offers their own software. So, but I don't like the data that it supplies. So in my accounts, I'm using different software, and I use their entry, the manner in which they enter. But to chart my accounts, Ninja Trader, and this is the 8, I find the best. The snap function isn't the greatest, but I really enjoyed it, and I used quite a few in the day. And I know a couple of guys. I mean, people are into Trade Station and Thinkorswim, and those are very common, and I think they're free. Ninja Trader you have to pay for, but I think you could do more with it. So like me, honey, like me. Oh, you did. Hey, 5 users and liked. Yo, I've never had this many friends. 6 viewers. I've never had this many friends in my life. I guess you just have to make money. All right, so what are we looking at? What are we looking at? Yo, that AMC is just grinding its way up. Just sit back and let the equity build and make some money. We talked about where the resistance was a little while ago, earlier today, and we want to see it bounce off the high. I mean, there's not much more I could tell you. The S&P right now, which if I'm real time, yeah, I'm real time. I might be a little slow. All right, so this is a nice pattern right here, right? We tested, we have this low right here. We came up, the momentum is changing. I'd like to see another test down here. It doesn't have to go all the way down to the low, but give me a little something down around here. We have this consolidation. If it tests right here and this momentum continues the way it's going, then a good entry would be right around here at the 226. You take a couple of contracts, you could easily see 3 points, right? So on a contract, you probably pick up a point and a half. You know, um, I would take half my position, well, maybe a third of my position off right here, make that point and a half, and then see if we could break to new highs. Oh, here it goes. Here goes the retest. All right, this is what's important. We wanted to hold this low right here. You see what I'm saying? So it's making this low, and the momentum staying high. It's kind of creating a divergence between the two. This is a nice candle. It would have been nicer if the body was smaller. Now, it looks like it's pushing down, but an aggressive entry would be breaking the 26. A conservative entry would be breaking the 26.95. Okay, but it's pushing down more. Now, it's testing the low, and we want it to hold that low. It's breaking that low, which is a little unsettling, but you can still see the divergence as long as it doesn't keep moving, and it looks like it's going to turn around. So this is encouraging if it turns around, because if it breaks that low and you have this momentum divergence, that means there's not a lot of conviction on this break, right? So we'll look at this bar, and you could take the next break of a bar. Let's move this over so my line isn't in the way. So if the next bar, these are 30-second bars, if the next bar breaks this high right here, that's an aggressive entry, but you could take it. But nope, she looks like she's pushing down. The composite's moving down, which is probably pulling the S&P down. And I'm looking at the financial sector, and that's trading off. It's up for the day, but it's trading off right now. And the energy sector. So those two sectors have a big effect on the S&P, and that's dragging them down. Amazon is trading off right now. Apple is down 0.7%. But Blackberry and AMC are defying the markets. And if the markets moved in the right direction, it would just give Blackberry and AMC more energy and keep it. Oh, and my software ginked out again. Oh, look at this. Hey there, off grid. Hey, James P. Hey, Mike B. AMC is mooning. I think you meant moving. Tom Williams, good morning. Good morning to you, Tom. Mike B. How long have you been off the grid? I've been off the grid since 2015. I wrapped up my company. I'm going to put a bio out there so everybody gets to know me. I wrapped up my company and made it employee owned, took care of everybody who took care of me, and I went off grid, man. And I'm tending to my soul garden. Um, Tommy Williams, just learned about your channel from Matt Coer's stream. Oh yeah, I've checked that guy out. I like that guy. You were just shouted out on Matt Kona's live stream. Oh, that's cool. I'm getting a little attention. Yo, I need friends. Why make enemies when you could have friends? You are about to get a lot of viewers, my friend. Oh, cool, Zach. Let's have lunch. Let's go. Oh, I think you're talking about AMC. Okay, well, you know what? It's doing a nice retracement right here. Oh, look at that. I'm back up online. Um, it's retracing a little bit. It's actually testing the support, what I'm calling support, of 56. The momentum's fading off a little bit, but that's a low intraday trading. I mean, that's nothing to worry about. This is a good day for AMC. Yeah, 18% up in a day. Tell me that's not momentum. That is momentum. I doubt they could turn that around. Now we just got to get Blackberry to move. I heard about you. Hey, everybody who heard about me, finds me entertaining, like me, subscribe. If I'm doing the right thing, help me keep the channel going. I'm happy to do it. I mean, it's taken away from my personal trading a little bit, but you know, um, if somebody's getting something out of it, I could use the positive karma. So just let me know. Let me know by the likes. Let me know by the subscriptions, and I'll put some money into this thing because obviously all my stuff is really slow, and we'll keep it going. Any questions? This is going by fast. Um, how do you trade? Huh, poorly, like everybody else. AK, how do I trade? How do I trade? Okay, well, I do a lot of directional plays. I trade basically on momentum, and we're talking about trading. I do a lot of investing too, but that's a different philosophy. Um, and I do a lot of income trades because I believe every day you should be making money. So conservative stuff, a lot of income, and then I take advantage of momentum moves. Things like AMC and stuff like that. Um, what is your life philosophy? Hey, my life philosophy is my screws are loose and my nuts are tight, and that's how I live. I was known on Wall Street. I'm kind of incognito right now. I didn't like the way everything was going, and decided to tend to my soul garden. So I went off grid, and basically I'm sailing around the world. Sometimes I'm trading right off of my boat, and that's it, man. I'm enjoying life, and I'm outside the system, and I like my solitude, and I like to make money. And yet, trading gets boring because you're alone all the time. So if I get to talk to you guys, I guess I look sane because I'm doing the same thing when I'm sitting here alone, carrying on and talking. And I'm up in the mountains right now, so I spend some of my time hiding in the mountains, most of my time on a boat making a slow move around the world. That is my life philosophy. What is an income trade? Ah, Tim Dixon. I'm glad you asked me that. I'll tell you what. You stick with me, and I'll show you how to do it. And it's basically spread trading. And a few times a week, I'll take some spread trades. And really, I'm only capturing about 5% on a trade. But I'll probably take 3 positions, and I'll pick up maybe conservatively $75 per contract on options contracts. But yeah, I mean, you do 10 contracts at $750. Do that 3 times a week. You're talking about 20 some odd $100 a week, and then you just increase your position. I mean, you could do 100,000 or 100 contracts, and you're making a decent living right there. But yeah, you got to build yourself up. The trades hit between 80 and 95% of the time, but like I said, the return is very small on the investment, and that's the nature of it. But I'm going to keep going through that time to time, and if you guys tune in, I'll turn you on to that, man. Yeah, and that puts you in a good head because you're not fighting to make a living as a trader. You got this steady income, and then these AMC's, these Blackberries. Oh yeah, go Blackberry, which Blackberry's ripping. Um, those trades, that's the gravy. That's the goods. That doesn't pay the bills and cover the nut and everything like that. You need consistency to do that. But the Blackberries buy the airplanes, man, and the boats. And yes, I am a pilot. So that's how I trade, and I've been doing this since I think '95. I came into the industry. I was mentored by a lot of people that you've seen in the news and seen movies about, and I've trained hundreds of guys who are influential in the industry, and I just took the spiritual route. So how do you stay connected remotely? Barely. Okay, so I'm in the mountains right now, and I'm hardwired. So I guess it's a slight deviation um, from the off the grid concept, but yeah, I have I don't know if it's fiber optics or cable coming in here. Um, when I am on the boat, um, I I'll tell you what, T-Mobile, phenomenal. Sometimes when I'm anchored out on the boat, I could pick up Wi-Fi around town. I have a setup where I could really pick up a good Wi-Fi about 1 or 2 miles out, and sometimes I guess pirate the signal. Sometimes I hook up at a marina and they offer Wi-Fi, and I do that. Um, much respect. Will you be making tutorial videos to spread all your wisdom and knowledge to the next generation? Yeah, man, absolutely. I mean, I'd rather do it real time and talk you through it, but some of the stuff I'm going to have to lay out if you're interested. I'll do that. I'll be honest with you. I didn't do this with any structure in mind. I'm just sitting around. I'm bored. I talk to a lot of traders um, while I'm trading, and these are guys I've trained and worked with in the industry and stuff like that. And um, they always kind of encouraged me to go online and do this. So here it is. There was one dude that I respect greatly that really put me over the edge, and so now I'm doing it. And yeah, hopefully they all get to take part, and they'll be able to benefit from this. And yeah, I'll probably start getting them on. Maybe we'll have some guest traders come on and some cool people, with some good names, and maybe everybody can get to enjoy that. We'll see how it is. This is a regulated industry, so the personality is very weird in traders because they're always very protective of themselves because yeah, people are trying to crawl up their butt and attack them and stuff like that. So why did you decide to start streaming? Yo, I told you, Johnny Lopez, I'm just lonely, man. Yeah, and I don't have that personality type that people like. Yeah, I'm a typical Wall Street guy living in the woods. Very strange paradox. So yeah, well, I don't know if I'm a typical Wall Street guy, but what's your philosophy on calls? Do you roll them right when they go? Good luck with your growth. Thanks for the growth. No, I really don't roll the calls. If I'm long term, I'm going to take a position in the equity. When I do directional trades, I do the calls because I can take advantage of the leverage, and I'm out. I mean, you'll see. Like right now, there's too much going on, and I can't talk to you guys and trade. My situation awareness will get better, and I'll be executing more trades. Um, as we go along. But yeah, you're looking at a 30-second chart right now. So I'm in a trade for 15 minutes. That's a long time. I might as well do a call, right? Haha. I am a Wall Street guy living in the woods too. Oh yeah, CB4 cans, huh? Yeah, yeah, that's cool. Yeah. How long were you in the industry? Most people from work are liberal. Yeah, yeah, it's a liberal environment. I mean, because it's New York, and that's a liberal environment. But I don't want to get political. Um, so how long were you in the industry there, CB4? Don't have many friends out there, although I'm a big 2A guy. Yeah. Oh, 7 years? Oh, that's cool. So made a few bucks and ran, right? Oh, you're 29. Oh, you're a youngster, man. You're a youngster. Um, I owned a brokerage firm for about 17 years. And before that I was trading. It just clicked for me. I came out of high school and I was dyslexic and didn't really have a direction. School was like a pain in the ass, bleep. And they didn't really understand my condition, so they figured I was lazy. I mean, I had a fairly impressive IQ, but couldn't write a sentence. So anyway, I hooked up with a few mentors, and they trained me, and it just clicked, man. Apparently, I have this thing for numbers, and I did well in the industry. I made a good name. I was around for a while, and then just grew disenchanted around 2007 after the financial thing and the role that a lot of the leaders in the industry played. And I said, that's it. You know, I'm going back to nature. So I do a lot of investing in agriculture and alternative proteins and wind power and stuff like that. But I could talk forever. Yo, Zach, 15 years old. Yeah, I started this when I was 19. Started in the industry. So yo, there's a great path if you like it. Just yeah, keep your head about yourself. Don't get greedy. Remember the old cliche: bears and bulls make money, pigs get slaughtered, and you have a great career the rest of your life. And with today's technology, you could do this anywhere. You don't have to be subject to employers or bosses or political the corporate politics and all the nonsense. And if Elon Musk has his way, I'll be trading next year right from the middle of the Pacific. God bless Elon. All hail Elon. He will cut the chains that bind us. What's your inside knowledge on naked short selling? I think we all are very curious. My inside knowledge, I don't know. You know what? I think the wisest thing is to think that you don't know enough. I could see what everybody else sees, and the manner in which they see it. I mean, yeah, I have some friends and people talk, and I hear things. You take it with a grain of salt, and you try to apply it to what's actually going on at the time. But I mean, how much inside knowledge you need? I mean, the rumors out there. You know what's going on, and you could see the momentum, and that's what you trade. You know what I'm saying? I mean, you could literally just sit back and read the newspaper, and that's your scanner for momentum. For whatever reason, people are getting involved with the security, and if you understand momentum and patterns, you could just get involved. I don't have to be ahead of the game. I don't have to be the first guy in the trade. I got to be in cheap and get out higher. That's it. I don't have to buy it at the low and sell it at the high. I got to do it somewhere in between in the right direction. And then I am happy, or at least my accountant is happy. Oh, you live in New York City? Yeah, I lived in New York City. I was actually born in Brooklyn and then moved to the city and spent most of my adult life there. I loved it, but it's not the same city. And you know what? After they knocked down the towers and Bloomberg was afraid to put up a big tower, I was disenchanted. Tommy Williams. Wow, that's great advice. I'm glad you think so. Throw me a like, baby. Throw me a like, subscribe. I love to talk to you guys every day. Actually, I'm having more fun talking to you guys than trading, and I'm not making any money. And we can't have that. We got to make money every day. All right, so I'm looking at a trade, and I'm going to be a little conservative with the information that I'm giving you because there's no money even in the income trades right now. There's really nothing in it. So we'll let the market churn out. It's 10 o'clock. 10 o'clock. It's trading off, and it's really not showing me anything. All right, so I'm going to take a look right now. Let's talk a little trading. I'm going to miss some of your questions, and it's actually giving me anxiety, but let's talk about how I look at the market so that you guys understand. And you know what? My software, my hardware, okay, that's not working. It's chaotic.
Connection lost.
Oh, and my charts just went down. Oh, oh. Okay, let's see if we turn this around. And we're going to look at this daily chart right now and what it's building, right? So here we go. We got lines all over the place. Ignore the lines. All right. So what do we have here? We have a nice up bar, right? We're testing this resistance. We actually just creating a resistance right there, and we have a little pullback today. If this is what the bar looks like at the end of the day, we could argue a little bit that this is a bull flag, and I'd take that. This is a nice strong move up. We're testing a resistance. We're consolidating a little bit, and bang. Yeah, the baby. Yeah, if it breaks the 233, we could hope for it to go up, right? So that's the daily chart. So that I mean, the bar has to finish for us to make that opinion, but this is what it looks like the setup is for the day. So now I'm going to drop over to my 60-minute. Where are you, 60-minute? And I'm going to say, oh, that's not what I'm looking for. Let's change that to candlesticks. High and lows work, but candlesticks are a little easier to understand. So, oh, look at that. And my software's back up. All right, so my momentum, where my cursor is right now, or my crosshairs, that's just your standard Mac Daddy, the MACD, and I like to call it my Mac Daddy. You don't have to buy. Oh, I lost connection again. You don't have to buy proprietary indicators. You could just. Oh, there you go. That looks better. You could just make do with the standard MACDs. So I got a very positive 60-minute momentum, although I am selling off. Um, so I'm still very bullish on the day, but today just looks like a, well, you can't even say it's a range trading day because we dropped off these 8 or 9 points. We actually missed a trade talking. And I'll show you the trade we missed talking so you get an understanding of how I trade. Okay, so we're pulling back. We're looking positive. I think we're setting up a divergence. I think we should have a midday reversal at about 10:30. So I'm thinking we'll probably test the 42.17, and then hopefully this bad boy turns around, but we'll just have to see what it builds. So we just said we missed a trade. So let's take a look at that 30-second again, and I'll show you the trade we missed, and that'll make it easier for us, for you guys to understand the manner in which I trade. And just bear with me. These are growing pains. I need a faster computer. I need, okay, so here we go. This is I thought I had the charts on. Let's see if we can get these on. Oh, I know what it is. This baby. Okay, 1 second. I'm setting it up. I know this is, the flow is dying here, but you bear with me. I'm gonna give you some insight into my. Oh man, we missed a beautiful trade though in SPX. Look at that. That baby fell. Okay, so basically, we're gonna turn this into this. All right, I have to slow down. Slow is smooth, smooth is quick. Okay, that's what we want. Bank, show up there. No, it's not showing up there. All right, so this is around the hour that the market usually does a reversal. You could look for a reversal, which is another trade that we could take if it presents itself appropriately. Yeah, it's going to be some time until I impress you guys. Stick with me, though. I won't let you down. Aink, 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 aink. Okay, let's get rid of this. Let me get you guys back up so I could see if you could see me. Yeah, nothing's going smooth. Get up there. All right. Naked shorts. Yeah. Nah, you know what? I stay away from naked trades. Too much risk. Um, all right. So this is not showing me what I want. We still got time. Oh my God, this is painfully slow. Let's get these global. Okay, we're about to get a whole bunch of lines on this bad boy. Think. Okay, so this is the morning range. It might be off a little bit because I didn't really follow it with you guys. So those two yellow lines you're looking at it is the morning trading range. Once it broke this, we could have entered right here. We should have entered right here, but I was gabbing. I was celebrating myself. 42.28, round 42.28.13. And we could have all the way down. So you figure you did at the money options with this strike price, you're probably looking at 0.5 delta or a 50 delta, and you would have picked up half a buck for every buck this moved. So you're looking at roughly 11 points. So figure you would have picked up 5 points. That's $500 a contract. I mean, if you just took a taste on 3 contracts, yeah, you would have picked up $1,500 in the time span of 9:52 to 19, so 20, 30 minutes in a half hour, $1,500. You know, it's not a bad day. Okay, so we talked about a mid-morning reversal. Right now, I'm kind of seeing an inverted head and shoulders building, right? So arguably, it's a little cheesy. We could say that this is the shoulder line, this is the neckline, right? So we want to see it come back down and test this area right here. I'd like to see it come down to 2102 and then break at the 2267. And that's a conservative entry. I if I wanted to be conservative, I would enter breaking the 2238 rather. If I want to be aggressive, I'm going to see where it comes down, see if I can see a bar that gives me an indication that the buying is done, and then maybe take the entry on that. Or it could stick us in the rear end, just give us a single bottom and then take off, which that sucks. It's hard to catch. Anthony, I'm teaching you my ways, baby. You just got to stick with me, man. And I'll take any input you got. If I'm not being clear, let me know. If there's something you want to know, let me know. And like the hell out of me and subscribe, and I'll do my best, man. I'm oh look, see, okay, so S&P is pulling back. It's pulling back. I think I might test this out. Where we trading? We're trading at. I'm going to look at the 4,200 calls with a strike price of the strike price. I'll take the nearest strike price. If you guys understand calls, if you don't, there'll be plenty of time, and I will explain that. Don't do it if you don't know it. Okay, so we got a 2011 call. Nope. We have a June 7th call. So I'm gonna. Look, it's giving me the one bar. Okay, break in this 42.22. I'm gonna take a 42.10 call, and I'm gonna go long. I just took a test with two calls, and it's pulling back 1, 2, 3. Come on. Can you go to AMC? I'd love to hear your take. Yeah, give me a minute on AMC. I mean, my take. Yeah, what's to take? I'm in a trade right now. Um, the baby's got a lot of momentum. Oh, it didn't really hold a high. It looks like it's building a head and shoulders on the 1 minute chart. But if you're not day trading that, don't worry about it because there's buying in this thing. 72 is the next place I'd look at it and reconsider how big a position I'm holding. And then breaking 72, I'm looking for about 100, 125, and only because that's a psychological number. That's what people come on, get up there, S&P. That's only because, and that's rule number one. Don't get emotional, right? So that's the first rule I broke. So anyway, I'm looking at 100, 125 because that's a psychological number. The 100 is the psychological number. The 125 is kind of a whisper number. So I want to see it break that high that it just recently made, and then I would jump over to the chart, but I'm so slow that I won't get back in time to monitor my trade, and I'm in a trade right now. CB4 Canes. But if you stick around, I went through it this morning, but I'm happy to go through it again and take a look at it. I'm looking at it on another computer that I can't share with you guys. But I mean, intraday, it's just choppy, and I don't really know where it's going to go. But I like the dailies, and that's what we're worried about because that's the longer term move. The dailies telling me that it's going to go. So it looked like it had a bunch of inside bars on the daily. If you're looking at a chart with me, yeah, I mean, just look at your daily. You can see the inside bars. It broke the inside bars, right? So theoretically, that should stop moving. And the next resistance is is 7404. And the theory of the break on the inside bar doesn't fall apart on us until about 4580. So right now it signaled a trade on the day. So anybody who wanted to get into this would have been justified getting in at a break of the 58.56 roughly. And the next test is, and I'm not dead on the numbers, but I think I'm within the spirit of the trade, so you should understand what I'm saying. But the next test is 72.62. When it gets to 72.62, then we got to look at it and say, where's it going? But yeah, you asked me, this baby's going to 100, no problem. No problemo. I wish my little brother would start learning to trade. He's 18 and you're 15. Good luck, kid. Don't quit. No, Anthony, I'm not 15. I'm a whole bunch of 15s. Um, unless you're talking to the kid who said he was 15. There's a kid out there, Zach. There he is, Zach. Okay, cool. Maybe that's who you're talking about. Get Thinkorswim has a lot of learning tools. Yeah, Thinkorswim is an excellent platform. Excellent platform. And you know what is that? Investopedia? I mean, that can answer all of your questions. Investopedia. Okay, so anyway, I forgot. I'm looking at this trade and I'm getting hurt. But it looks like it's making a nice reversal. What time is it? 10:29. We're in the hour for the reversal. So I'm going to stay in this trade. If I break the low of the day, I'm going to close the trade, take the beat, and I'll make the money back later. Greco Financial Institute. Yeah, that's pretty good. I want to thank you. Uh-oh, I'm getting jealous. Zach, thank me. I want to thank you. Nope, no singing. This is not a singing channel. Okay, so S&P entered consolidation, and we should get the turnaround any minute. Unless today's just a bad day. My momentum looks good. Come on, baby. Oh man, I'm so slow. So slow. All right, let me reduce this screen so I can see what's going on. My 5-minute momentum is still pretty negative. My 2-minute momentum is turning around. I look like I'm making a nice double bottom on my 2-minute, and I'm talking about the S&P. This is just my intraday trades. You know, this is just my short-term trading. Yeah, I'm gonna try to pick up a few schnoikies and call it a day. Actually, let me look at my my spread trade and what I want to do here. I'm talking about. There's my puts. Oh, wow, 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 wow. This is 4,200. I don't know if I really like this trade. No, I don't like this fucking trade. Oops, excuse me, everybody. Okay, that's because my data's wrong. All right, what am I looking at? Excuse the silence. Everybody talk amongst yourselves. Oh, that's nice. But there's nothing in it. Psh, can't make no money. I'm about to get stopped out of this train. Although there's a divergence. Nah, you know what? I'm holding this thing. Because my 1-minute chart is showing me a divergence. My 2-minute chart is diverging. Let me show that to you so you understand the divergence. I kind of entered this a little too soon, but we could take that because I just purchased more calls. All right, so here's my low. Here's my momentum all the way down here. I retested this low. My momentum is higher. That creates a divergence. This is a nice nice bar. Breaking this is a good entry. So it's good entry at 220.34, and it's reversing. That's all right. That's all right. What do we got? Tesla selling off, Amazon selling off, Composite selling off, SPX is selling off. You know what? We might have to change our view for the day. Let me just take a look at something. No, daily charts are still positive. 60 minutes still positive. Yo, that 30-minute is phenomenal. Yeah, I'm looking for this position. What do we got? 26 minutes left. All right, we got to let that 30-minute bar change. All right. So I like this. I'm going to take a position or add to my position. At 220. This is very risky entry right here. You want to be conservative. You don't go long until it breaks the 42, 22, 62. And then you'll hit a little resistance around this 24 mark. But ultimately, you could probably see it retest the open, the 29. So, we're looking for about 7 points on that trade. I just got into some right here. This is looking a little scary, though. It looks like it's creating a new low. If it creates a new low, it's going to test this bottom again. Momentum is starting to get flat. Man, this is just summer market, man. Summer market will just bite you in the butt all the time. That's why we like the income trades. But there's no money in that baby either. Oh, okay, that's why. Wrong day. There we go. There we go. There's some premium. There's some premium. Okay, so okay, that's the 16th. We're looking at the 75, right? Looking at the 75. I'm going to try that. 3. I'm looking for 90 cents. Let's see if we can get hit on that trade. Hope today doesn't turn into a debacle. All right, so on the S&P, we got a bear flag on the 60-minute, but we still, I mean, that bar just started. We got an hour before that bar happens. All right, there's really nothing happening. So we'll let that churn out. Let's see if we can get some AMC up. And for all my AMC brothers out there, see what AMC looks like. AMC. It's just fun, fun, fun. Oh, check it out. Check it out. Check it out. Hey, Zach, you could well, Ninja you got to pay for. Oh, you know what? If you're not trading, Ninja has a good simulated platform. Um CB4 Keynes. Look at you, huh? A little marketing. All right, cool. Josh Coy got work stuff now. We'll check you out later. Happy trading. Hey, thanks, Josh. Hope you liked me. Hope you subscribed. I got lots of hopes. Let's keep hope alive. Anthony, Weeble sucks, bro. How can you even suggest Weeble? Because they give out free stocks. If you worked at a firm. Weeble's one of the best trading platforms out there. Well, yeah, hey, you know what? What's good for you is good for your world. Anthony. This in your heart. But I hear you. Might as well recommend Robinhood, right? Oh, look at Reuters consolidating. Not Reuters. The Russell is consolidating. S&P is trading off. What is dragging the S&P down? Financials are up. Energy is down $1. That's not dragging it down. What is It's got to be healthcare. I don't have a healthcare indicator up, so I don't know. Tesla's down 12. Amazon's down 6. Composite is moving up. This is the reversal, by the way, that we talked about. Okay, AMC. It's really just in a trading range, but it's showing a reversal. The momentum is fading off. We just need this to turn around on a 1 minute. You know, and just understand everything I'm saying right now is just a short-term view. It's got nothing to do with what's actually going on with AMC. You can make short-term money inside of AMC's trading range right now, or we could be looking for an entry. If anybody's looking for an entry, we could see that. You know, in the short-term trade. As far as the day goes, I mean, nothing's changed. You know, we're looking for. I think we were looking at a bull flag. Look, yeah, yeah. So we got the bull flag that triggered right here. You know, ignore that line. We'll just get rid of that. The bull flag triggered right here. So you know, it's telling me you could enter. This is where I would put my stop if I'm trading this flag. So this should be a good entry. It just needs momentum. You know, you had these inside bars that created breaking this. This was an inside bar, breaking this inside bar. This all indicates to me a long move. You know, the only thing that I fear is this gap right here. You know, it could come back to fill that gap. I mean, that's scary, but based on the reasons this is trading, you don't really have to hold true to that philosophy. Whatever floats your boat. All right, gentlemen, let's focus on trading. Let's make money. There you go, PR, Yeti, my kind of guy. Make money on many platforms, do you? Are you asking me? If you're asking me, LL Divine, yes, I make money on many platforms. Actually, what I'm showing you is not what I'm trading on, because I have this streaming on this computer, and it keeps kicking my software out. So I'm trading on a different computer until I get my infrastructure right. And that depends on how many people enjoy me and how many haters. Always got the haters. Maybe that's our goal, man. No haters. Um, what are we doing here, Mr. AMC? All right, I'm looking at the 1 minute, and let me just jump this over to a 1 minute so we could talk about this. If anybody's looking for an entry, um, and we don't want to force the issue, this shit's got to roll natural. But this 1 minute is showing me a divergence. But this. I mean, this could argue a reversal pattern. You know, breaking that right there where my line is. I'll put a yellow line there. Breaking that, I mean, that's an indication that it's going to come down. And we got an early morning gap to yesterday's open or Friday's open. So I mean, it's not inconceivable that we see 48.87 on this, which would be a nice entry. Mm-mm-mm-mm-mm. Yeah, right here we have a divergence. If you wanted to take an entry on the long, you could enter at that 55.98. But I don't know, man. I mean, my midday reversal didn't even work out too well. I think I'm just going to close that trade. And I'm still out there looking for my income trade. See if somebody takes my offer. Haters give you views. Yeah, that's true, man. And you know what? I'm like a hater magnet. So I guess I'm getting tons of views. Just gonna have to enter myself into therapy after they're done with me. Enroll myself in therapy. Ah, my other recommendation is a large cup of coffee next to you when you trade. Woo! It's hot. So where is everybody right now? Anybody want to tell me? Anybody anywhere interesting? Unless it's Weeble. Oh man. All right, enough with the Weeble. Anthony, push my channel, man. Stop pushing Weeble. What about watching on TradingView? I don't understand what you're saying. I hate Weeble. Oh, yeah, yeah. All right, cool. Yeah, I forgot what side of the argument you were on. I mean that's not trading platforms, Webull and Robinhood. I mean, you need good trading software where you're comfortable with charting. You need a good executing platform, and a lot of the big guys have it. I mean, you can go to Schwab or TradeStation or you know Sink or Swim. Those guys have good trading platforms. You know, the charting platform for me is what's important, and that's why I use NinjaTrader. Um, Check out Day Trade the World on YouTube. Those guys are good. Day Trade the World. Um, um, yeah, I don't know. Hey, but Zach, my recommendation to you is lots of reading, right? There's always bias in the industry. People are trying to move products and you know, get likes and all of that, right? Read, 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 read. Read all the old school guys. Learn about price action if you want to trade. Like what we're doing with AMC, that's not real trading. I mean, it's momentum, and you come across those, and it's actually happening, and you're making money doing it. But it's not how professionals make a living. And if you want to be a pro in this industry, you got to understand price action. So even when you come across these AMCs, you know when to get in, when to get out, you know when the party's over and things like that. And when situations like this don't exist, you know how to make a living in the market. And that's what's important. When you start getting edgy about making a living, that's when you make bad decisions. So now I got to go back to monitoring my trades. So yeah, you know, all these sites are great and everything, but you want to understand price action. When you understand price action, you want to learn about setups. Don't worry about all the magic indicators because there aren't any. Um, you want to learn about price action setups, and that's the signal of when to buy and when to sell. And then you add indicators like a quality of life thing that um, will kind of confirm what your price action is telling you. Oh, look at this. So, okay, so right now my price action is telling me that that S&P is going negative. If it breaks here, wait, hold it. I'm going long a couple of puts right here. There you go. It's just a choppy market. Really, we should be sitting on our hands. But if you look at the momentum's fading off, which leads me to believe that this can continue down. And I took a little bit of a hurt on my long entry, so hopefully, oh, there it goes. All right, cool. We're making money. Oh, look at that. I see. I like when that happens, when you just jump over to a chart and it just smacks you in the face. But keep going. Composites turning around. It's lifting the S&P. I think we're just going to chop around. Chop, chop, chop around. The move was that 9-point drop right up here. When it broke out of the opening range and this drop, I mean, if you stayed in it, yeah, you're in it for about 10 or 11 ticks. And who knows where the hell's this thing going? Where it's going? It's going the other way. I'm just gonna chop myself to shit today. Yeah, it looks like it's building the bear flag. Oh, I should have looked at this first. I think the best we can look at is 216. That means 42.16. Maybe 13. All right, we'll see where it's going. The momentum's still off on the 30. The 1 minute momentum has rolled. The 5 minute momentum. Oh no, that's a 2 minute. 5 minutes still. Well, it's kind of flat, but with a bearish bias. There she goes. There she goes. Okay, we're earning. Are we taking anything off yet? Where are we? Nope. Where did we say we'll take something off? All right. 217.5, and I'm taking a little bit off. Come on, give it to me. Oh, don't go back. Don't go back. Come on. The 5 minutes still negative. I'm staying in the trade. Come on, give me that 17 and a half. And it's not moving. See, it's not really moving aggressively. I'm going to take a third of the trade off right here. Make a sticky. Could be building a flag. So in a good market, like during the fall, that would have had energy. People would have traded it. But during the summer, this is what the market is. There's just no momentum. There's just no follow through. It's very, very hard to make a living. During the fall, I mean, that trade was a layout, but it still looks good. It's still the 5 minutes still negative. The 2 minutes rolling, the 1 minute's rolling. We just need another good push down. On the 60-minute chart, we got the 13-minute, 13-period EMA that's going to pose a little support. And then I think 42.13 is a good target. There it is. There it is. Good. It's got to break this. It's got to break 42.1750. Oh, it broke it. That's it. I should be getting filled on this trade, on my income trade. I'm going to take another third off right here. Got money in the bank. I got a break-even stop. And now, hopefully, this will just run down. I'm trying to hit 42.13. So basically, I went long puts, pretty close to the strike price. I did the 20s and the 42.20s with an expiration date of today, and I just took that little move down. Thanks so much. I use NT, Ninja Trader. Yeah, me too. But again, like I said, I don't use it to enter my trades, although it stayed up for quite some bit. Oh, what's going on here? Okay, this could be a double bottom, or it could be building a flag on the 5 minute. That's a little aggressive. I think I'm going to end up getting, yep, I'm taking out. One more tick, boom, that's it, I'm out. At a break even on my last third. I made money on 2/3 of my trade. David is paid. This channel too, this guy's small. He will talk to you. What do you mean small, man? I take exception. Are you speaking of my manhood? My channel size? Or my trading account? My guess 22. If so, you're awesome for being young. Oh, that sounds like a pedophile. I know better. Everyone else is stupid. Oh man, I'm still guilty of that, dude, and I'm a lot older than you guys. Yo, I am the victim of my own arrogance. But that's a hard lesson learned. You have to burn yourself a few times before you get that understanding. But let me explain something to you. The biggest mistake everybody makes, they come into the industry. Well, the biggest mistake that personality type makes. You come into the industry, you figure you're going to be a contrarian and you know better. But the reality is, whether the institutions are smart or stupid, they got the buying power to move the markets. And when they start moving the markets, all you want to do is jump on that wave. You jump on that wave, you take a nice bite, and then you get out and you make money. And you don't have to make the most money. You have to make consistent money. And that's how you survive in this industry. You know, until you're managing a hedge fund and you got billions of dollars, and you can make that call, you can move that market and have that sort of influence. But you know, if you're trying to fight the market, it's ridiculous. Just do what the market does. There's billions of dollars floating around in front of you. All you have to do is figure out how to reach up and take it. So let these guys make the moves or make the market move, and you just reach out and grab a handful of cash. So Blackberry has fallen asleep today, but I think this baby's going to be a nice squeeze. And AMC is still holding its gains, and that's what you want to see, man. That's very encouraging. But not a lot of life in the market today. You know, we had that nice 9-point move that we missed out because I love the sound of my own voice. We picked up a few stickies on this last move. We look like we're making an inverted head and shoulders right now. If we break, we're going above yesterday's trading range. So that break above 42.20 will probably move this up. I don't think I'm going to trade it because it's just too choppy. I think I missed the move of the day for my style of trading. But I am going to try to get my income trade off, which it doesn't look like is really happening. I need another good push down to get that trade off. Toss, yeah, Toss is a good trading platform. Bollinger Band strategy. Ah, dude, you don't want to do entries on indicators. You want to do entries on price action. You want the indicators to confirm that your price action is correct. So when you look at a price action and you say, okay, I look like I want to enter here, and you look at an indicator and it's supporting you, then that's it. You could use indicators for targets. You know what? You can do anything you want. But I mean, this is basically how I looked at it, or how I look at it. Oh, look at that move. That's nice. S&P pushing up. Blackberry just chilling. Joshua Coy. Ah, thank you. Who you thanking, Josh? You thanking me? Anybody paying attention to me? Think or swing. Or is this the Anthony channel? Oh, Anthony. That's it. You get a Christmas card from me, buddy. Promote my channel. Zach. At Anthony, Chapter 1, Defining Variables. Zach Attack. Only a few guys chatting here. No. Yeah, see, S&P broke above yesterday's trading range, popped for a buck, and then turned around. We're not going to have any good movement. I think the S&P has shown us what it's going to do for the day. Like I said, I could use another pullback to try to get in that trade. BB is just chilling. I'm tired and I want to go home. Where are we? 22. If I was at 90, it's not a bad move. Right? What are we looking at on the 30-minute? So the other thing, Zach, is you want to learn how to trade on multiple charts because each chart tells you something else. So you develop your bias on a higher end chart, and then you here, let me show you something. And then you do your entries on a lower time frame chart. So here I'm looking at the 30-minute chart. You know, I got this nice hammer building. If this closes, which is closes in 48 seconds down here, a good entry is a break of that hammer right there, right? My momentum's not really supporting it, but this is kind of a reversal bar right there. I mean, it could very well eat up its tail and go right down, but I'd look for a short entry. Oh, and I love the way this thing is closing right here. As a matter of fact, I think I'm going to wait for it to close, and I'm going to take that trade. My 5-minute momentum is reversing. My 2-minute momentum is very bullish. My 1-minute momentum is very bullish. I'm bullish for the day when I look at my daily charts. So I'm liking bullish trades. Oh, there it is. There it is. There it is. A little early. I'm going to, oh, I think I might not get hit. Come on, trade back here and then hit me. Oh, am I going to miss the trade? Oh, here you go. Okay, get me in, get me in. All right, I'm in, and I'm trading the 42.20s with today's strike price. And usually on a 30-minute chart, it kind of trades back on you a little bit. It's not uncommon, so we'll let it go. And don't doubt that I'll see 42.20, but I like what I see here. I like this pattern. What time is it? 11 o'clock? It's getting close to lunch, too. That usually gets a little sleepy in the market. Come on. That 30-second momentum is good. It's positive. My 2-minute momentum is positive, or at least bullish. My 5-minute momentum is bullish, although I may be able to make another bottom on that 5-minute. Come on. I need to get over 42, 22.60 for that trade to start running. The Russell is pushing up, is positive for the day. The composite turned positive. The only thing that's negative is the S&P. What's the Dow doing? The Dow's negative also. But it looks like it might be turning. If the other markets keep moving up, it's just going to drag the Dow and the S&P up with it. Oh, but that is not the move right there. That's a pretty scary bar, but that's okay. We said we thought we'd see 42.20, and there it is. Oh, and that's nice. See, you like to see that snapback. But keep going. That might have been the trade to shake out the weak traders. Now let's see if it could develop a little energy. Come on. Oh. We need that composite to start pushing up. Apple's trading off. It's going to drag it down. Amazon is trading off. There's a lot of things fighting this trade. Oh, look at that gap. Oh, that's sad. That's sad. I'm going to stay with this trade, though. I like that 30-minute bar. Oh, am I 5 minutes behind the chat? Nah, man, it's my setup. I mean, I'm streaming live, but if you're talking about me, um, but my software sucks. But we'll tune that up. Oh, Reuters is reversing. Russell. There's no consistency now. See, I don't like that. You need everything flowing in the same direction to get a good trade off. I should have held out for that 42.20 when I saw it. But I think this is a money trade by the end of the day. It feels like it wants to make that move up. We're not trading my feelings. I can use an aggressive dip down to get hit. I think I'm going to roll this around to 90 cents. No, that's where I went in at. No, I'm staying at the 90. Let's see what we do. Oh, Tommy Williams. Thanks for the accolades. Now, hopefully, the trade makes money and I look like I know what I'm doing. Or maybe today's the day. 20 some odd years of making money, and it all turns around today once I go online. And that's a trader's superstition. Like, I don't even look at my P&L during the day. I can't look at my P&L. It'll change everything for me. This trade's getting a little weak, though. I do need it to pull back so I can get into my income trade, but I am long the S&P. But I still like that 30-minute bar. I don't think I'm ready to turn that around. Although the 60-minute just traded off. We're running on the same time. And that daily looks like it's setting up a bull flag. I don't know. I think we got to stay long on the S&P right now. And let's take a quick look at Blackberry. And it's just holding its gains and consolidating. All right, so there's no drama going on in Blackberry. That's good. I'm really expecting this thing to turn around and take off. AMC holding its gains. It's not at the high of the day, but on a daily, it's building a nice pattern. I think if you entered today around 56, you had a really good entry. I mean, we still got that gap below us. I would like to see it test that 70. I don't know if today's the day, unless we get some afternoon action. Usually around 11:30, the markets die off, everybody goes to lunch, and it picks up around 1:30. Oh, and I just dropped my connection on my charts. This is awful. This trade is taking too long. Looks like it's bottoming out. This is an instant gratification industry, man, and I'm not being gratified instantly. So I'm looking at the 2-minute right here, and you see this bottom right here, right? This is a divergence. It makes a bottom right here. You see the momentum is low around the negative 490, and then it makes another bottom even lower at 17, but the momentum is at negative 293. So I mean, that's a very bullish sign. That's a good indication that this baby's turning around. This would be a single bottom if it took off. You could argue that this is an inverted head and shoulders right here, which means this is the neckline. But I don't really like that this neckline is higher than this, as far as the pattern goes. But yeah, that you can't hold on idealism. You gotta be pragmatic and deal with what you got. So this could very well be a reversal pattern right here. Um, and I'm not even moving in this soft. Yeah, I know it should reverse. Thanks. But breaking the 2217 should be moving. Ah, there you go. It just woke up. It just connected. Am I trading? Yep, I'm real time again. All right. I got the troubles with the software. Okay, but anyway, this is how I'm looking at the chart. So, this momentum is obviously bullish. This is a nice reversal pattern. It could be a single bottom. I mean, single bottoms aren't that common, so it could pull back and test that bottom again. But single bottoms do happen. Then we got to break through all this mess. The cloud kind of gives me a general sense of where shares are accumulating. Yes, we already experienced that. So, and this pivot high is forming a little resistance. This pivot high is forming a little resistance. There's a lot of resistance in this trade, but I think it'll go. What time we got? 18. Yeah, that's not bad. We're above the 30-minute bar, the previous 30-minute bar. Now we're below it. Anybody ever hear that saying? Trade till May and go away. This is why. The markets are just choppy and fall asleep, and you really fight to make a buck. If we saw this pattern in the fall, it would probably just take off right after we enter. As soon as we identified the pattern, got in, it would just take off, make us money, and we'd step out. Zach's throwing a party. I don't know if I want to show up with a bunch of 15-year-olds, man. That'll get me in trouble. You'll read about me in the paper. You'll read about all of us in the paper. When you turn 18, Zach, throw that party. I'll show you what they do on Wall Street. I dumped AMC like 40 minutes ago. AMC. Are you trading it short term, or have you lost faith that this thing's going to 100? I mean, it's not moving. You could definitely do more with the capital today than. I mean, it looks like it made its move for the day. Ideally, I still think you see $100 on this. Yeah, in and out. All right, that's cool. Yeah, you might as well bank that money. You see a good entry, you get in. Josh Coy has learned more in 10 minutes than he has in 6 months. Oh, that's good to hear. Oh, look, my trade's working out too. I'm complimented and my trade is working out. All right, maybe today is not my last day. Anybody in Blackberry? See how slow this thing is grinding though, this S&P? The Russell 2000 is up 22. That's nice, and it's making a move higher. The composite's positive 15, and it looks like it's about to break its high. Is that the all-time, the daily high, or just pivot high right here? Oh, wrong. I'm looking at the wrong, grab the wrong mouse. No, this is the high of the day, man, and it's about to break the high of the day. If anybody trades composite options, you could look at that for a trade. S&P's just a laggard today, man. BB scares me. Yeah, man, it's not an investment, but it's all caught up in the hype, and it showed some momentum, but it's got that gap at 13, which is making me uncomfortable. But yeah, I mean, I throw pocket change at these sort of trades, so it's neither here nor there. It just gets entertaining. This channel is a home run. CB4 Canes. I think that might be my mother. Yes, I'm in BB. All right, CB4 Canes. That's cool. There's some people in BB. Yeah, I mean, it's getting attention. So, yeah, why not take a piece? Just don't do something that'll hurt yourself. That Apple's got to turn around. Poor Apple. I think June 4th they're revealing a product that's going to be that's going to move this Apple. I'm not in it, but I know a few guys that got stuck in it at a high price, and they're keeping the faith. Crappy momentum. Yeah, 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 definitely. Yeah, the momentum is falling apart. But I think I saw a nice pattern. I'm not looking at it now, but I think there's some good entries on the day trade. I got faith in it. I think we're going to see a few things. I mean, it's just not screaming yet, but it will happen. Energy's just dancing around, not helping the market. Financials are helping the S&P. And I look at the S&P because that's a larger sample of what's going on in the economy and the market. I trade it because the options are very liquid. Sometimes I trade the futures, and the futures are very liquid, so you could trade it in and out. And I don't have to worry about CEOs getting caught with underage children and things like that, and all sorts of nonsense that come out from businesses that affect the movements. So yeah, that's why I kind of focus on the SPX. Gives me a good feel of what's going on. Oh, everything's turning around, pulling back. Yeah, we're range bound now. I should have taken a little bit off of this trade, but everything's still positive. That 2-minute momentum is still positive. Let's look at the 30-second. You go back to where you belong. Oh, got a topping pattern on the 30-second. So you see this high here, and where this momentum is, and this high here, and where this momentum is. It's making new highs, but the momentum's fading off. But again, we had this single bottom right here, which is really uncommon. I think we're just going to chop around for the rest of the day. I don't think there might be one good move left in the market for the day. Summertime. See a market like this, you make a few bucks early, you pull up your anchor, and you go sailing. You get into those income trades, you leave them alone while you're selling, they're making you money. And as you stick with the channel, I'll try to demonstrate the income trades more. Been weirded out by some high profile people. Did I notice pedos in the finance? You know what? I find that when people gain power and money, they get very weird, and a lot of the weirdness is can be sexual. You know, I mean, I'm not pointing fingers or anything like that, but yeah, I mean, it gets weird. Although, you know, the financial industry, Sodom and Gomorrah, or at least when I was in it. I mean, I've been out of it since yeah, I guess 2011 or so. Um, but and I know a lot of people that left because um, there's also a lot of that Me Too stuff going on there, and a lot of big guys that I knew that were in the industry long before me, um, they left the industry because the culture is just changing. So I don't know. It's weird. Any powerful, I mean, you look at politicians. Cocaine is a hell of a drug. Any politicians and yeah, you know, powerful people. I mean, it just, I don't know, it's like this domination thing, you know. um and yeah, people get weird. Yeah, officials, anybody who get even new money, man, you get money that goes to your head. It's such a hard thing to control, you know. It's just you I mean, you literally could be above the law, you know, based on how much money you have, and you gain this sense of euphoria when you feel that, and you're literally above the law. I mean, sometimes you have to go through the courts, but if you got a good lawyer, you can get away with anything, you know. And and a good lawyer is just money, and if you have money, you know, you kind of lose these boundaries. See, this is the wrong direction, this conversation, but yeah, you know, so yeah, you know, people get weird when they get money. Old money is, I don't really, well, no, I can't say that either. Yeah, I've seen it in old money, I've seen it in new money. But if you have the means to satisfy every fantasy that goes through your head, it makes you weird, you know. And that's what happens, especially in the financial industry, because the money's crazy. I mean, I had kids back in the '90s um, that, you know, I was cutting checks for 50,000 a month, which may not seem like a big deal nowadays, but back in the '90s, you know, 50,000 a month was good money, and that was their end. I mean, I've had kids that was like an average. I mean, yeah, you know, there were some guys that were knocking it out of the park, and I'm talking like when they come into the industry, you know, within their first or second year, you know, and you know, they're going home with checks with for 100,000 and a month and stuff like that. And I had one guy. He was a great guy, young guy, really good looking guy, made a lot of money. I used to cut him a check for like 50 grand. And then at the end of the month, he used to like borrow 10 grand to pay his rent. And the problem he had was, I think he was like 22, 23 years old. He had nobody to party with. So when he went out, he used to pay for everybody. And the kid would just burn through his money, you know, but didn't really think twice about it because in 30 days, he was getting another monster check. So just imagine what that does to you. And I'm talking like, you know, 50,000 now. You know, put yourself in the income brackets of a million a month and things like that, which is really not that uncommon in this industry. And yeah, you kind of get weird. My uncle became a multimillionaire because he met some old guy who is taking care of. Really blows my mind how he did nothing for his success. Well, I mean, I don't know. Maybe you know the whole story. I mean, a lot of people have looked at what I did and said, "Wow, you're lucky," and yo, felt like hard work to me. Oh, but this trade is just awful. See, man, summer, summer. Okay, I definitely should not sing. I'll definitely lose some viewers then. Yep. Money. Money. Money rules everything around me. Oh, look at this trade fall apart. Glad I just took a little taste. This is really just lunchtime trading. I mean, now it's just going to get choppy. I mean, we're looking at 11:30, and it's just going to chop around, and we really won't see anything until about 1:30. It's going to get slow and boring. Um, but Blackberry is holding on to its gains, and AMC. Let's see what you're doing. AMC is holding on to its gains. So yeah, we don't have to worry about those two positions. They're doing what they got to do. It looks like they're setting up nice daily patterns, which gives me a lot of confidence. And when you get a nice daily pattern, that move is a lot bigger than a move that would be on a 30-minute chart pattern or a 30-second chart pattern. So the longer the time frame, the bigger the move, which I'm sure everybody probably has already seen that in charts. And on another computer outside the view, I'm just switching over to a daily on. I'm looking at BB and Blackberry, and it's making an inside bar, which can be encouraging. So we'll see how it closes today and tomorrow. If it breaks that inside bar, either to the up or the down, that's going to dictate the direction it's going to go for that day. And the momentum looks strong, so an up move will probably retest that 20. Maybe not in one day, but we're on our way to retest that 20. If it breaks to the downside, I'm pretty confident it's going to fill that gap, and that gap is sitting at or around 1171, which is a nice place to consider an entry. I might do that. Oh, you saw that inside bar. Yeah, man, that's good to see. BB and AMC both holding baby. Breakthrough, consolidate, breakthrough. Oh, yeah. CB4 Keynes is a trader. I was thinking about buying a weekly on BB. A weekly option? Mr. Tommy Williams? No answer? Yeah, you could do a weekly. Um, Yeah, you know what? It might be a really nice trade for tomorrow. I mean, you could wait and see which way it breaks. I mean, if you're agile right now, I mean, if you're going to go long term, I'd definitely be bullish on this baby. But if it breaks that 1553, um, that's where you could probably enter your weekly, and then your first resistance will be around the high of the previous bar. And if it breaks that, we're going up around that 20 before it enters a consolidation again. Yes, option. Yeah, yeah, you could do that. I mean, I wouldn't do it today because you're going to eat up that time, overnight. And the move for me, in my mind, if I were to do the trade, the move would be for tomorrow. So if you bought it today and held it overnight, then you're eating up some premium. Weekly option. Oh my God, this is a lot of talking. Damn, this S&P. I made enough money on that other S&P breakout that I could just sit in this thing. I took a real small piece, so I could let this work out. I kind of like it. Let me look at that 30-minute again. Whoa, 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 whoa. If you guys are around for the end of the day, I'll run through the charts and see what the end of the day setups look like and give you an idea of what I think tomorrow should look like. Um, if you're around at the end of the day. I know everybody has life. All right, so I'm looking at that 30-minute bar, and that baby is looking sad. Yeah, I think I'm just. Oh, you know what? Here's the bottom, but we got 1 minute in that 30-minute bar. The momentum on the 30 is very negative. I'm looking at the momentum on the 1. It's very negative. The 2-minute actually is still positive. So, and the 5-minute is positive. I don't know. I'm kind of hanging into that double bottom on the 5-minute chart. Let me swing that baby over so you can see what I'm looking at. I mean, long term, it's looking very negative, but I'm looking for the turnaround. So long term meaning larger chart or 30 minutes. So anyway, here's my 2-minute, right? And if you look at, oh, this is my 5-minute, I'm sorry. So here's my pivot low right there. We're testing the pivot low. The momentum has a slight divergence in it. Let's widen this baby up. You know, we could be looking for a gap fill, but I don't know, it looks a little strong for that. So we're looking for this divergence. I mean, if the momentum stays above the negative 4, then we could still say that this is putting in a bottom. But such a strong 30-minute bar to the downside. I mean, a lot of people will want to jump on that bar. Such a conundrum. Well, there's no way that bar is going to change in the next 12 seconds. So, yeah, we're looking negative. Yeah, I think we're just going to have to close this trade. I see nothing really telling, aside from that 5-minute. You know, that 5-minute is keeping me encouraged. And my 2-minute is keeping me encouraged. What to do, what to do, what to do. So we're retesting the day's low. The composite has turned negative, and the Russell is staying positive. Oh, and the Dow sold off a little bit, 100 points. So there we go. We broke today's low. See, that could have been a good trade if I wasn't tied up in that long. I think I'm just going to close this, take the poke in the eye, and that's it. I believe I'm still net positive for the day. I don't really look at my P&L because it screws up my head. I didn't realize the time it was when I took that trade. Normally, I don't take trades after 11 o'clock because it gets choppy. You know, where we're looking very negative right now, and this thing could turn around in the afternoon session, you know. So, still trying to get talking to you guys and doing my trades in alignment. Might have held this trade a little too long, too, thinking we're going to test that bottom. I really should have closed this baby out when it did this. And I don't recall seeing that, so I guess I was looking elsewhere. But that is okay. See, now I don't want to close it out. Yep, I still like that 5-minute, but I've got 2.5 minutes for it to close. All right, I'm going to just chill and wait and see what it presents. Yeah, oh, okay, that changed the picture. You shouldn't, really shouldn't be trading these hours. What are you indicators on this 30-second chart? Super trend. No, not so. Okay, what is that? The Ichimoto cloud, but I get rid of all the indicators and all the other lines on it. I just keep the cloud. And basically, the cloud kind of tracks the general congestion of the stock. Like, this is like a good average price that people own the stock. So I know this is support and resistance. When you're below that cloud, you kind of have a negative bias. When you're above that cloud, you have a positive bias. And then the other one is just the MACD. or I like to call it the Mac Daddy. And really, that just tells me the momentum. And yeah, time value always decays. And the momentum lets me know the flavor or the attitude that people have on the security. When that momentum's strong, that stock's going to rip. And you take a good setup, and it's going to push to your profit, get you out, and it's done. And that's how a trade should happen when you're trading intraday. You should see your setup, it should trigger, and it moves right to your targets. And that's what happens during the fall. But in the summer months, the markets just chop around, and you're better off sitting on your hands most of the time. I digress, though. But that's all we're looking at. This is just a quality of life indicator that shows me the low of the day, so I know that we're breaking the low of the day, and that's just a trend line that I put in. That yellow line is a trend line that I put in. So breaking that trend line, this baby's turning very positive. And based on where the cloud is, just coincidentally, it's hitting that trend line. So that kind of confirms the accuracy of that line to me. So basically, I don't rely on, I don't do crossovers or anything like that. I don't rely on indicators for my entries. I just look at them to get an idea of how good my entries are. My entries are based on price action. So, based on what the price of the stock is doing and a little support and momentum, that's how I do my entries. Like right here, this is making a double bottom. It's going to break this bottom. Um, if I was trading aggressively right now, I would take that break, and then if it turned around, I would close it. And then I would take this break right here, and if it turned around, I would close it. Um, the change in this momentum is giving me a divergence. There's a 30-second chart, and this low had more momentum than this low does. So that means that really everybody's not interested in pushing the stock down. But nothing's 100%. It could go either way. That's why you have to put stop losses in. Great question. I'd love to hear the answer as well. Did I miss something? Thank you for talking to us. No, it throws off your rhythm, but you'll get the rhythm and grow the channels. All right, cool. I appreciate that. Gotta go do work stuff. Okay. I rang the bell. He has tons to offer in knowledge. Oh, man. I'm going to name my next kid CB4 Canes. I have to. Was just curious if there was going to be a schedule or and he felt like it. Oh no, I'm going to be up every day if that's what the question is. I'm going to be up every day. I guess I'm going to try to make it at about 8 o'clock because I set up my day and I look at some news and things and what's going on, and I'm going to do that right on screen so everybody sees how I set up my day. Um, Hold on, Vince. I'll answer that. And then at the end of the day, I kind of look at what the day looks like, what I'm expecting for tomorrow, and then when I open up tomorrow, I'll see if that's consistent with what I looked at last night, and it'll give me my bias, whether my bias is to the upside for the day or to the downside, and then I'll try to focus my trades on the upside or the downside, depending on what my bias is. So I'm going to try to hit this every day, and starting at about 8 o'clock, and then wrapping it up at 4 o'clock and then go fishing. Um, any streaming schedule. So hopefully I'm answering that question. Yeah, I mostly trade the S&P 500. I invest in all different types of companies. Um, Ever since I left the industry, my primary focus, as far as business goes, is I look at environmentally conscious stuff. I have a lot of interest in alternative proteins, and I'm interested in clean energy and water, and some agricultural interests. Maybe outside the market. So that's the stuff I look at. Thank you. I'll be checking you throughout the day after my meetings and hitting again tomorrow. Willing to absorb any knowledge you want to give. Yeah, man, I want to give knowledge. I could use the positive karma. So anyway, yeah, we're gonna try to do this every day. If people are coming back and talking to me, yeah, I'll do it. I mean, I've got to get myself organized with okay, look at that nice double bottom right here. On the 32nd, you see that? That's the low, the red line showing the low. It tapped it twice. The momentum's moving up. A nice conservative trade would be breaking this 42.18. The problem is that this time of year, especially this time of day, you don't get a lot of follow through on these trades, which is what chops you up. That's why people lose money. They keep taking a setup and it goes the wrong way and they close out and we just got chopped up on the last move, you know? So if the market is moving well, I mean, this would be a good trade. And then you're looking at your first target of 42.20, which I guess is only 3 points, but on an option contract, you're talking about a buck and a half, which is $150. I mean, 10 contracts, you pick up $1,500. So you get out on half, take 750, and let the other half run. However you guys manage your risk. But here, look what happened. I mean, you had these nice strong bars up, then it turns around and it trades off. There's just no follow through. I mean, this is why I do the income trades because I might have been a little skewed in my decisions because I'm talking to you guys, but it just chops the hell out of you. So now we're breaking the low with a momentum that's saying that this should go up. So it'll probably break the low a little bit. Somebody will get in here, and then it'll turn around, and they'll close their trade and get hurt. So today's really like a sit on your hands kind of day, or if you have fixed income trades that you could do something conservative. But for the fixed income kind of trading that I do, a market like this is good. If it goes nowhere all day, then time gets eaten up in options, and you end up making money. And it's a nice way to trade. At least every day you're making money, and you're not trying to find that trade to make a living. And that's where you get hurt. You're trying to find a trade instead of a good trade jumping out at you. So, here you go. Now the baby's breaking low, which is obviously another trade. You have a strong bottom. You have two tests of it, and then it breaks through that bottom. You should take that trade. But you want to see a nice negative momentum. And yet, this momentum turned around on me. If the momentum was here when it broke through, then I'd say, hey, that's a really good trade to take. But now it looks like it's just going to chop around. Probably retest that. This will just frustrate the hell out of you. So it's good to look over at your Blackberry and say, yo, that baby's still up. And you look over at your AMC and, oh, that baby's still up. And you look over at your income trades and be like, yeah, I got executed. I'm going to make some money today. Keeps you off the liquor. But I didn't even get hit on that trade. What the hell are they holding out on? I'm wondering if I should. What is it, 2015? I'm looking at a 75. That's all right. I'm good on that trade. Watch you fishing tuna. Oh, what you fishing tuna? No, I was just kidding. I'm not going fishing. Actually, I'm up in the mountains right now. I'm usually on a boat and making my way around the world ever so slowly. But I got a place that I hide out in up in the mountains, and I'm up here getting ready to head back to the boat. But I catch down there a lot of striper. I catch a lot of flounder. And I got some crab traps out. And I'm very particular about what I put in my body. And I like clean meats. I only eat grass-fed, grass-finished meats. I do some hunting. Some people may be opposed to that, but it's the only place to get real healthy meat. What they sell in the store is just toxic to your body. So I eat a lot of game meat, and I catch a lot of my proteins, and I even have crab traps out. I mean, I could be eating crab like 3, 4 times a week, and I don't mind that one bit. It's delicious. I'm in the state of confusion. Mr. Williams, one thing about being an off-the-gridder recluse, I like my anonymity. So I guess maybe one day I'll tell you where I'm at. I'm in the States right now. I'll tell you that. What's your thoughts on COVID jab? I don't understand. Oh, the vaccines? Well, you know what? I had due to my finance lifestyle, um, at a young age, I had a heart attack, and I mean it's like old news. I mean, I could run 6 miles, and I'm in fairly decent shape. Um, but because of the comorbidity, I decided to take the vaccine. I mean, normally I never get sick, and I mean, I don't catch the flu. I mean, I never miss a day of work, never have. But due to lifestyle choices, I ended up having a heart attack. So I figured, okay, I take the vaccine because people that had heart attacks were just dying from this thing, and I didn't get any side effects. So I think that the COVID jab is subject to your own health or your own life cycle and what you went through. If I didn't have that issue, I wouldn't have taken the vaccine. Yeah, and even if I caught COVID, I'm very confident that my body is strong and healthy. It would develop the antibodies, and I'd be fine. And I think that's a large case. But doctors are trained to do something. And I don't agree with the philosophy, and that's why they promote this stuff. And the reality is that they issue acute care to chronic issues here in the states, and it's the wrong environment. And if you think about it, if you had a tree that was sick, right, you don't treat the leaves, you treat the environment, right? You make sure the soil's healthy and that the nutrients are right, and they don't do that here in the states. If somebody's sick, they're obese and they're drinking and they're unhealthy, they issue them drugs. You know. Oh, excuse that. Um, I think that the first step should make sure that they're taking the right things into their body and their environment is healthy. If they're drinking sodas, eating sugars, eating grain-fed meats that are full of carcinogens, why are you issuing drugs? Drugs should be the last resort. Your body should take care of your body. But this is my philosophy on it. But and you know what? I live like that. I raise my animals like that. My dogs live for 16, 17 years, and they don't eat grains. They very rarely see a vet. I mean, really never. And I know it's against the law not to vaccinate your dogs, but those vaccines are carcinogens. And my dogs live a long life, never suffer from heartworm, never suffer from rabies, and they're always healthy. And I have a 13-year-old hunting dog that everybody thinks is a puppy, and she still hunts at 13, man. Yeah, Well, she was a hunting dog, but now my kid turned her into a lap dog. Oh, good. I think like, oh, all right, dude. Yo, like-minded people stand together. I mean, me ranting like this by myself, that's just a lunatic. We get enough of us together, and it's a movement. You don't want me to start ranting though, because I love pontificating. You're thinking Virginia? Yeah, you know what? It is poison. Anything that nature didn't make that goes into your body, that's poison. I can agree with you. But it's just like trading, man. It's risk reward. You know what I'm saying? I mean, the probability of me dying from getting a live virus in my body was too great because of my comorbidity. So I said, okay, you know what? I'll go with the vaccine. I did some homework, man. I understand how they designed the vaccine, how they created it, and I liked the concept. And if you look into it, it's pretty cool. They don't use a live virus. They use a protein that has the blueprint for the virus, and your body makes antibodies off of that. And I mean, it's really cool technology, and I'm comfortable with it. You know what I mean? And I did well with it. I mean, I really had no hang up. But hey, I see people that have problems. Um, Pontificate away. Yeah, man. um, so yeah, I know where you're coming from. And I wouldn't have done it. Like I never take a flu vaccine. I mean, the flu's not going to kill me. Yeah, if I'm sick for a little while, I could live with that. My body will build up an immunity and I'll move on. Yeah, but I never get the flu. So yeah, you could rely on your body. And I'm healthy. I mean, I'm outside a lot. I'm very active. And I mean, I'm not a young guy. I mean, there's certainly a lot older people out there, but yeah, I'm not an old guy. I'm not a young guy, and yeah, just a guy. But yeah, I keep myself in good shape. It's important. It's important that you're a good animal and you don't forget that you're an animal. And everything relates to it because you know what? When we're trading, we're trying to be good predators. And in life, you need to be a good animal, man. Live close to nature, understand your body. I mean, you don't see obese lions and tigers, and yeah, it's just not natural in nature. You need to respect your body. You need to pay homage to your body. I find that's very important to me, and I live better. I'm just happier when I can move. I move quickly, and the vax makes your body make spike proteins. Spike proteins are the disease. Um, I don't know if I follow that line of thinking. Um, the disease is a virus; it's an actual virus, and I believe that they take the spike protein to get the blueprint to make the vaccine. Um, you know, hey man, if you have no comorbidities, um, I'm all for not taking that vaccine. Don't take it. Your body can endure this. You're fine. The reason people are dying is because they're just unhealthy. Their body can't fight off this virus. I mean, if you look at the people that they've shown, and everything obviously is a generalization, but if you took a large sample of all these people who died, I mean, they're obese. They consume huge amounts of sugars and processed foods, and they're not fit. This is natural selection, man. This is what the world does. This is what nature does. They take the hardiest, and that's what survives. That's what benefits a species. And because all the drugs and garbage that we have, we've created a very weak species, and we can't endure these diseases as a species. And that's exactly what you're seeing. You have large biodense environments like cities and stuff like that. You have an introduction of a virus, and you have an unhealthy population. Boom, it's natural selection. It wipes all these people out, and those that survive are the ones who can naturally um, fight off these ailments. And it's gone on for 10 million years, and that's how we've evolved to be the people we are. I mean, it's just simple logic, but everybody is just caught on the medical industry. It's a big industry in this country, and yet they promote these things, and people don't have self-reliance anymore, and they bank on somebody to take care of them. Plants and trees farm us. What's your take? um Maybe I should just open a webcast and forget about training. Yeah, you know what, in my view, um we come from the earth, and it feeds us, and we get our food from all of that, and we have absolutely no respect for it whatsoever. And I mean, it's a tantamount to a god, and in any religion that you are, would you go into the churches and start throwing trash in your church and poisoning your church and things like that? No, you wouldn't. You know what I'm saying? And yet we're animals, and we need to live like good animals and respect the earth, respect where we get our foods from. I think only 10% of um, the water in the world is potable. And we're dumping billions of gallons of toxins into the water. And people of power love that because they're going to control the water source, man. So, it's just a matter of time before you cannot get water unless you buy it from somebody. Um, and when you consider that only 10% of the world population have access to good drinking water, I mean, they're on their way, man. They're on their way, and that's why these guys are trying to buy up Patagonia and stuff like that because people are hoarding water. And it may not be my lifetime, but it might be Zach's lifetime that this dude is going to pay dearly for water, and I feel that, and I positioned my family where they're going to have easy access to that resource, which is actually an asset in my mind. And they're going to have um, large access to that sort of asset. You know, seeds, man, you can get me going. I don't even want to start ranting because I'm telling you, the government's going to be knocking on my door. Yes, dude, I got to stop reading you're going to get me in trouble. I've been through this before. I'm not here to change the world. Um, but hey, you know what? The more people who see it, the better off we're going to be for it. And everybody's got to wake up. Mr. Keynes. Yeah, but let's keep this a trading channel, man, not a rant channel. I'm going to be fighting off Putin and Biden and China. They're all going to be knocking on my door. Look, we're making another double bottom on the S&P. See, we broke that. It really should have ripped and been a nice trade, but it chops down a little bit and it goes up. And really, what I'm finding since maybe the middle to the end of March is setups will break, run 2 points, and turn around. And then the setup to the downside will break or trigger, run 2 points, and turn around. It's just chop, 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 chop. It's this is a really hard market to make money in. But Blackberry is holding, and AMC. I'm not really in AMC, um, but it's holding. It's holding its gains. Okay, cool. That's what we want to see. Let it close out the day, hold its gains. I wish this guy would hit me on my income trades, and then I'll feel good that I'm making money. And they're just being greedy. Gina, I think nobody's saying anything. Is it just me and you, Chance, Keynes? Is there anybody out there? Oh, we know Zach's out there. He's talking. Oh, and there's Alex L. Oh, he had his first one at 40 and second at 55. Wow, the second. Yo, dude, you don't get a third, man. Um, I hope you worked on that lifestyle. And you can't. You got to do your own homework. Because they're talking about you can't eat cholesterol and the whole nine yards. And the problem that I'm finding, and I like to do research. The problem is not your cholesterol consumption, and the statins don't work, and I'm on absolutely no drugs. The problem is that you oxidize the cholesterol, and my lifestyle brought a lot of toxins into my body, and I'm trying to be politically correct here. So all those toxins that I brought into my body oxidize the cholesterol, and that's what clogs your arteries. So you got to look at what you're taking in, Alex L, and see what it is that's turning your cholesterol to this oxidizing it and causing it to clog your arteries, and that's what you got to change. Um, and um, and that's what I did. And in addition to exercise, and I really find a dramatic difference in my stamina when I do and I don't exercise. Um, so okay, financials are making a push up. Really, nothing interesting is going to happen until after like 1:30. We're just in the lunch doldrums and things are chopping around. So anyway, yeah, that's what you need to look at, man. And understand what cholesterol is all about in your body. Not that I'm saying you don't understand it all, but yeah, that was very important to me that I understand what cholesterol is about. And after I had the heart attack, I started taking the statins, and I'm a pilot, so to do my medical. I had to make sure that my cholesterol was in reason, so I took the statins, although I disagreed with them. And I found that my ability to process numbers was diminished, and I could do math in my head pretty quickly, and I could do complex math, and I don't have to write it down. And and obviously, based on what we do for a living, it's an asset to you. And I had found that I wasn't able to do that, or I wasn't as sharp as I was. And as you may very well know, um, that your brain uses cholesterol to function, and The statins don't remove cholesterol from your system. It inhibits your liver from producing the cholesterol, the exact cholesterol that your body needs or your mind needs. So and I'm pretty confident that they're going to link Alzheimer's to statins in a few years. But anyway, that's my view, and I'm not a doctor, and I'm not making any medical recommendations. I'm just telling you what my conspiracy theory is. Um, so take it for what it's worth. But anyway, I mean, um, it's been 8 years since my heart attack. I'm healthier than I was when I was younger, and my cholesterol is high. And the only time I take statins is like a month before I go for my medical for my pilot's license, because they don't understand what it is. And they don't care how healthy I am. They just see that I have high cholesterol, and they'll deny my medical. Seeds bioengineered, to not allow. Yep, that's who said that. It's got to be. Yep, it's Mr. Keynes again. Yeah, man, that's another rant I can go on. Yo, and what they did. I mean, I see it all over down south and stuff. They sell these seeds to these farmers. The plants cross pollinate the natural plants, and the natural plants stop producing seeds. So, oh man, yo, I'm telling you, this is a tactic. This is a tactic, and you're not going to be able to get your hands on seeds in a few years. I mean, Mexico was suing the states because we were planting close to their borders, and it's cross pollinating their corn, and it's creating these plants that don't produce seeds, that don't reproduce, and they see what's going on. And what's interesting is Monsanto has a patent on those seeds, on that. No, you're spot on. Yeah, Monsanto has a patent on those seeds, and when they cross pollinate the other farms, they send people around to take samples from the other farms. And when they find that it's cross pollinated, they sue them for patent infringement. And how's a local farmer, going to fight Monsanto on a patent lawsuit? And it's just a move to push out the small farmer, to corner the food industry, man. And they're just burying small farmers. You don't see that shit in the news. Oops, excuse me. There goes my algorithms. You don't see that in the news. But this is why I'm a recluse, and I moved out of the industry, and this is what I didn't want to do, man. I didn't want to do to get political online and have people hunting me. So anyway, that's why I don't drop my states and where I'm at. I think I gave away too much. I mean, who am I kidding? They probably know exactly who I am, exactly where I am. Probably looking at me right now. Should I be flipping the bird to the camera? Oh, look at that SP. Okay, so I mean, we didn't take the trade. I didn't call the trade out, but just to show you, so you know what to look for. Look, we got a nice bottom right there. A nice bottom right there. It created the pivot low, and then it tested it. And you could see this momentum edging up, edging up, edging up. And like I was bitching over here when it broke this low, I was like, look at this momentum, it's edging up. So now this is a good aggressive entry right here. This bar. Let me I'll make an arrow so maybe I'm a little clearer. So this is a good entry right here, and it starts churning up. Now, in a fall market or a market after the summer, this way we don't misunderstand what I mean by fall, but in a market after the summer, it would break this bar and just boom. And that's it, man. We're making money in like 15, 20 minutes. But in a summer market, it does this. It chops and chops and chops. And we've seen this setup 3 or 4 times already. Okay, in a fall market, you're going to see the setup maybe once or twice a day, and it's going to have follow through. In a summer market, we just keep getting this setup and the trigger, and it doesn't have follow through. It just chops and chops. So right now we're looking at roughly 218, 216 to 218. I mean, a 2-point move. I mean, who's interested in a 2-point move? I mean, I wouldn't even want to take the trade for 2 points, although it's still crawling up, and it'll probably hit this trend line at 42.20. Yeah, so now you're talking about a 4-point move, not bad. Yeah, puts a few dollars in your pocket. But you got to take every trigger before you get in this one. So I mean, you might have lost on this, you might have lost on this, and then you make money on this, and you break even for the day.
So it's a rough market, man. Summer markets are rough markets. So at least if I'm not exciting you, I'm showing you how not to get chopped up in the market. And look at this. They didn't even hit me on my income trade. They have some drones watching you know. Yeah, probably. Well, you know what? I'm in a spot that if there's any man-made noise, I'd know it. And I'm a hell of a shot. Although they probably just have satellites zooming in on me. I mean, they don't need drones. I mean, the technology is amazing, you know. And I mean, they have the ability to monitor like a billion phone calls. So they probably applied that sort of technology to streaming, and you know, they're watching me. Nah, I'm not interesting enough for them to watch me. Into the light media. They have some drones watch into the light. Oh, are you putting the light on me, man? Throw me a little shade. I don't want anybody to know where I am. Something about Wolf of Wall Street and brokerage owner. Someone advertised you. What? 100% fact on seeds. Wolf of Wall Street. No, it's not me, man. That's not me. Have you heard of DRT boxes? No, I haven't. Dirt boxes. Stingrays. Man, don't even tell me. I won't sleep at night. That's bad for my heart too. You know, I know there's conspiracy. Yo, I know ruthless leaders are not just in our past or history. You tell me what a dirt box is, I'm going to be dreaming about it. Another thing I'm going to have to worry about. Hey, all I know is I can't wait until Elon gets all those satellites lost because I can be in the middle of the Pacific. I could see anything coming and I could trade. I'm going to, and I'll stop mentioning it. Greg from Weenie Trades. All right, I'll check him out. Put in a good word for me. All right, hey, if you shoot over there, tell him I said thank you. Yeah, yeah. Yo, they're already doing it, man. I mean, they're putting the thumb screws to the Philippines. Yeah, it's scary, man. I mean, my heart goes out to the people in Hong Kong. Quite a change of life. I haven't been to Taiwan yet. I want to get there. I'm probably going to make the move because that baby is history, you know? Yeah, it's a rough thing, man. It's a rough thing. You know, we got to watch that. I mean, you know, they're not exactly the culture that you want running the world. At least if you believe in freedom, you know. And hey, yeah, you know what? Being a off the grid guy, I am part of the free folk. Yeah, Hong Kong people are great people, man. Yeah, you know, very cultured. Yeah, you know, um, well educated, great culture. And Taiwan, you know, Taiwan's the original China. You know, after the Cultural Revolution, where Mao went in and killed all the monks and took over China, turned to communist. The original government, Chinese government, is was pushed over into Taiwan, and they set up shop in Taiwan. So that's the real Chinese culture. Um, Over in Taiwan, and it's a shame that we're going to lose that. You know, like everything we read about, all the nobility and education that came out of China and the innovation. Um, that's the people of Taiwan, yeah, and the people of Hong Kong too, because they were kind of peeled off. But that's the original government and the original people, and it's a pity, man, because the real China will be gone once they eat up Taiwan, you know. And I mean, these are my opinions. Have you heard of Jade Seal? Nope, don't. Yeah, are you gonna like freak me out about more things? Taiwan is the original seat of power. Yeah, 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 yeah. Well, the original Chinese government. Yeah. Yo, Mr. Keynes is like talking to myself, or maybe Mrs. Keynes. I guess that's kind of presumptuous of me. Hey, look at that move on S&P. You know, um, see, and that's the problem too, right? You got to take every one of those breakouts in order to catch the right breakout in this climate. Um, in a better moving market, it's like you see a breakout, it's a good breakout, and you could run with it, you know. But yeah, this is a nice move. If you entered at 17, 42.17, you're looking at 19. There's 2 points on it. It's not a great move. But if you took an aggressive entry, you'd be entering at the 42.16 or 16.28, breaking there. And you got 3 sticks on that baby, and it went up and touched that trend line right there, which is interesting. So the tone of the market could change if it breaks that trend line, you know. And that's something we should be looking for. I'm a little disappointed because I didn't get into my income trade, but my spread, let's just call it a spread so you know what I'm looking at. But it changed the tone of the 30-minute, which is, oh man, actually, I didn't even see that entry on the third. Oh, yeah, we did. We talked about that entry. It just turned around, traded off, and turned it around, right? So here we have this hammer on the 30, and breaking that hammer is the entry. And we talked about it. I think this is where we took the long, and then it traded back a little bit. And I guess it did to us what we don't want it to do, which shake us out, and then took off and made that nice move. So the proper entry, and I just closed it and took a poke in the eye because I didn't like where it's going. But I'll accept these downfalls, being that I'm preoccupied. Um, so a good entry would have been about around 42.18. The momentum is not supporting it, but if you look, you could see that the downward momentum is fading off a little bit and pushing it up. But this is a nice bar. This gives me a good indication that there could be a move up. I mean, it's quite possible it tests a low again, but this is a good turnaround. And then, you look at the 60, and a lot of traders and bigger traders trade off the 60 for a large move. And look, that's a really nice bar. That's a nice strong bar. I mean, it did this low, turned around, and it looks like the bulls have control of this market right now. Little resistance at this EMA line right here, and away it goes. I mean, this would be your next resistance right here, and then it's just clean on the hourly to move up and get back to those highs. But it is 12 o'clock, so the picture could change. We'll see what the afternoon holds for us. The Russell is up, positive. Composite turned around, went positive. S&P is dragging a little bit, down 9. But composite is showing a little energy. There's no catalyst today, too. There's no news out there. There's really no catalyst. We have a little bit of news tomorrow. We'll look at that tonight at the wrap-up. And that might be a nice catalyst to get this market moving. Get it moving. I mean, if you join me on a few trades that I did, everybody should be net positive for the day. Gave back a little bit on that last trade. And still not in that income trade. Running out of coffee. Things are getting bleak. Oh, did you enter at 42.16? Good for you, man. Yeah, you got a nice trade. Did you take anything off yet? Only two contracts? Hey, that was a good choice. Yeah, the way this market trades, that's all you should be doing, just sampling with a small piece. There will be a slew of defaults coming. Will these houses go into forbearance? Will they be sold in blocks to people who buy up default properties? Will with the banks in bulk, or will it cause ripples? Yeah, that's a big question there, son. You know what's interesting about the real estate industry right now? There are actually like private equity groups. Oh man, that's a really nice trade going on right now. There's actually private equity groups that are buying homes in lump sums, creating up rent farms, and I think that that's going to support the real estate market. I mean, I think the real estate market is going to slow down, but I don't think we're going to see what we saw in 2007. I don't think there's going to be any tremendous buying opportunity in the real estate market. There's going to be a hiccup. Um, a lot of the defaults too are because people could get away with it. They were protected by the law, and people are saying, "All right, why spend my money here when I could use it here?" And that's a general concept of business. There are a lot of people who conduct themselves like that. So once these rules turn around, you're going to start seeing people cutting deals and working it out and paying off the mortgage. So my point is that a good portion of it, maybe not the majority, but a portion of it are people who have the money but didn't really need to pay, and that's how they behave. Another portion of it is the side of the economy that took a beating during the pandemic. There are two different economies going on. You got people who were out of work, not making money, and took a beating, and you got people who got to work at home, kept making money, and didn't spend any money all year, and just acquired all this wealth. So it's a very interesting economy and situation we're in. So no, I'm not. I'm thinking no ripples. I'm thinking no ripples, and I don't see the banks hurting by it. And I think we'll see it clean up, um, or a portion of it clean up pretty quickly when people have to make their payments. Um, because that's how people are. They hang on to their cash, and I mean, business people do it. I'm sure institutions are doing it. They'll hang on to their money because they're not obligated to pay it. They'll put their money to work, and when it's time, they roll their money over and pay their debts. So that's how I see it. I was very fortunate to hear your thoughts, though. I wouldn't have if I didn't have your thoughts. Um, yeah, yeah, no doubt. I understand what you're saying. What are you looking at? Um, What am I looking at? Well, I'm looking on the screen at the S&P 500. I am looking at. I'm toying with Blackberry, and I like that. Yeah, as a fun trade for momentum. And as far as like long-term stuff, I mean, there's a lot of different things that I look at, and a lot of it's like private equity stuff. Um, Hold off on buying RE for a few months. Oh, real estate? Yeah, I'm not. I don't really like that. It's not liquid. I got to deal with people, and it's not my thing. Double dip reception coming, in my opinion. Recession? I don't know. I mean, I'd like to because I could buy a lot of shit real cheap, but I'd like to see it. But I don't know, man. Yeah, yeah. You got to consider that we are in a Cold War with China, and the weapon of choice now is the economy. And we've actually weaponized our economy, and they've weaponized their economy. And the move is to get us off of the international currency. Yeah, and China. I mean, they're smooth people. They know what they're doing. And I mean, Russia already started selling U.S. dollars, and that's the first indication that we're losing our foothold as the world currency for trade. Um, but yeah, military is not necessarily the way the world will be taken over. in the future. You know, a lot of people are beholding to China now, a lot of countries, because they finance the growth of these countries. And China has wormed their way into a lot of things. And now they're putting the thumb screws to them. And really, they're just gaining the majority support, you know. And, you know, Australia fueled that. And we actually fueled it too. We got them started in the 80s, you know, and early 90s. And I remember when it was all transitioning. But a lot of people depend on them. I mean, and they do what they say. I mean, you look at our companies, U.S. companies that ban rhetoric about China because they don't want to lose the market in China, and that's just the beginning of the thumb screws, you know. Um, um, and you, I mean, it's unfortunate. You know, this is what's going on, and really, as U.S. citizens, we should be restricting what we purchase that's Chinese made because. Um, I really don't care who runs the world, but what their values are is important to me, and I like my freedom. You know, and I don't think that they are supportive of that. And really, what I find with China, and I've done a lot of business with them, is they tell you what you want to hear until you know a certain period of time, dragging things out, and then they do what they want. And I think that that's what we're going to experience. I mean, that's what we experience with the trade agreements. You know, they just bide their time, and they have 1,000-year plan. I mean, we plan out every 4 years. They're looking 1,000 years out, so they're just patient and you know, dead traps. Yeah. So anyway, that's my view on it, and we got to watch our step. Although the U.S. doesn't like to give up power so easily. All right, everything is just staying where it's staying. That was a nice trade though on that S&P 500. Um, so if you got in on that second test of that bottom, you had a good day today. See, and look at what we're looking at. We're looking at 4 points, and we're saying it was a nice trade. Just a hard market to make money in. And that's always the case during the summer. Yeah, you know, this is what you got to look at, this choppiness, you know. And during the fall, you get volatility, but they're nice big moves. You know, there's lots of momentum in them. You can just jump in on the trade and capture a few dollars and do well. Looks like we're going to go into consolidation right here at these levels, which is good. You know, market's down 10 points. If you do spreads and options, you know, this is good. It just eats up time for you, which I have a few live, but I'm trying to get some off, and nobody wants to take my offers. Kind of screwing up my plan. Mm-hmm. 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 What am I looking at? I think it was 11. Yeah, 11. Hope I can get in tomorrow, man. I'd hate to miss out on another fucking spread. Oops. There you goes my algorithms. Bleep. No, that's looking good. All right. I got one thing paying off for me today. Don't be fooled. There's World War III. Yep. All being done unconventional. Okay. Yep. I'll take 4 points in June. Yeah, man. Yep. You know how it is. You still holding that position, or did you close it, Mr. CB4 Keynes? Because on the 30, that's a topping pattern. Looks like it's making a topping pattern on the 1 minute too. You might get another jump up, um, and you might be able to get out at around 42.19 somewhere. Oh, we're at 42. What the hell am I looking at? 42.19, 78. I guess the jump up won't really make too much of a difference. It's such a small trading parameter. Oh, I'm having trouble with my YouTube here. I'm getting an indication that my nope, no, there it goes. I had a little glitch in my internet connection, but we're streaming well now. It's open. It's looking decent. Okay, I'm gonna have to get comfortable with this. Well, yeah, you know what? I don't think I left too much money on the table today, and I did enjoy talking. But there's really nothing to say. Nothing's moving. You know what are we saying? I mean, you know, Blackberry's holding its own. AMC is holding its gains, which is good for the long term. I mean, you don't want to see it make a move up and then turn around. It's only a 9-point gain, but I like the pattern that AMC is making on the daily. I like that. Blackberry is forming an inside bar. If it breaks that high tomorrow, baby's going to make a good move. Go, baby, go, baby, go. Anybody have any interest in Virgin Galactic? Oh, somebody asked me what I'm looking at. Yeah. You know what? I took a position in Virgin Galactic. Um, I just like the industry, man. I would be in Starlink or SpaceX if they were public, but I say the next best is Virgin Galactic. Um, you know, I mean, if you wanted to do something long term, that's it. You know, I say these guys are now where EV was in the late 90s, early 2000s. Not the, you know, maybe mid 2000s. EV is electric vehicle for those guys who don't know it. What are spreads and options? Oh, PR Yeti. Um, all right, so options are a derivative of the stock. So let's just, for arbitrary sake, we'll talk about Virgin Galactic. Okay, so you cut a deal with the market that says I'll buy Virgin Galactic from you at $30 a share, um, and I could do that anytime before an expiration date. So you pick a date which they're already predetermined. So let's say you'll buy it from them before January 2022 at $30 a share. No matter where this stock is, you have the right to buy it at $30 a share. So if it goes to 60, you could buy it at 30. If it goes to 15, you could buy it at 30. Although you wouldn't bother, you would let that option expire. For that right, you're going to pay somebody a premium. So maybe you pay $2 a contract. Each contract written is equivalent to 100 shares. So you pay $2 a share for the right. So you would pay $200 for the right to buy the stock at $30 a share, no matter where the stock is, before January 2022. And as the stock, Virgin Galactic, moves up, the value of that contract is going to move up. So you could basically trade that contract just like it's an instrument, just like it's an equity or a stock. And if it goes up to $63, you're going to have $30 in value in that, which you paid $2 for. So you could buy and sell options contracts just like it's a stock, or you could go and assign that and say, hey, give me my Galactic, and yeah, I want to keep it. 90% of options expire worthless because people don't execute them. They'll just sell them back to the market, and then the market maker will just let them expire and not settle on them. So that's what an option is. A spread is a strategy of taking advantage of the premiums, where you're kind of hedging your downside. So basically, you're saying, okay, if the market doesn't move, I get to keep this premium. And I mean, that's a little more uh, um, complex for me to explain, but I mean, that's going to be part of the channel. I'm going to try to explain how to do this so that everybody's making money all the time. Um, yes, you have to dive into it before making any decisions. That is exactly what you should do every time you hear a recommendation. Um, I usually never exercise. I don't, but yeah, nobody exercises. Yeah, unless you have an interest in the stock and your capital's tied up somewhere else and you know it's going to move. And you want to take the position long term down the road, then you can lock in at a certain price, and you're adding $2. Like if you bought the contract for $2 and you have the right to buy it for $30, your actual cost on the security is $32. So you got to know that this thing's going to 40 or what have you, and you got money in it if you're going to exercise. But the return on investment is pretty good on the option if you're doing it right. You could invest $2 and pick up $30. I mean, you do the math. I like it. Thanks. You bet, man. Keep coming back, and maybe I can turn you on to how to use it. And just keep hitting those like buttons. Apparently, that's good for me. I still have to read about why. Talk about a newbie, huh? Actually, Virgin Galactic's up $2 today. Um, it had, if you looked at the daily, it had a nice bottoming pattern around the between the 10th and the 17th, and it was good entry down there. I think it's going to make a nice push up from here to about 42, and then consolidate right around there. Virgin Galactic doesn't have any earnings, so you got to try to understand the industry. But they just completed. They have a goal to start taking commercial business into space, and there's a date set, which the dates elude me right now. But it was contingent on them completing a round trip with one of their shuttles, which they had delayed a while, and that's what brought the stock down. People got nervous about the delay, but it's Bronson, Sir Bronson or Branson, I forget, Virgin Atlantic Airways. But they just completed that test run successfully, and it looks like they're on target to do their first commercial run. In addition, I mean, this is taking wealthy people up to fly around in space for a few days, but um, the U.S. and NASA have privatized that sector. So whenever they're running stuff up to the space shuttle station or launching shuttles, now they're not doing it themselves. They're hiring outside companies to do it, and that's what SpaceX, Elon Musk's company, and Virgin Galactic are doing. And there are some Chinese companies doing it, and I think the Germans are in the mix. But as far as U.S. traded companies, Virgin Galactic, I feel, has got the best shot of being a player in that industry. So yeah, it's a very young industry, but I mean, it's steady business, man, and yeah, this is where we're going. I mean, you could even see China is building their own space station. So I mean, they're looking to colonize, and we're probably not going to see it, but Zach might see it. Um, 43 subscribers. Okay. Sorry, just getting some information coming to me. So anyway, that's Virgin Galactic. Symbols are SPCE. Um, I just like the industry. I mean, I don't know what they're going to do with it being up there. I mean, governments have a hold of it, but it's definitely cutting edge. Oh, look at that S&P trading off a little bit. That's all right. We'll just float around. We're just kind of burning time until everybody gets back from lunch, which is about 1:30, and then you'll see the second session of the market take off. Um, mm, 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 mm. PR. I'm really trying to learn here. All right, cool, man. Go slow. Don't jump into anything. Set yourself up on a simulated. Trade simulated until you're consistent. And then you put your capital to work. You know what I mean? Because, I mean, your capital is precious. That's your business. And I see a lot of young people come in and, jump right into trading money. And don't worry about what you missed. Everybody does that. Oh, if I was in, I would have made this. I would have made that. You're looking at it all wrong. Don't look at your P&L. You want to trade well. And if you trade well, money is a byproduct of doing your job well. And that's how you got to look at it. Nah, I mean, um, and this climate is a rough climate to get in because, like I said, it's all very choppy. It just, things grind up and then drop down and grind up and drop down. And, it's not what you're looking for in the market. Back in the day, um, Trump used to send out a tweet and start all sorts of momentum, whether up to the upside or the downside. And for a trader, that was just glorious. It was glorious. You know, I mean, there was so much news that moved the market that you could just, you see a setup and it just moved. I mean, you could pick up like 1,500 a contract in a matter of minutes. Now things are a wee bit sleepy. But once the market starts opening, like next earnings season should be interesting. I think people are going to show a lot of growth in equities and motivate the markets. You know, Everybody's got a little bit of this inflation fear, but I'm kind of in the it's transient camp, at least for the short term. I mean, it's on the horizon, but I don't think that the pandemic or this time in our lives is what's triggering it or what's going to trigger it. I think that inflation is going to taper off once everything levels out after everybody gets back to work and back to the economy and things are normal, and away we go. Oh, thanks a lot, Yeti. When you hit the like button, people can see you in trending, and more people will come into the stream. Yo, like me, baby, like me. Into the light media. Richard Branson. Ah, thank you very much. Yes, Richard Branson. Yeah, I got to keep a picture of my mother with her name under it, otherwise I'll forget. I don't store information like that. Privatize everything, shrink government by 90%. Free market rules the rest. Yeah, I think so too, because it's a vote of what everybody wants. And I mean, it's like natural selection. If you're good, you earn, or if a product's good, it advances. So yeah, I'm all about free market. I just don't think it should be in healthcare. I mean, personally, I don't think people should be making money off the suffering of others. I don't think that being healthy should be a privilege of the rich. I don't think that I should really share that either on this channel, but hey, I can't control myself. Ethereum. Talking about currencies. You know what? Right now it's Dodge City. It's not my, cryptocurrencies. It's not my style of trading. Um, and I don't know the patterns. And I'll watch it and I'll get to learn it. It has momentum. And once I can feel the trade, I would trade it. I'm not opposed to it. As far as as an investment, um, I find it very iffy. The U.S. historically has done what it can to protect the union dollar. Um, and I'm confident that it's going to continue to do what it can to protect the union dollar as the international form of currency and trade. Um, so that's a very big variable, um, and you don't want to go up against that as far as a long-term investment. And really, I mean, cryptocurrencies are worth what they're worth because we all agree to pay that price, but it's really, there is no tangible value to it. So there's nothing protecting that downside. So basically, it's very easy for the whole thing to crumble. But the concept is cool, but I don't know if it would be benefiting those that rule, and that's where I question the trade. You know. Well, okay, you say that that we have the best medical, but that's really not the case. Like I said, the U.S. We are the best in acute care. So, if you get into an accident, have a heart attack, or need to have something fixed, we are the bomb. There's no place else in the world you would rather be than the U.S. But as far as chronic care, we rank like maybe 34. Because the pharmaceuticals and everybody are making a fortune, and they're just mismanaging people and really just getting them hooked on drugs. And there are a lot more advanced philosophies on wellness than we have here in the States. And the people you want working on your body are the people who do it because they love it. And I have family who are surgeons and doctors, and they don't chase the dollar. They are true healthcare professionals, and that's all it's about for them. And they're very good at what they do, and they're very highly regarded. And it's not about the money. So I don't believe that we have the best healthcare because of that. And you have to understand too that um, right now there's a squeeze on the healthcare industry. So really, you don't make any money going into private practice. And it's because of the regulations and the insurance companies dictating this. And that's not an issue of the government, but that's actually a tactic of big institutions to control a market. They create these regulations that inhibit smaller industry or smaller businesses from performing because they don't have the profit margins to absorb all these regulations, fines, and requirements. So they squeeze all the little guys out and they capture the market. And it reduces, in the medical industry, that reduces our quality of care. Because right now, a practitioner has to see a patient every 15 minutes in order to make a living. And this is upon information and belief. I mean, I looked into it, but I didn't drill down into it, and I'm not an expert on the subject. But um, I am a conspiracist, so I look at all of this stuff. So, so we're really beating the hell out of the industry, out of ourselves, and the pharmaceutical companies are making a fortune and just pumping drugs out, and we keep finding that these drugs are poisoning people, and they're not promoting the wellness of living, and that's the first thing you have to do, man. You have to do the least you can do to keep your body healthy, and then supplement your life with drugs. At least that's my view. It doesn't make us money trading, but apparently you guys like to take me off on a tangent. Um, so Reuters is making the Russell is making a nice move up, and it's actually breaking the highs and moving up. I'm hoping it drags the rest of the markets. The Dow is still negative by 146, and the composites positive. So really, it's just a mixed day, man. You got two markets up and two markets down. I mean, that's just not a trading environment that I like. Yeah, I like to see everything moving in the same direction. Everybody saying we're bulls, and away we go. If you look at Amazon, let's see if we can get it over here. Amazon's a good stock to trade. Yeah, normally, but as of late, it's just been so choppy. There's no interest in it, and if you look at it, um, let's see if we can pull it up. I do have internet issues because I'm not that refined with what I'm doing here yet. Yes, big business is the disease in healthcare. Yeah. Yeah, if we didn't have to compete with big business, I'm sure a lot of the smaller private practice people would be a lot more ethical than the big businesses, and we'd have better healthcare. But it's inconsistent, in my view. It's inconsistent with good healthcare. Yeah, and if you look at England or Europe, where they do have socialized medicine, the government is responsible for the health of their people. So they promote good health. So they have advertisements like, "Did you eat healthy?" Over here we're pushing McDonald's and processed foods and whatever could turn a buck, and we're the politicians are subject to lobbying, and we're making money by making ourselves unhealthy. But in England, it's a drag on earnings. It's a drag on taxes, and they promote good health because they know if they get their cost of healthcare down, it sits right in the pocket of government. So for us to motivate our politicians, we need healthcare to hit them in the pocket. The only way to do that is to have a means of socialized medicine, and that doesn't negate private medicine. I mean, it still allows the expert to practice private medicine, and you have the choice that you could go to this guy and and purchase his services. Um, and that doesn't mean that that's the best guy, because I know one of the best practitioners I've ever met in my life, and he would do it for free. He certainly would not go for the big dollar. He would probably take the social medicine job. I mean, I've seen him give away his wealth to poor people, and he was an amazing, amazing practitioner. Okay, so anyway, look at this Amazon, man. I mean, this is a good trend. The trend just hit my eye. And breaking that, you could look to enter. But you see how choppy this is? How many gaps are in here? This is just telling you that there's no volume. Nobody's trading. It's just jumping around over here. I mean, you'd be crazy to even trade this stock right now. I mean, I'm not looking at a bid and an ask, but the spread is probably huge, and it probably just jumping from low price to high price. You take a beating in this. But this, yeah, this is my gripe with the summer markets. This is what happens. During the fall when everybody's having a good time. I mean, you don't see these gaps, man. You're getting bars. Bars going up, bars going down. This is like after hours trading. This looks like nobody's taking an interest in Amazon. Come on, man. Everybody's at the beach. Everybody's at the beach. I just hit the like. Thank you, Mr. Burrell. A shout out to James Burrell. That's a powerful name. It's a shame you can't hit it more and spread the word. We get enough people here. I don't know, 100,000 users. What do I do when we hit 100,000 users? I'll give you a drone shot of my hideout in the mountains. I saw some of the people guessing that I'm in the Adirondacks. I neither deny or confirm. Any value of anything is what someone is willing to pay. Yep, that's the deal. I know I've missed a lot of stuff. If anybody had a question that I didn't catch, just throw it up there again. I'm happy to answer questions. All right. Well, anyway, that's a boring chart, that Amazon chart. Just nothing going on. Nothing going on. See, this is why I'm glad I'm streaming, because I'd be sitting here and there's nothing going on. Let's look at Virgin Galactic. I really like that. I do have a position in it. No, I don't even have it up there. Let's just type that bitch in. Oh, my computer's so slow. Come on, get in there. What do we turn out? I put SPX. What is going on here? Oh, I shrunk that, eh? Think. SP. Oh, it's on such a little delay. SPCE. All right, let's get some sponsors on this site so that we could up the equipment. I'm going to step away for 2 seconds while this loads. All right, I'm back. Sorry for the delay. I had a cat tap a kidney. All right. This is what I like right here. You know, this is, I mean, there's really no action. There's no trade today in the stock. But if you're day trading it. But as far as investing, this looks like good entry to me. You know, I mean, you're looking at this momentum. The momentum's picking up. It came off the low. I mean, this was a really great place to get in, which is where I took an interest in it. And it just keeps pushing up, pushing up, pushing up. This was a result of them delaying the test of their commercial flights, and it traded off. And it really didn't make any sense to trade off. This move was when GameStop was ripping, techs were ripping, and it made this very aggressive move up. You know, this is a logical place to enter it, where my horizontal line is. You know, just based on what the charts look like, I mean, that's a logical place for an investment on this. But if you were trading, this was an excellent trading entry to help start building your position, and you could add on around here. You know, if you were in it down here, you could start adding on in these areas. I mean, you could add on here. Testing that 62. You know, that might be a little while, but yeah, you know, it's nice. But anyway, I mean, this is something that I feel you just buy, put away, and forget about. I'm sorry, I'm being quiet. Sleepy. But that's a nice daily pattern, you know, right there. It's showing some strength. The daily momentum is positive. You know, it's a good place to get in. I mean, we could come back and fill this gap. Not unheard of, but seems kind of far away from me. I'd say there's a lot of support in here. Let's just see what that cloud looks like. Share the video. I learned a lot with you today. Be sure to share on all platforms. What do you mean share the video? How do I share the video? Yo, you got to remember, I'm a newbie. I thought I was sharing my video. But yeah, if you like what I'm doing and you like my rhetoric, then I'd appreciate it if you help me get my name out. Um, Try to get some people up. You know, try to get some a little community, someone to watch over me. Okay, so look, right here we're in a good consolidation pattern. Um, this is telling me. I mean, the majority of the shares are owned right around this area right here. So that's good support. Yeah, you know, this is a good place to get in. We start breaking out of this this 43 area, and we're going to start seeing a move to test those highs. I like it. I'm just putting it away. I'm going to forget about it. It'll be part of my estate. When I'm dead, somebody will sell this. Just nothing going on. That was a nice move off the bottom for the SPX around 1235. But we're just staying around here. We've been down around 9. We're sticking around there. Composite, the NASDAQ moved up a little bit, but hasn't broken its high yet. Russell broke its high and keeps on keeping on. Blackberry's looking good. It'd be cool if it broke this bar today. 1648. I mean, it looks like it's just grinding its way up there, you know. $15.85 is the high. And you got to love this consolidation. I mean, it just gives it strength at this this position, at this price point right here. I'll take it. I'd like to see it break this high today. If not tomorrow, well, we still got that afternoon session. That could be what motivates it. If not, maybe it'll break today's high tomorrow and then start to move. I can't argue with that momentum. Looks like people like it down here. Let's look at it on the hourly. Think. All right, so you see the double top right here. We're pulled back. It's making a bottom down here. Might give us another test of that low we're looking at right here, which is right on the horizontal line. And this is the 60-minute chart. It's not making new lows, which is good, right? You got this high right here, made this low, which is a higher low, then made this low high, and then met this low. So this is just a consolidation pattern. And if you guys don't understand what I'm saying, I mean, stick with the channel for a little while and you'll understand where I'm coming from with that. But we like to see it enter consolidation and get ready for a break. I'm trying to get my cloud up here. AMC, should I invest or wait? Hey, you know what, man? I don't know, Yeti. I don't know your parameters. And really, I'm not an investment advisor, so I'm a little uncomfortable telling you what you should do. I mean, I'm telling you what I should do, but I know my financial position. You know what I mean? Um, you have to look at what your risks are and what you can handle and what you could do. So, I mean, I really can't tell you what you should do. I could tell you how to look at the market, um, but that's the best I could do for you. But let's look at it. What you said, AMC, right? Yes, definitely share video. Yeah, he's talking to the viewers. AMC. Oh, okay, I got you. On share. AMC. Should I invest away? Dink, dink, dink. So let's take a look at AMC, right? And we know what's going on with AMC, right? AMC is a momentum move because they're putting a short on it. These guys who use Reddit to trade or promote trades are pumping this thing out. And we're not going to speak on the merits of what's going on around it because all we care about is it's got momentum and it's moving, and we want to hitch our wagon to that star and make a few bucks. So fundamentally, I haven't even looked at this company, so I can't decide for myself if I would invest fundamentally. And you know what? I'm not into movie theaters, as far as investments. I mean, I like movies, I like going, but I mean, as far as sectors, I like things a little more cutting edge. Um, I mean, if they innovate movie theaters, somehow transport me from my house to the movie theater, that would be interesting. So here we're looking at a 60-minute chart. So if I was looking at it right now, as far as getting involved, and depending on what my goals are getting involved, there's nothing here that's motivating me to move on it right now, to pick up a quick trade. If I was waiting for, if I was getting into it and expecting 100, 125 that it's going to hit that, then this spot is as good as any. I mean, you get in here. I mean, if it dips down, into the 20s, I don't care because I'm still convinced it's hitting the hundreds based on what's going on. But I mean, I would only take so many shares and absorb the risk that I'm comfortable taking. Yeah, um, so um, you could see the momentum's flattening out. So unless just big buyers step in right now, I don't see this thing moving much more. But what I do like is it popped up today and it's hanging on to its gain. So it's not like it jumped up and people are selling into that. So there's nothing telling me that the interest is over. As far as a day trade, I just don't see a day trade in the stock right now. As far as the motivation to squeeze out the shorts, nothing's changed. On the daily, um, just the break of this inside bar right here is enough to say, okay, this is where I'll enter. I would take that trade if I was trading it. What's a good entry point? Again, that's a variable depending on what your likes are. But like I said, on for the day, if I was going long, looking to get into it, trying to get that 100, 125, just that break. You see here. Let me switch to an arrow. The break right here, the break of this bar right here, is enough to encourage me to get involved. If my goal was 100, 125. I mean that's a sweet move. You're talking about a $56 stock going to 100, 125. I mean, you can't argue with that. I would put a stop down here. It could very well come back and close this gap. So I guess you've got to you got to play that. I mean, theoretically, on the setup, the stop would go down here somewhere. And once it breaks here, we just say the trade's broken. It's not going to work. We back out and look for another trade. But I mean that's 20 points. I mean, I don't know, what kind of risks you have. Oh, it looks like it's making a move now. can't see it on the daily, but you can see it down here. This is a 30-second chart too. This is just like an RSI, an indicator that it's overbought or oversold. So this is telling you a little that it's oversold, but that doesn't mean it's going to sell off. What I like is that the bars are opening up low and closing high, opening low, closing high, not leaving big tails. This is a high-low chart. If people aren't familiar with it, these are candlestick charts. But if we jump back to a candlestick on the 30-second, both. Oh, that's a scary bar. Oh, look at that, and they're pushing it back. So, yeah, it opened down here, closed up here. That's nice. All these guys are doing that. There's a little consolidation in here. This is a little intimidating. That's a pretty big bar. It's not a very big move, but it's a big bar relative to the other bars. But you could see that reversal pattern that I keep telling you about that I trade. Like if I was watching this and I saw this low right here, and then it came back and made a higher low with the momentum moving up, I'd say it's logical that if it breaks this, it's going to make a higher high, right? That's anticipating that it's changing the trend, right? So really, I mean, this is a consolidation here, and then it started an uptrend on the 32nd. Yeah, because you have a low and then a high and a lower low, you need a higher high. So for it to turn into an uptrend, it's got to do this. So I would play it anticipating that it's going to do this. And I would enter right here and pick up these few stickies. Probably take a third of my trade off right here. And then when it made this, I'd put my stop here and let it run. So right now I would put my stop right here. And this, I think, is yesterday's open. That blue line is what that represents, yesterday's open. AMC. So really what I'm explaining to you, oh, that's yesterday's high, man. That's what you wanted to see. Oh, but that happened earlier. So we're back up above yesterday's high. That's good. We want to see that continue. And then the previous day, yesterday meaning Friday. And then we want to see it break Thursday's high. But that's like 10 points away. I don't know if it's really got that energy to do that today, but it's definitely setting up for tomorrow. Setting up for a good possibility that it does that tomorrow. So again, this is a good place to get involved with this stock. I would get involved here and look for that 100, 125 mark, which I'm pretty certain. Oh, there it goes, baby. It just broke. Come on, run, 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 run. It broke today's high, which is encouraging. Oh, there you go. There you go. Let's get the... Well, hopefully you took that trade, PR Yeti. Yeah, you would have picked up a stick. And there she goes. What do we see? The 1 minute momentum's very good. The 2 minute momentum's very good. The 5 minute, the momentum looks like it's turning around to be bullish, which is good. I mean, the longer time frames turn around, and that just gives the security energy, and things start moving. No, even Blackberry's making a move. That's good, and the S&P is trading off. Oh, and the composite's trading off. It looks like everybody's taking their money out of all these big techs, putting it into AMC and Blackberry. Go, baby, go. Amazon's trading off. Energies are trading off. Financials are trading. Oh, the financials are up, but they're trading off. What time is it? Oh, it's 1 o'clock. All right, in about a half hour, we're going to get the real deal on the market. So with AMC and Blackberry moving up right now, if we get a buy into the S&P and the composite, it's going to force or give energy to these runs. And we could see something aggressive into the afternoon on this. Right now it's just lunch and doldrum, and we're not seeing anything, but it could get very aggressive as long as it keeps running in that direction. But once everything's going in the same direction, these two will definitely pay off today. Ooh, it's hot. How am I doing on my income trades, man? Nobody's hitting me, and the market's trading off. What? It's just losing time. I'm not going to mess with that. I'm just going to let it sit out there and see if anybody takes an interest. Think I want to watch the S&P again, if you don't mind, because that's where I make my money. So slow. Look at it, just hovering around that trend line right there. I bet that'll be the bottom of this move down. I mean, we're in consolidation. You could see it. Here's the low, here's the high, and then the next low is down in here, and the next high is below that. So, for this to really move, we have to break out this high area, or for it to move down, it's got to break the low of the day. The low of the day. So you see those little reminders pop up of Rev. You'll find that the market reverses usually at these certain hours. It just pulls in a reversal. And if you're a day trader and you trade within a range, you could kind of look for your setups around that hour. Just another confirmation that the setup is good. And you can enter around there and pick up a few bucks. And, all we're doing day trading is scalping. We're not looking for the home runs, those are pretty hard to hit. But you keep scalping 2 or 3 points, 2 or 3 points, 2 or 3 points, you have a pretty nice day. Which, talking, I left a lot of trades on the table, but I figure with time I'll work that out. So I've already accepted the fact. Hey, Zach Attack, you're back. I've already accepted the fact that this is going to be a lean month until I can get into the flow of chatting, showing, and trading. So make my efforts worth it, guys. Pass around my my site. Tell them to join the free folk, because the free folk make money. Well, S&P traded off, composite traded off, and it's consistent. The Russell is still holding strong, but it usually does that. It's usually contrarian or independent, does its own thing. But that's good because it's up at the highs. Now, if we get a good bottom on the composite and the S&P, it'll probably force the Russell to break the highs, which could add a little momentum into all of the markets, which is what I'm looking for. And I'm liking Blackberry, man. A little more energy. I wonder if we could hit 17 today. That'd be nice if it closes around 17. That'll be a nice healthy bar. Actually, it's triggering the bull flag on the daily. I mean, really, and it's got momentum. It really should start moving. Mm-mm-mm. Mm-mm-mm. Oh, I am getting beat on this opening trade. They're just holding out. You know you got to fill me. Just trying to make money off of my trade. Damn market makers. Good show. Cool. Zabits. Tabits. Oh, you sound like you're a musician. You got a website or a channel that I could check out, Tabits? Robotic Baby. BB just kind of broke its AMC mirroring a bit. Might get fun. Oh, I'm with you. Hey, explain your name, man. That's interesting. Robotic Baby. Or ma'am. My man's dudes, all non-gender specific, all right? Just the manner in which I talk. I'm an old dude, so I even ask you if you dig what I'm saying. Although that's way before my time. Way before my time. I learned a lot with you today. Did you learn not to put your birthday up in your name? Tomorrow I want you up here with your social security, Mr. Gill, 3089. The SEC says it's monitoring the ongoing volatility in certain stocks, vows to protect retail investors. Man, that's such a political statement. Of course, they're monitoring it. They always monitor it. I mean, they count everything so that they can control it. Protect the retail investor. So I don't know if I wholeheartedly agree with that theory. I mean, I'm kind of believing buyer beware. I mean, we're an educated society. People should understand how to protect themselves. I don't like all the big brothering. I mean, just keep the corrupt stuff out of the way. We know that people with buying power could move markets. Everybody should know that as a reality in the market. I don't think that that should be something that the SEC gets involved with. And these guys who move market create volatility and momentum, and us as retail traders should be able to identify that momentum, hop on it, and make a buck. That's it. And I don't care what you do in the market, somebody has to lose in order for somebody to win. So, I mean, that's the truth of it. So I mean, but they have to say something. They have to say something. Yeah, they're monitoring the meme stocks mostly. Yeah, but you know what? I mean, what are you going to do? I mean, it's moving because it's getting publicity. People are becoming aware. That's a manner of trading. We know that when social media promotes a stock, it's going to move. So you try to make a buck on it. We know that when companies make announcements, stocks are going to move. So we try to make a buck on it. Um, so they're saying that this sort of momentum isn't a viable way of trading, but it's a reality. It's a reality in the market that this sort of attention to a stock creates momentum, and traders trade momentum. So who cares what the catalyst is? Mm-mm-mm. And one thing we're hurting for in this market is momentum. The Russell's making another move for the highs, and it should break today's high. That would be a nice move. Although, it's a wee bit choppy, but looks like it's making a good move. Looks like S&P and composite are really not that aggressive. I mean, the Nasdaq's up for the day, the Dow's down for the day, and we're all relatively at the same spot. Where'd we open? I bet if we looked at the 30-minute chart, we really didn't do much today. And there it is. Oh, that's not it. There it is. Oh, is that crowded full of stuff? Let's get rid of all that nonsense. And all those lines, that's all resistance. I mean, that's what happens when you consolidate. You just build up all this resistance. And really, we're not going anywhere until we break above or below all of those lines. But bink, lines are gone. And 30 minutes for today. So this is it, man. This is what we did today. 42.05 to 42.33, which is not bad. You know, so it's a 30-point swing, and we're right in the center of it. I mean, we got this little gap here. Think we're going to make a move to fill that gap for the afternoon? I don't think so. I think we're going to close around here. And this is what the market's been doing. It's like opening up high and then hitting a little high and then trading off. You know, just boring stuff, man. If there was some volatility, you could trade in between this range, but we're not even doing that. We're not bouncing off the highs and lows, you know. This is the morning opening range, the first 30 minutes, and we're back inside the opening range. It's definitely not trending, where Mondays are usually trending days. Just not giving us much to talk about. MVIS, can you dig it? I can dig it. Buy the rumor, sell the news. What do you think? Yeah, man, that's well, sell the news has definitely been the trend over the past 3 or 4 months. In front of Citadel today, there was a billboard truck that said, "We are still not leaving." Yeah, that's been the trend. I mean, sometimes it's buy on news. Yeah, it seems like it's sell into news. But I'll tell you, if I didn't hook up with you guys today, I would be doing something rather pleasant right now instead of sitting here watching the paint dry. Not that talking to you guys isn't pleasant, but you know what I'm saying. Something a little more spiritual. Maybe take a dip in a natural body of water. Mm-mm-mm. Oh, my computer is so slow. Mm-mm-mm. Mm-mm-mm. So anybody got some recommendations on how I get my name out and get some attention with this channel? See if I'm good or bad at making videos or streaming. Um, Ro Oh, robotic baby. Yeah, man. Or female. I plan on doing this every day. And really, what I'd like to do is I'd like to be on at about 8:30, and show you how I set up my day, what I look at, how I try to get my bias for the day. My bias meaning like I'm looking at the market and I feel it's going to be an up day, or I'm looking at the market and I feel like it's going to be a down day, and that'll decide on how I trade. Whether, yeah, I mean, I'll be bullish and bearish all day. I'll take long trades and short trades all day, but I might be heavy on my longs and just short or light on my shorts. And that's just based on what my bias is for the day. But you have to be agile. And then at the end of the day, around 4 o'clock, I'd like to do a little wrap up and show you what I look at the end of the day to try to get my head on what I may be looking at for the following day. So, and then I'd like to show some people what I do for consistent income as far as trading goes. Yeah, and they're not huge monster trades. Um, or movements, I should say. But depending on what your ability to participate in it is, will depend on how much you make. Yeah, really, I'm just looking for 5% on that trade, and I walk away. So you do 10,000 shares, and you make a lot of money. You do 100 shares, you make a little bit of money. That's pretty much how it works. Um, so yep, robotic baby. That is the game plan, man. Every day, every day, every day. Unless it becomes a chain that binds me, and then I got to cut loose because I like my freedom. I am one of the free folk. I think that's what I'm going to call all you subscribers, the free folk, because this is off the grid trading. I don't know if you caught it, Roboticity, but I'm off the grid. I've got two hideouts, one in the mountains, one at sea. I prefer being at sea. And I just like to live a free lifestyle. And I was one of those masters of the universe type guys. And that's cool. I'm not knocking it. I think everybody should do it. But I had my fill, and now I am tending to my soul garden and making a buck trading and trying to stay out of the crosshairs of all governments. Everybody here on this chat in the States, or is anybody outside the States? People need to share. It's somewhat out of your hands. All right, cool. You can post to Facebook groups. All right, well, I'll look into that. It's engagement that drives algorithms. Also, Twitter is a good method. All right, I'll look at that. Thank you, Tommy Williams. Just say what you want on Twitter and include hashtags with whatever's trending via the topic. Male and cool. New to all this. Learning where I can. Yeah, good for you, man. That's what you do. Learn first, invest later. Came over from Matt Corns. Oh, I saw that. Dude. Yeah, they talked about him earlier today, too. Might be one to reach out to for a quick interview to get some traffic, too. All right, I'll take you up on that, man. I appreciate that. You're in the States? Yeah, that's cool. Yeah, these are the States hours also, right? Everybody else is probably getting ready for bed. What time is it? 1:30. All right, things should start happening now. I mean, we're going into the afternoon session, although it looks like everybody's gone to the beach. Everybody's out in the Hamptons, spending that pandemic saved money. CT here. Oh, in Connecticut, huh? Yeah, that's cool. Close to the water. Mr. Kennis. I hid out in Milford, Connecticut for a little while. That's a nice, easygoing town. A few good places to eat. Nice, calm water when you duck in at the marinas. Yeah, interview on Matt Kors. All right, I'll see if the dude's got an interest in me. I got to check him out, though. I mean, I got to see that I like the guy. But from what I heard, he's pretty cool, straightforward, and into this AMC trade, I believe. And EMC is holding those gains. AMC, what am I saying? I'm getting tired, folks. Might be low blood sugar. Yo, it's like summer overnight, man. It is hot, hot, hot. Yeah, I'd be the grown up in the room. Not a knock on him, just a comment. Yeah. Yeah, his channel's doing great, though, from what I just saw. Yes, on the Sound Westport. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, it's nice over there. Up 136 in the woods. Yeah. In the woods. Good for you. Good for you. Ugh. Oh, look at that baby trading off. Are we making a bottom? We testing a bottom over here at the SPX, or are we getting ready to turn around? Are we breaking it? All right, we're testing that. Look at that. It's just attracted to that line, huh? Keeps bouncing off that trend line. Where did I even get that trend line? I made that trend line early this morning, and I think it was just running across some highs for an entry, and it just keeps respecting that line. Come out, come out. There it is. There's the trend line. Yep. See, there's a double top right there. Momentum's trading off. You stay bearish unless it breaks that line. There's a nice bearish move. A good entry on that double top would have been right here. Nice conservative entry. An aggressive entry would have been up around here somewhere. It doesn't really, it's not really giving me anything that looks that aggressive, but that would have been a good entry. I did not, oh, did I take that trade? I don't recall. I took a few shorts or bought a few puts today and calls. This might have been the trade I made money on. And then there was a trade that took some of that money back, but that's all right. Still a plus day. Then look, we came up and met that line, and then we just kind of danced around that line for a little bit. Interesting how that works, eh? That's what we're doing now. We're just playing with that line, that trend. Oh, look at that. See that? See what happens when oh, that's got to be news. Somebody said something. Let's go see if we can find that news. Anybody see that news? Very fortunate for my family to own a decent strip of land, enough to hunt on and shoot when we want. Rare, and yeah, that's rare down around there. I'm surprised you don't have a bunch of neighbors crawling up your rear end, you know? I don't see any news that would have triggered that spike other than a morning breakout, afternoon breakout. I mean, there's nothing here that would even say take that trade. I guess if you looked at the 1 minute, and I was sitting there playing with the charts and talking to you guys. Oh, this is going to be a difficult way to make a living. So here's a double bottom, right? Here's where we test the bottom on the 1 minute chart. You see the momentum is stronger. You know, right here, it makes this higher high, and then boom. Oh, man, look at that trade we missed. Oh, all right, it's only 2 ticks. Can't really bitch. It looks a lot bigger because the bars are very small. But, yo, that's a sweet trade, man. Could you imagine you took that at 16? I mean, you're one off. You could take, like, a third of the trade off in 1 tick. In less than a minute, you have a third of the trade off. It's consolidating now and building a bull flag, unless it gets too aggressive. You could try to re-enter this baby on a break. Oh, it's not. It's not going to even let you in. Let's say this bar's got to close, and then if the next bar breaks this bar at 42.20.95, that's a good entry. But nope, it's not even making the flag. It's just continuing its way up. And now it just screwed up the flag. So for me, to call it a bear flag, this bar has to trade at or below this high, and that's a good consolidation for me. And then if the next bar broke that, you can enter. I mean, this isn't an ideal flag, but you could still call it a flag. And then I would put my stop right below here. So if it broke this, I'd enter. I'd put my stop below here. If it broke it, turned around and broke below it, then the trade didn't work. And it looks like well, no, it's not going up. And you could keep looking at this flag for the time being. And this is really a good indication that it's a good flag because, we started down here. We closed up here real high. This is a good solid bar. It's not a doji or what have you. But it doesn't look like it's breaking. It may break on the next bar. That the bars are a little bit choppy in the consolidation doesn't bother me. The pole of the flag, the run-up, is nice and strong. That's encouraging to me. The 2 minutes positive, the 5 minute momentum is positive. So now the flag still exists. If it breaks the 220.87, the 42.20.87, that would be a good entry. And your stop would go down at the low of the flag. But this here, this trend reversal breakout, that's the entry of the day. And if we were paying attention, we would have took that trade. Still in from that 12.16. Oh, good for you, man. Here we go. That's about to trigger. So if this triggers and we enter here, then the next test is here. So it's got to break this. Still at risk right here. And then when it breaks that, it should start running. And I guess we're at the highs of the day. No, I think I saw a positive. Can't see my 30 minute because this thing's in the way. There's my 60. Oh, I got two 60s going. What's going on? Oh, how exciting. It gave me something to talk about. Not building that flag. Might be building the flag on the 5 minute, see, because this is taking too long. So this is more of a consolidation. So that's 30-second. What do I do with the 1 minute? Oh, here it is. Think. Could be building the flag on a 5 minute chart, right? So we'll watch it. And we see the momentum still positive. This is doing a consolidation. You might see a double top right here on the 30. On the 1 minute, on the 5 minute, we're waiting for that bear flag and seeing if that'll make a bear flag for us. Bear flag on the 5 minute, we should get a nice move. Oh, the high today is 32. Wonder if we'll see that again. What are we looking at? Futures over here? US. Really not a whole lot going on. I mean, the NASDAQ is only up 21. S&P is only down 10 and change. The Dow took the biggest poke in the eye. But really, I mean, what are we talking about? Percentage-wise, we got 16%, 0.16% move up, 0.25% move down on the S&P, almost 0.5% move down on the Dow. Just a dead, dull day. Dull day. We got 2.5 minutes for this flag. It's a little aggressive on that trading, that consolidation. A little bit further than I like to see it. I mean, if you go by the numbers, it still can be considered a comfortable flag, but I would have rather have seen it just consolidate up here. We might be looking at 42.18. and I don't see anything. Um, I mean, there's nothing out there. There's no news. There's no announcements. I don't see anything that would have spiked that bar. So just trading, 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 trading. Well, this is going to be hard to talk and catch these trades. SEC says on lookout for manipulation and other forms of misconduct. Well, that's pretty much in their bylaws, right? That's what they do. Look out for manipulation and misconduct, the purpose of the SEC. So I guess they're just reiterating why they're collecting our taxes. Lack of fundamental understanding of the market. Yeah, he's a young guy. I mean, I don't know. Yeah, I mean, I'm sure he's got the best of intentions, and he'll probably just get sharper and sharper as time goes on. You know, and the more he's in it, and the more he's challenged, and the more he's questioned, hopefully, the harder he works, and the better he gets. And you know what? I mean, it's all a matter of interpretation. So I guess there's a general consistency in how people look at things, but it's all different views. Like there's that chick with the high tech fund, and she's doing very well right now. But I've seen chicks like that. I think it was Elaine Gazzarelli, and not it's not women specific, but basically people come out and they hit a few hot moves in the market and they make a name for themselves and then they disappear. I mean, Gazzarelli even made the Gazzarelli Fund, and I don't even know if it's still functioning. But that's when I was in industry, and pretty young too. I think my connection just went down. Um, and I mean, she faded away. So you get these people who call things from time to time and then make a name for themselves, and they just extrapolate that kind of exposure and make hedge funds and make money and then disappear. So I mean, you have to scrutinize who's around and what you're doing with them. Ignore the chat for 15 minutes and catch up with them. Okay, so I think you're telling me so that I could focus on my trading, but who knows which 15 minutes I should ignore? And I think this software is still down. Man, this is really pain in my rear end. I gotta figure this out. I think I'm just overloading this computer. Oh, there it goes, and now we're hooked up again. I think I'm asking too much of this computer. No, we started. Okay, so see, this is what happens, man. We get this push up, and then we drop. Although you know what, this is a better deal than creeping up and then crawling back down, shooting back down. At least we're shooting up and then we're creeping down. Not that that's anything to trade off of, but I'm looking for the silver lining. Oh my God, there's so many entries I missed. That's all right. I'll get my game on. AMC is still grinding its way up, triggering that bear flag, that bull flag, on the grind. That's all right. Everybody who's in it's made money. They're encouraged. They're staying in it. Blackberry's doing the same thing. just grinding its way up. I would like to see it break 17 today. That would look like a nice healthy bar. Oh, I see somebody, him being embarrassed. What is that? That calls entertaining. Maybe want you on for the risk of him being embarrassed. Yeah, well, yeah. I don't want to point fingers. Um, Dragon X. Oh, I love me some dragons. But I wouldn't challenge the guy. I mean, if I'm on his site, I'm a guest in his house, man. I don't want to be a bad guest. There was another guy they had on CNBC. I think he was like 23 or 24 years old, and he was spewing a load of stuff. And yeah, some of it was inconsistent, but they were very polite with him. Nobody chewed him up. Yeah, but they're also looking for that market. Yeah, they don't want to go against the new young investor who appreciates these young guys because they're looking for their future viewers. So I think they were very easy on the guy. But the guy seemed like an honest guy. He was very encouraged, very enthusiastic, but young nonetheless. But hey, that's where we all start. We're all young. Mm-mm-mm. Yo, I guess that was the move for the afternoon. This afternoon breakout, that was the move. And now my connection dropped again. Um, so that was the move, and then it's a wrap. Back to watching the paint dry. Shall we talk about conspiracy theories? No, let's not do that. It'll kill my algorithms. What should we talk about? What's trending? Oh, I saw there was some English guy, PB or something like that, who was getting a lot of attention. Maybe we say his name 100 times and my search status will go up. My stream status is healthy. Oh, that's good. Oh, it's excellent. Oh, look at that. So everybody who's tolerating my rhetoric, have you all liked and subscribed? Because apparently that's going to get me going. I mean, even the dislikes, I guess, is attention. I'd much rather be coddled. Something happened. Oh, Amazon is tanking. Oh, that's a nice move. See, that made a nice consolidation on the 1 minute chart, and now it's pushing down. And had I paid attention, I could have caught that trade. Oh my God, this is very difficult. All right, so you're going to see as I get better at chatting and trading that I'll be moving into the Teslas and taking some Tesla trades, taking some Amazon trades. Yeah, when they're moving. But obviously, I'm enjoying talking to you guys, and the market's dry, so it's really not holding my attention, and I'm not in the gel. But here's the Amazon chart. And we had talked about how choppy it was, but you could see that the bars are getting more consistent here, right? So people were taking an interest. There's no gaps. Like here's the only gap I see. But look at that. It created this bottom, and then actually, I don't know, even on the 30-second chart, I don't know if we could have caught that. Yeah, because there's no change in momentum. You see the momentum's moving up. Yeah, it did this breakout right here, which really that might have even head faked us in, and then turned around and tanked. Yeah, that would have been a hard trade to catch. Yeah, I see no reason why I would be too bearish on it, even if I mean it's inching down a little bit. This looks like it's got a small reverse trend on it, and that usually happens. But usually on a good move down, you can find a small reverse trend, and that will give you your entry. So on the reverse trend, you could have taken that entry right here. But I mean, it's really hard to see that reverse trend because there isn't a considerable move down. It chopped down, but you want to see a good trend down, and then you see that reverse trend, and you can enter breaking that reverse trend. It's just hard to find entries in this sort of market. So I can't be too upset that I missed that trade because there really wasn't much of a trade to catch. I mean, you're not going to catch every move. You just Fachi email. What do we have? Ignore the chat 15 minutes. LOL. That's literally their job. Yes, liked and with Bell. Oh, something to talk about? Fachi email. Nah, I'm not interested in that anymore. You know what? The virus is out there. I mean, I'm sure there's lots of fingers to point. It's not going to make me any money. My connection dropped again. This is horrible. It's got to be the software. I just don't want to shut it down and start it up again. I just want some action in the economy, some volatility in the markets, so I can make a little bit of money. And if everybody got along, that'd be great too. But I don't see that happening, so I'll let them all pull each other's hair out. And I will stay a free man. Man, oh man, should I do this all day, or should I just stream from the morning session? Because there's just nothing. Although, I mean, you missed that. I mean, I could just stream half days during the summer and then go full time when the market actually is doing something. I hear that. PR Yeti, my boy is back. I'd really like to hear what some of the
Connection lost.
the oh, I keep locking out. Some of the inspiration for the names are. I guess that might be giving away the font too, if you guys are telling me that. All right, so nothing else is dropping other than Ninja Trader, other than NT. So it's got to be NT, man. I know, because I'm on other computers, but the internet is still has not dropped. I mean, my connections haven't dropped. I don't think it's a resource issue. Although I keep getting that error in YouTube that it's not receiving enough video. Yeah, I got to work out the bugs. And so you're looking at my S&P 500 chart, and it's just range bound, right? It's just chopping around in a range, not really doing anything. Look, gave us that nice move up right here. Kind of gave us an entry right here that we weren't watching, and then traded off. I mean, if we took that entry, that would have been cool, 16 to 20. I mean, there's 4 points in it. I don't know if we would have caught all 4 of them, but I mean, and that's the best move you see. That's ridiculous, ridiculous. With these setups in a moving market that happens during the fall and winter, you grab a quick 4 points just after your entry. Then you get a little consolidation and it moves on. You know what I mean? So how I would trade it is I would take my entry and take off a third on the first $100 a contract, and then I would leave it run. So I banked $100. If I wanted, I could put a stop $100 below my entry, so I'm just risking market money, and then just leave that baby to run. You know, I mean, you could pick up $1,500 a contract when it runs. But I mean, in this market, you're better off just trading it for $100 a contract and closing the position and let it trade back. Look for the next setup, trade $100 a contract, close the position, because that's all it's giving you. You got to be a sharp guy to make good money in this climate. China's increased its spending $700 to influence Americans. Yeah, man, we're at war. Um, yes, I say 8 hours. Man, slave driver Yeti. Um, if you have the free time with some breaks in between. Yeah, I'm not a break kind of guy. I mean, even when I used to work, I mean, I used to eat right at my desk. I either work or I don't work. If I leave for lunch, I'm going home or I'm going to play. Yeah, no breaks for me, man. Unless I got to tap a kidney. So this is either a marathon or it's not happening. AMC holding on to those gains for the day. You want to see that, man. That means that those gains are real. You know, so nobody's selling into it. They're hanging on to those gains. That's good. You want to see that. I mean, obviously, you got the end of the day where some, you know, big players start positioning themselves. It gives us an indication of which way they're looking at it. They could hit this thing and turn it around, but I like what I see so far. Blackberry hanging on to its gains. Yo, 15% for today. Nothing to sneeze at. AMC, 17% for today. Nothing to sneeze at. You know? Yeah, nope. Nope, the Russell just took a poke in the eye. Financials are stagnant. Energy stagnant. And I have not got my income trade off. What is up with you guys? They just don't want to give me that trade. They're holding out. That's all right. I'm not lowering my price. I got a few spreads on that this market is good for because the value is just diminishing on those. So at least I'm making money. A go-getter. Nice. If you have been free, China, a go-getter. Nice. Yeah, a go-getter. I'm gone and got it. Now I'm just chilling. Mm-mm-mm. When I had the Wall Street life, I'd be in the gym by 6 o'clock. I'd be on the floor by like 7:30, and then I'd stay in my office until like 12. I used to split for dinner though. I mean, you know, in Manhattan, there's some great places to eat, and I'd split and grab a bite to eat. Maybe grab some good-looking honey to join me, and then I'm back in the office. And then there were even weekends that I slept in the office, worked right through the night doing projects. And yo, all the brokers who worked for me, they were the same way, man. I mean, that office was packed at like 2 in the morning, you know. Aggressive bunch of heavy hitters back in the day. But the culture's changed, man. I remember before I left the company and retired, um, some dudes were looking for work. And they're like, yeah, but I need a month off. I was like, what? In a month, I won't even remember your name. mm. 8 a.m. to 10:30, 11. Then evening from 4 to 5:30. Um, so what's happening here? What's happening? It's trading off. It's just consolidating. Boring market. Yeah. I'm kicking around. Well, not 10:30 because if you were on earlier, I like to take advantage of the reversal that happens between 10 and the 10, 15, and 11. So I'd probably stay on after that, maybe 12 o'clock or maybe 1 o'clock. But I want to do my wrap up. But what I'm thinking is that I'll do the wrap up and I'll record it and I'll just post it. And maybe if anybody has an interest in my wrap up, they could just access it and just view it. And I'll record my morning opening. Well, I'll call it a morning opening meeting. That's how I used to run the firm too. We'd get together in the morning and analysts would kind of lecture us on what they felt was going to transpire. We talk about what we looked at in the market, and then we go do our thing. And then at the end of the day, you set up for the following day. So I'm thinking, I mean, it's very effective, and everybody did very well. So I'm thinking I might do it that way. If you can take 2 weeks off and company doesn't need you. Oh, yeah, I hear you. I thought you were giving me advice on how to run the channel. I'm like, yo, that sounds good. 2 weeks off. You'll find my ass in South America. Sailing. What time is it? 2 o'clock. Everything's kind of selling off right now. Man, I got to get hit on this position. It's ridiculous if I don't. How do we look to the day, though? Let me lower this. Just want to get my attitude, my bias for the midday. I'm moving a little slow. So let's swing this S&P 60 over here. So here's my 60-minute chart. I got a low. I'm looking at the momentum at the bottom of the screen, and here's my low, here's my high. So I could say my momentum is in uptrend at the moment. So I'm feeling kind of bullish right here. Here's my low, here's my high. I could say I'm bullish on this, but I'm not too encouraged by the price action right here. I got these tails to the upside. I'm low. I'm below my 8 period. I'm at my 13. I'm not feeling all that bullish at the moment. And I'm halfway through that bar. But if I look at my daily, oh, this is awful. We got to tweak. What is awful is my computer. But the market, I mean, this still looks like it's creating a bear flag, which is nice, right behind a resistance. I mean, I like seeing that because if it breaks this flag and this high right here is the resistance or the peak, then I could see a lot of energy for this to make a new high. And I sure would like a new high on the S&P. So on the daily, I could remain really, really positive and say that I'm feeling bullish on the daily. The 60-minute chart is not that encouraging, but the day is not over yet. Again, we're looking at the 60-minute right here. I would like to see it snap that bottom and then turn around and take off. because then I would understand why it looks like this, because somebody's trying to knock out the weak traders, and then if it took off, it'll show some momentum. Oh, yeah, that's the 60. All right, that's cool. I mean, but we got a half hour on this 60-minute bar, so this could be anything. We can't anticipate what the bar looks like. I mean, if this baby closes up here, then, yeah, we can look for a break up here and begin that move up. I like dreaming. Okay, I got to remember not to sing. So a lot of people have told me what I am doing that's good, but I will learn more from the things that you think I should not be doing, like singing. So this, I'm looking at the 30-minute. I mean, this momentum is just down, but it's obviously turning around. It doesn't have the strength that it did before. And, I mean, things just don't turn around on a dime. So this is our 30-minute opening range up here. Well, I guess that's not entirely true. I guess everything moved a little bit after I set those up. So we jumped out of our 30-minute range, and we traded down pretty aggressively from it. I mean, there's 10 points. We should have captured that. All right, I'm not going to beat myself up over it. I understand. I'm not wholeheartedly focused. And we're in, I think this is yesterday's trading range. Oh, or Friday's opening range. Oh, that's the opening range from the 4th. All right, but it's an opening range. So there's, there's a considerable amount of people who are in the market at around this area. So that creates good support under us. But I don't see anything that would trigger a move to the upside. So I'm just bored. It's just going to chop and chop and chop. But if we look at the daily, we could say, okay, we're still bullish on this market. Oh, you know what's interesting? Being that today's Monday, let's take a look at the weekly chart, right? And let's see what the weekly chart is telling us. Think. All right. Holla, holla. Let's get rid of all the rhetoric. Oh, man. All that rhetoric is right on this chart. Okay, I thought it was a global thing. Ignore the rhetoric, all lines and stuff. Just look at the bars and the momentum. So here's a high, and here's a high, and my momentum is, this is a divergence. So, I mean, an aggressive, well, not a conservative entry to short market would be down around 40.73. I mean, that's pretty far. That's quite a move. I mean, if we broke last week's low, we could call that an entry right there to short the market. I mean, there's nothing saying it's going to do that, but that's what we got to look at. And we have to wonder, because we're creating a divergence right here. And this week's not over, but it would be nice if it broke here, the 42.34, and then it would have to break the 42.38, and then we could start moving upward. And this sell-off, this move down, is not that powerful. So it's not inconceivable that this is going to turn around and keep moving up. So you know what? You got to kind of wonder when you look at the weekly, because you're watching a divergence. But when you look at the daily, you could definitely say that you have a bullish bias. So I would be looking to take more long trades than short. And while we chit-chat about that, the market made a move again. And it's just chopping around in the range. I mean, it pushed up a little bit, but it's no big whoop. Blackberry, baby, Blackberry, 15% today. And it's holding it. AMC, 16%, and it's holding it. Yeah, this daily bull flag is a good entry point. So if a trader believed in that $100 target, this is the place to be. Let me. Oh, look at that. We got a bull flag triggering on the 1 minute for the S&P. See, and that's a nice flag. Look at that. You know, nice bar, a little consolidation, and bang. I mean, bang. It didn't really move that, but theoretically, it should really get going at this point. It's just how much momentum is in the market. I know what you're saying because I lowered that screen. There you go. Morning game plan. Like, go get her. For streaming, what do you think of that in the evening? Oh, okay, I read that. If you can take 2 weeks off, read that. Morning game plan. Yes, Andrew, that's what I want to do. I want to set up a morning game plan. So I'll see if I do it and record it and post it, or if I just do it live, or maybe I'll do it live and post it. I'm not that savvy, that YouTube savvy. See, now we're looking at that 1 minute flag. It's a nice flag, but no follow through. And it's only the first flag. Usually you get 3 good flags before it becomes choppy. All right, Mr. Canis. You give it a good think and let me know what you think. Look at that. Right? So that's it. Flag's over. Fun's over. Go back into consolidation. Killing me, killing me, killing me. I think these are Bollinger Bands that I have up. I don't really trade with them. I mean, it kind of gives you a good indication when it trades off the band, it's probably going to head back to the center and then back down. I got an 8 and a 13 EMA, 8 period and 13. The dotted one is the fast line. The solid one is the slow line. That's good support and resistance. So, you know, staying above the 8, I can remain bullish on the movement. But again, we're just in this consolidation pattern. There's nothing going on. So let me stop. Nothing going on. All right. Could you see if $500 a share on what? AMC? Well, you know what? I would look at that after 100. I mean, yo, you saw what GameStop did. There's no reason why it couldn't hit $500 a share based on the reason why we're getting involved with it, right? I mean, there could be that much buying and that much momentum behind it. Yeah, I'm feeling 100. Uh, I would probably take a little bit off at that 100 and then look for the next move up. Yeah, I definitely bank a little money and then look for that next move up. But yeah, I think that it's going to consolidate and give us some signals at about 100, 100 and a quarter. And then I mean, theoretically, it could be endless. So it's a matter of what kind of buying power goes into this thing. And at one point, you, I mean, we could look into it and figure out like what the average short is. And you figure maybe they'll take a 33% move against their short. And at that point, they'll start closing those shorts, and that'll add to the buying power, and that'll force the bad boy up. Um, I think it would have to be the mother of all gamma squeezes, but anything is possible. Yes, anything is possible. Happen? Do you expect a market crash? No, man, the market's not going to crash. Why? You think it's going to take some?
Prediction mark.
My internet went down again. Yeah, my software went down again. You think it's going to take some market makers out and stuff like that? I don't think it's going to have that potential. Um, you, you know, um, I mean, I've seen that before in my career where market moves have made people net cap non-compliant, and they had to close their firms down, and as a result, securities tank because they were the market makers in the securities. But it's usually like small cap, small guys, not enough to move the market. It's more likely that the market takes out small BDs than you know small BDs take out the market. These hedge funds and stuff. I mean, maybe one or two will unwind. But I mean, it didn't happen with AMC, right? We didn't lose any hedge funds or traders or anything like that. There was nothing, nobody um, 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 substantial went net cap non-compliant. Oh, my software came back on. Oh, this is hideous. I've got to do something about this. I don't think it's going to take a lot of market makers off the board. I mean, you're talking about professionals, man. They've been doing this for years. They're good.
Prediction mark.
There's not a lot of irresponsibility. And based on what happened with AMC, I mean, their ears are up. They're paying attention. It's their livelihood and their business, how they feed their families. They're not going to take that lightly. They're going to protect themselves, and that's what we want. We want them to protect themselves early because that will start the buy-in.
Prediction mark.
Citadel is going down. It says down. Okay, Citadel. Is that a clearing firm or a market maker? They're on this stock, AMC. You guys know what their market identifier is? If that's the market maker, it's easier for me to find them if I know their identifier. There's synthetics out there. Think you're watching too much Big Short, buddy. Yeah, it could be. I mean, I don't know. These guys are short the position. Is that what it is? I don't think it's going to bury anybody. I mean, you want to intimidate them by moving the stock up and get them to close their shorts and create the buying. I mean, we don't need people to buckle under for this to be an amazing trade. We just got to make sure that they don't want to buckle under so that they close their shorts. Yeah, I mean, it may take a few guys out of the industry, but I have to think that they're professionals and they're not going to hang on to it because they want it to work. They're going to trade what it is. And we don't want them to hang on to their shorts. We want them to close their shorts as soon and as aggressively as possible. I mean, I'm really just doing an armchair on AMC. I'm not in the security, so I'm not that deep in it. Yeah, I'm just watching it. I'm kind of talking about it from a technical, as far as who's involved with it, who's shorting it, and who's going to get blown up on the run up. I mean, I'm not really that deep into it, but that's neither here nor there. I mean, the reality is it's short. There's going to be buying into the stock to close the shorts. That creates momentum. That's where the trade is. Mm-mm-mm. I'm getting hungry. Man, oh man, this is a boring market. CD, CDD. All right, I'm gonna see if I could get something. Unless they keep doubling down. Well, yeah, you know what? I mean, their clearing firm will get nervous about that because if they do get hurt, the clearing firm gets left holding the bag. So I doubt that it'll be an endless maneuver. But they wouldn't bother. They would close it, wait for it to get weak, and start their shorts again. They don't mind losing money, man. Actually, they probably have more losing trades than winning trades. But the winners are just bigger than the losers, and basically that's how it works. You know what I'm saying? I mean, you saw that I took samples on a few breakouts, and I took a couple of losses. But when I caught one that moved, covered my losses and made a profit. And that's basically trading. So you spend a little bit of money to see how this trade works. You spend a little money, see how it works. You keep your losses small, and your winners hopefully are a lot bigger. And that's what these guys will do. They won't double down. I mean, it's really not a professional theory to increase a losing position. They'll ladder onto a winning position, but they'll reduce a losing position. And that's where you're making the money because you're making the position a loss and they're closing it because they don't stay in losing positions. They take small losses, small losses, small losses, small losses, and they don't own it at one price. They shorted it at different prices, bringing it down. So as each position becomes a losing position, they're going to close it. And then that'll push it up for us, and they'll close it, and they'll push it up, and they'll close it. And at one point, it's going to force up, but they're going to see that sucker is getting weak, just like in AMC. They saw it around the 600 point position, and they reopened their shorts. And I promise you that everybody who got hurt on the way up made a lot of money on the way down. Well, not everybody, but the people who last. They didn't mind taking the hurt. It wasn't their entire investment capital. And it's not the first time they got stung either. It's part of the business. You get stung. So I'm not in the AMC trade, but hopefully you guys put a little sting on them this time, make some money, and then we'll let them make their money back on the way down. I don't begrudge anybody a living. But as far as the health of the stock, it looks pretty good today. It's trading off a little bit right now. We're at 230. We're coming into the heart of the afternoon trading session. got about an hour, and then everybody who trades should back away because then you get silly volatility of people cleaning up their trades for the afternoon. And it looks like I am not going to get this spread trade. They just refuse to give it to me. Do I want to change my parameters? I don't think I want to change my parameters. Well, naked shorts are increasing, it looks. Yeah. Well, naked shorts, I don't know how many of those are pros. Are you talking like naked calls, like selling calls? What do you mean naked shorts? That they're shorting the equity, or they're selling naked calls? Is that what you meant by the synthetics? That they're selling like calls, like selling them naked? I'm thinking that's what you meant when you said synthetics. Yeah, that's an interesting game, man. You know, I don't know many big traders that do that and open up that kind of exposure because your loss is unlimited. It just doesn't seem like a good trade to me. So I don't know if that's a market maker or a hedge fund doing that. I mean, they'll just be short the stock, and then, like I said, they'll just fade that run up, man. They'll just fade the run up and make their money back. The short is logical. It's just that a bunch of people went and squeezed it. Based on marketing. Based on Reddit. And I don't know. I heard that the dude do an interview from AMC, and I just was not impressed. Actually, it was motivation to short it. I mean, fundamentally, if I was looking at the company and I listened to this guy with the 25 million they're putting out there, um, that would not be encouraging. What's encouraging about the trade is that it's a short squeeze and it looks healthy, and and that's what's encouraging about the trade. Oh man, is this just terrible? This market is terrible. I mean, we've been at this price point for about 20 minutes. We've been in this range. All right, for almost 2 hours. This is so boring. All right, I'll be happy if Blackberry just holds on to his gains. I am in that trade a little bit, but I'm not in the AMC. I just want to let you guys know. and AMC is holding its gains, which is making me happy. We got 2 minutes until the 30-minute bar finishes. Two minutes until the 30-minute bar finishes. Everybody who hit that like, I want to thank them. I think that's more people that ever liked me in my lifetime. And you know what? I had read that there's a bell, which you guys know better than me, but if you hit the bell, it'll let you know when I come up or I post a video or what have you. So if you subscribe, tag the bell, set a little alert, see if I have something interesting to say. Not that the market's giving me anything interesting to say. We have a nice 30-minute bar, um, but still, I mean, it didn't make any move. You know, um, we're just in consolidation. You know, for anything to happen really on the S&P, we'd have to break above 42.21 to make something happen. And that's pretty much what the days are going to be like through the summer. Boring, boring, boring. Yo, Apple just can't get out of its way for like a month already. I think June 14th was it? They have a conference. Wow, the market's so slow. I thought my software dropped. Huh. Mm-hmm. 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 All right, these days aren't exciting, but you know what? Good day for AMC. Just looks like people are accumulating that stock. Good day for Blackberry. Looks like people are just accumulating that stock. Boring day to trade Amazon. Boring day to trade Tesla. Boring day to trade the S&P. AMC still got nice volume on it for the day. When the day's not over. Oh. though we have dead air. There's just nothing to talk about. Oh, there. Somebody said something. May not be much to talk about now, but gained a ton of knowledge earlier. Thank you. Thank you for taking the time to stream and get this knowledge out. Hey, Josh, my pleasure, man. Thanks for participating. And I hope I see you often. Maybe you'll catch on to my style of trading if we could ever execute a trade. And you have any questions, just, pump them out there. And if you could spread the word, that's cool. It'll keep me going. If everybody's into this, I'll keep it going. Hopefully you'll find a good way to trade, and you can get off the grid and live a nice, clean, free life, and make a little bit of money for those few times that you want some decadence in your life. Sorry, I got quiet again. I just was responding to somebody who was actually texting me a question about the market. But this was an old friend. Not one of the free folk here on the chats. All right, we got the markets on the move. Staging a little breakout right here. S&P's breaking out, supported by the composite. That's good. Hopefully this is the flavor of the afternoon that we're doing this little move up. I don't see a trade in it. It's just too choppy, not that aggressive, the moves. I'm just not interested in taking anything. If it keeps moving like this, I'll never get my spread off. But okay, c'est la vie. No money for me. Running out of time here today. Mm-mm-mm. Oh man, it's hot. Oh, just boring. Everybody should just go to the beach for the afternoon session. Man, I couldn't even get that trade off. That's quite upsetting. It's still in there too. Nah, I'm just gonna leave it. Maybe there's a little sell-off in the afternoon and they hit me. Mm-hmm. If anybody wants me to look at anything, just shoot me a text and I'll do it. Off the grid. Got to get going now for my final meetings of the day and then head home. I'll be watching for notices of your video and streams. Look forward to learning from you. Thanks again. Hey, thank you, man. Thanks for the props. Thanks for joining us. And I'll look for you. Safe trip home. So the S&P is just grinding up. Nasdaq is just grinding its way up. All right, if anybody's signing off because this is just such a slow market, I appreciate you visiting and I hope that you subscribed and hit that bell to get a notification that I'm on or I posted a video. I'm going to try to do a morning meeting and an end of the day wrap up to give you kind of an idea on where the day's going or where the next day is going. I might even do it at the end of the week and at the end of the month, so it gives you a bias on what the next month should look like. And this would be on the markets or any securities that anybody has an interest in and wants to get an outside opinion on. I'd be happy to do it until I'm unhappy to do it. But I mean, this is summer market. Yeah, this is just the summer market is just so boring, which I guess is good because we could be outside having a good time. And in the winter, when we're stuck in our cabins with nothing to do, it's like playing a video game. CB4 Canes, I'm the man. I appreciate that, bro. I'll catch you as soon as I can back. End of the day report. All right, cool. You're the man. Everything about you I like. I will spread the word. Thank you, my friend. I hope I don't disappoint. Let's see if we can make some money together. I know I'm not going to do it talking. I keep missing the damn trades. That's all right. I'll get in the rhythm, man. I don't mind it. I'll consider this month a squash, and I'll just try to figure out what I'm doing, but I'll be able to catch the trades and keep talking about what I'm doing and make a little money. Yeah, actually, I shouldn't complain. Today's a plush day. Any day that's a plush day is a good day. Wasn't a killer day. I didn't make any monster cash, but it was a plush day. Beats a poke in the eye. We're getting a little topping pattern on the 32nd on the SPX, which is the chart I have up. I know you guys are just looking at the SPX, but I mean it's what I trade. I'll work out the format where I'm going to have software. I think tomorrow I might do it with a more diverse page, so we can look at a few things that I look at, and you don't just stare at the SPX. I'll keep that on another page. I think I might try to do that tonight. Set that up that way. Oh, I know this pattern. Look at this thing. Grinds its way up, big bar down. Grinds its way up, big bar down. But this is actually showing me a good topping pattern right here. We got a nice double top right here, a good divergence right here. Yeah, a break right here would be reasonable, but we have all of this support. Each one of these pivots would act as a support. So this thing has got to work its way through this and work its way through this and work its way through this before it could drop down and then have to work its way at this level, which this is a decent move. We're talking about 11 points right here. But who knows if it has the momentum. Okay, so we just created what would have been the entry. And now this will be the first resistance, right where I have that white line. White line. See, if it was going to run, it would have run. This just shows me that it's going to hit these resistance, bounce around. There's really no trade in that. You'll catch the rhythm. Hey, from your mouth to God's ears, brother. Yeah, see, could be doing the last kiss. But it's just not moving fast enough. There's not enough momentum to make any decent trade out of anything. I know you've been listening to me complain all day. You look at that 1 minute, you got a nice strong bar down. Here's a decent consolidation. It broke the top a little bit, but we could call that a bear flag. We wanted to break that 42.1963, and then it should run. But where's it going to go? We got resistance right there. I mean, you're talking about pennies. There's no money in the trade. No money in the trade. I mean, that's the setups we're looking for, but there's just no momentum to keep it moving. On this 30-second, you could call that a last kiss. I don't know if anybody's familiar with that term. I'm sure the old school guys are. But so here was the break. It bounced back up, gave it a kiss, and took off. Started the run. So, I mean, some traders will take the entry right here on the break. Some traders just wait for that last kiss and then get in once it breaks the previous bar. But look, that last kiss, that should have had momentum pushed down, and now it's just chopping back. Just not an easy market to make money. That's okay. It works in cycles. This will roll around. Next thing you know, the market's throwing money at you. That'll happen for a little while. Then you got to really work hard to make a few bucks. Then the cycle comes around again, and the market's throwing money at you again. I hope AMC doesn't decide to fill that gap today. It's giving up a little bit of its gains. Oh, look at that. Now the S&P is making a move for the high or the pivot. That's not really the high of the day. Oh, this is a nice move up, huh? It's at a resistance right now. If it breaks through this area, then we could look for it to head for that 42.22, which we're saying look for it to head to. But what are we talking about? Less than a stick? A little more than a stick? A little more than $1? No great shakes. What do we have over here on our other trading equities? Amazon's not moving. Tesla's not moving. Apple's not moving. What are they talking about on CNBC? Anybody look at it? The U.S. recovers some of the money paid in the Colonial Pipeline ransom, officials say. Yeah, we don't care. We pay our government a fortune. You should have prevented that. Not thinking about cyber terrorism? There's just nothing even in the news that moves anything. Manchin talking about that he's going to vote against the Democrats because you don't want to spend money to improve your country. Higher interest rates would be good for the country, Treasury Secretary Yellen says. I wonder why that would be good for the country, huh? It would cost her more to service the debt that we have. That's frightening. Sounds like she's preparing us for something. I wonder if they see inflation on the horizon that they're not going to be able to control. It would be good for the country. So it would cost the U.S. more to service their debt. It would cost corporations more to service their debt. Banks would make more money because interest rates are higher, but mortgages would be more expensive, which would slow down the real estate market, and it would make some homes less affordable to people who are buying homes. So they're going to have to step down in their price point, buy a smaller home because they can't afford the bigger one. I don't know, Yellen. I don't really see a line of thinking there. I guess I'm going to have to read that article and see what she's saying. I don't really think I'm crazy about Yellen being our Treasury Secretary. I like Mnuchin because he was out of the financial industry. I mean, he had a good grasp of how to do that, and the market actually appreciated it. It's a shame that we lost that guy. I think he was a pretty smart cat. I mean, I don't have to think he was a pretty smart cat. His resume speaks for himself. But I mean, I was around when Yellen was running the Fed, and I just never was really impressed. There it is. There should be a little reversal right here, as you can see by my alert. Even that move up was a little chop up. I don't know, man. I don't know how you guys are going to make money in this market. I think I got to do something about showing you how to do spreads. If there's anybody there. I think I'm going to wait for 5 figures on my viewers, and then I'll start talking about how to do spreads. So spread the word. I guess for my first day, I really shouldn't bitch, huh? Ah. Yeah. France fines Google 267 million for abusing dominant position in online advertising. What the hell does that mean? They abuse their dominant position. I mean, it's a business. They jockey to get a strong position. What did they how they abuse it? They charged high rates for advertising space. It's just Google makes money. France wanted a piece. That's all it is. 267 million. Where's my piece? Oh, thanks for the input there, Tommy. Um, yeah, I could see there's a few people out there. I mean, we just got to. I'll just keep on keeping on, and we'll get more free folk to join us. But yeah, explain this to me. Yeah, they abuse their position. What does that mean? Oh, it looks like China's getting beat with the Delta COVID variant from India. So they're initiating lockdowns and mass testing. Hmm. Still wondering how this COVID thing is going to play out. I wonder if it'll rip through the states again and cause another lockdown. That would crack the market. Oh, look at this baby go. Yeah, I'm looking at the news and the market's ripping. I wouldn't have taken a trade anyway because it's been so choppy. But it's nice to see, eating up those losses for the day. Maybe we get to close positive. I know I'm not getting my income trade off because it just moved against the premium. But that's a nice move up. A little strength. These are the institutions kind of taking their position. But now it's telling you people kind of there's a bullish bias on the market. I'm seeing. I mean, it's not closed yet, but if it closes here, these buy-ins at the close are encouraging. Should have taken a cheaper premium. I got guys texting me, so that's why I'm being quiet. I'm just trying to figure out what they want from me. So these are guys that I was in the industry with for years, and they're in the industry now, and they usually hit me up about things.
Connection lost.
Is that good, Tommy? I'm really not familiar with it, to tell you the truth. I mean, I watch a ton of good stuff on YouTube, but I never really delved into it. And trading is lonely, so I figured somebody will talk to me if I hopped on, and that's why I did this. But yeah, that's good to hear, man. I appreciate you telling me and a little support. So um, all right, maybe I'm saying one or two things right. So we'll just keep it going, man, and we'll see how it goes. And as I get into this, we'll have a lot more fun. Maybe I'll even divulge some in industry secrets that some of these guys don't want everybody to know. Nothing that would hurt my friends, though, but usually conspiracy stuff. But it may make us money. Money, honey. That was a nice move up, but again, it's only a 4 point move up, man. I mean, on options, I can only capture 2 points. And I'm just complaining because I'm yelling at the market.
Connection lost.
But I understand. I understood when I woke up that we're in the summer market. I mean, that's what it was all about um, last week. I mean, we saw it roll over. And really, I'd say I saw it roll. What are we in June now? May, end of April. I mean, I was making some crazy money in April, and then it just died off. And I mean, it's relatively nickel and dime. I don't want to give out dollar amounts because it might be insulting to people what I consider nickel and dime. But um, the opportunities were there. I guess that's the point I should have made. The opportunities were there to make money up until April and then died off. But yeah, that old cliche, trade until May and then go away. I mean, there's a lot to be said for that. I mean, you could always find ways of making money, but the easiest money is fall into May. Reload into historic data. These bars look a little weird because I keep dropping my connection on my software. But we're going to tweak with this tonight once I get some food in me because I'm definitely having low blood sugar. All right, I'm back. Sorry about that. I had to go tap a kidney. All right, so Tommy said I did well with 17 people. And you know what? I didn't tell anybody I know that I'm doing this. You know, I mean, I had mentioned before that I'm off the grid and I'm kind of, you know, like my anonymity. And if I told people that I'm associated with that I did this, it would be easy to kind of pinpoint on me. And as we were talking before, it's the SEC's job and everybody's job to kind of keep their thumb on people. And yeah, you know, I gave all that up in 2011 when I left the industry or retired, and I just don't want the attention. I want your attention, but I don't want their attention. So anyway, S&P 500 is making a double top right here. You could see the divergence. I've been talking about it all day, and so you guys should understand what the divergence is. So a conservative trade would be to enter if it breaks down around the 22.19. But I mean, the most you'll see is two points on this, and then so obviously right here the divergence didn't happen, and it's keeping the momentum and it's moving up, and that's another trade you could take. You know, breaking that high, it moves up, but it's not the daily high, so the move is going to be, you know, really nothing. You know, it'll probably move back to the bottom of the opening range, which is at or around 28, 42.28. So you could catch another 4 points on this move up if it sustains. If I would, I'm not, I don't feel that the market has conviction, so that's why I'm not taking these trades. But if I took the trade, I would have taken it on 42.24 on the break, and I'd probably be running my stops right below it because it does this, and I'd get stopped out right about here. You know, I mean, on this break, it should have kept running, but this is still a divergence. I mean, this baby moved up. The momentum is rolling over right here. I mean, I would like this on the short or buy a put against it. Looking at the 1 minute, I got what I believe they call a hanging man or a shooting star, or some people call it a dragonfly, but let's call it a hanging man. If it breaks below this, that might be a good entry right there for the downside. And you can see the divergence here in the momentum. So there you go. It just the trade just executed or triggered. So you should be in the trade right now at the 24.14, and there it goes. It's pushing down a little bit. Oh, and then it returns. Oh, there's no follow through. So that's why I'm not taking these trades, but I'm just showing you the setups. And if you could see them, you'll know when to take them. When there's volatility and momentum in the market, I mean, those are sweet setups, and it's nothing I invented. I mean, this type of trading has been done, you know, since people have been trading technicals. You know, there's no genius here, and the reason it works out is it's kind of self-fulfilling, a self-fulfilling prophecy. You know, a lot of traders trade in this fashion. If a lot of people are looking at the same thing I'm looking at, a lot of people are getting involved. And when I say traders, I mean, you know, not retail guys, but yet, you know, guys who have been making a living at this for years. So, and here it is. Here's the move, I think. So if a lot of people are looking at this and decide to take this trade, I mean, it's self-fulfilling, and it'll push and move the trade. So right here, not bad. You know, you should be up a buck, half a buck if you did an at the money option. You could have done the 42.25s. No, the 42.20s. Nah, the 20s are too far away. I probably would have done the 42.25. I didn't look at what the volume is on the option. Oh, we got another guy. Loop and loop. Maybe a voice modulator to disguise your voice. Nah, man, I'm not like that. I mean, you know what? I'm sure they have the technology to track me, but yeah, you know, no, I don't want to go that deep, man. Yeah, you know, then I'll get caught in that rabbit hole and I'll do this whole psychological trip on myself. Next thing you know, I'll be crouching down behind my door holding a hunting knife, waiting for somebody to come in. It's a slippery slope. My sanity is a fragile thing. Oh, look at that. Nice push down. There you go. There you go, baby. There's something that paid off. That 1 minute chart was nice with that divergence, like we were talking about right here. I didn't take the trade because things just aren't moving quick enough. But your entry should have been around the 24.14. Look, and it's coming back on you. So if you saw your first $100, I would have taken that. Yeah, on probably a third. I would have moved everything, my stops to a break even, and bank, I would have been out right there. So yeah, I would have made $100 a contract on a third of my position. You know, I could trade, maybe in a market like this, if I felt good about it, I'd trade like maybe 5 contracts. Um, I mean, if the market's right, I could go 10 to 30 contracts. Yeah, no problem. I mean, 5 would be hard. I'd probably go 6, so I could take 2 off. But in this market, just to test it, maybe I'd jump in with 2 contracts, you know, because things just keep shooting back on you. I mean, this was a sweet double top with a divergence. It should have run, man. It should have run. It should have run. Should have seen at least 21 on this thing, you know, which is only 3 points. So, yep, we should have seen at least 21 on this. But it's going to chop its way around. It's actually just chop. It's still in an uptrend, right? Here's a higher high. Here's the low. Makes a higher high, higher low. Just made a higher high. Probably make another higher low. Just a choppy, slow grinding uptrend. This was a nice move right here, which would have been 4 points. You would have picked up $200 a contract. I'm getting tired of talking about all the trades I didn't take. Oh, I got people talking to me. Oh, it's the birthday guy. Everyone should spam this channel on all the other big channels to get this channel moving. I like the birthday guy. Any way I could like my viewers? Little like button on the birthday guy. For everybody who wasn't here this morning, I was kind of ripping this guy because it's obvious he was born on the 30th in 1989. But tomorrow, if he joins us, I think he's going to post his social security number for us. This way we can collect his check and enlist him in the army. In the army. Yeah, hard market to trade. Something this slow, you either you could maybe trade the 5 minute or trade off the 30. That might be more the move. Yeah, you could trade off the 30. You're just assuming more risk, right? Because you can enter right here on this break, which is still only picking up 4 ticks with your stop down here. Nah, you know what? I would have put my stop behind this bar right here. I would have put my stop. And now I would move my stop up to here and just let this thing keep running. I think CB4 cans is still in a trade at 42.16. So hopefully he's just trailing this baby right now. This is the opening range low, right? This is the first 30-minute bar of the day where my crosshair is. And this is the high and the low of the opening range. And I kind of use this as my targets and understanding which way the market's going. It's a common practice. This would be my target right now. So I'm thinking that this trade could go, or this move could go to 42.28. And if you don't mind, I'm just going to use the last numbers. I mean, that's an industry habit. So I'm thinking it's going to hit 28, 28.01, and I would take a piece off right there. So I would have taken a third off if I saw $100 a contract. my next target, well, you know what? I might take some off right here. Maybe another third. This would probably be my last third right here. I'll take off. But, from an entry at 21, you're talking about 6 points. I got 3 points a contract. That's $300 a contract. Can't really argue, And if you're trading today's contracts, they're pretty cheap. So it's a nice return on your investment. I'm going to try to set this up a little different for us tomorrow and see how that works. So all my loyal followers, just bear with me and we'll just massage this thing into something that we all enjoy. So a lot of you guys came over from another site, and I appreciate you throwing an ear to me. And if you guys participate in other sites, maybe you can mention it. I don't know if that's like hijacking people's sites or what have you. I don't know what the etiquette is on YouTube, but if nobody's offended by that sort of behavior, maybe you could drop my name out there on other sites that you're a part of and let people know I'm out here and happy to answer questions, looking to keep you entertained, trying to get some of your feedback and your input. Maybe a soapbox for a few people to rant on their opinions and policies. Let's try to stay off of politics so that we love each other. Kumbaya, my lord. Kumbaya. Yep, believe it or not, I'm a grown man. Yo, the Russell's making a nice move. I think composite, the NASDAQ is at the highs of the day, right? It looks like everybody wants to end the day on a positive note. How you looking, NASDAQ? Are you at, yeah, man, the NASDAQ's been making new highs all day. Oh, this baby opened up. No, I saw the NASDAQ negative today. Oh, there you go. I went a day too far. Yeah, it was negative for a little while. It went positive at around noon, came back negative. Oh man, there's a trade right there. I don't really trade the NASDAQ because it gets a little whippy. But yeah, ever since noon, this baby's been positive and just pushing up. That's good. People are getting interested in techs again, which is a good indication that people are having a little courage on or faith in the growth of our economy. And that's what we got to get back to after this pandemic and all the nonsense. We've got to get back to a little confidence in the economy, a little growth, people getting into some growth stocks. I think our time has come. Obviously, these market makers and these options are not going to give me this trade. Maybe I was being greedy. We always have tomorrow. But I got to get a trade off tomorrow. Otherwise, I don't make no money. And every week, we got to be profitable. Trying to get out of the GMA confirmation chamber. I don't understand what you mean by the confirmation chamber. I think I understand, but I don't want to be presumptuous. So maybe you could elaborate on that. Loop and loop. Oh, look at that. That baby's making a move. Looks like the S&P is trying to go positive for the day. I like that. I like that. I'm not making money from it, but I like it. At least not a day trade. My spreads are working out well. far away from the high of the day. But if we eat up those losses, that's encouraging. I like ye, I like ye. Yeah, I don't see a high. I don't see us hitting the high today. But we're setting up a really nice bull flag on the daily. So if that triggers, that should be a nice move. And then it should turn around that bearish divergence on the weekly. And if we break the weekly highs, then yeah, that could be a really nice strong move up. So that's what we should be looking for as far as the markets go. Blackberry is holding its gains. It's up 13% for the day. Can't really argue about that. That's a nice setup, man. And you could make the argument that it's in a flag, although it's not an encouraging flag. But I would look at it more as an inside bar and look for the break tomorrow. And what is our AMC friend doing? And yet, you know what? I mean, it's really all too soon to tell because we still have 40 minutes in the day, and the whole picture can change in 40 minutes. But ANC is holding its gains. It triggered a bull flag. It's just not running away as much as I'd like. But the flag hasn't failed, so it's encouraging. No, but this S&P is just grinding its way up. And if you just trailed the lows on the way up with your stop, you'd still be in this trade making money, which is a fine way to trade. It's like 4 points, and the bars are so small that it looks like a big move, but it's really only 4 points. That should be 1 bar. Well, maybe 1 bar in a minute. Hmm. All right, my fellow free folk. If you visit other channels, maybe you let them know what's going on over here if you like what's going on. I guess I asked you guys 100 times to like me and subscribe and hit the bell so that you know when I'm coming at you. I'm going to try to do this every day. Keep working on the content, seeing if it's creating any interest. I mean, you got to understand my priority has to be trading because that is how I make my living. But I like the company, so hopefully I can keep this going and yeah, be able to focus on my entries. It's just slow and tedious, man. I mean, there's this move up, and I'm sitting here kind of lamenting that I'm not in the move up, but I don't see any place that I would take it, you know, where it complies with my rules. I mean, I really don't trade off the 5-minute chart, but this is the one that looks most logical. Um, and in such a slow-moving market, it wouldn't it would make sense to trade off of this. So that's where my low would be. And I would look at this double test right here, and I see this momentum moving up, and I say, okay, right here is my entry. You know, I mean, and this is where the problem lies because there's no consistency. So I would have probably made that pennant right there, and then I would have went in on this break, and it would have bounced back. That's the choppiness. My stop would have been down here, so I would have stayed in the trade. So this would have been a good trade if I traded on the 5. And then, you know, bounced around here. And now you could just trail this baby, you know, 1 bar below and just keep riding it up, right? So right now I would have locked in 42.25 from my entry of roughly 42.20. So five sticks. You can't argue about that. That's a nice trade. I mean, it's easy to tell you after it's done. And like I said, I don't really trade off the 5-minute. But in a slow market, that trade makes sense, you know, to trade off the 5-minute. It's just being ADD. It's hard for me to focus on the building of a position in 5 minutes. So part of trading is knowing your personality and how to match it. And you could just trail this baby right here. So right now I'd have my stop at about 42.25. And, you know, this is in my head. When I see it hit that, I just, you know, hit my sell and I get out of this trade. And I mean, it's crawling, but I don't think that 42.30 is unreasonable. And it's really not snapping back on me right now. So it looks like everybody's pretty bullish. We got 4 minutes for the 30-minute bar to close. Where's my mouse? There you are. And that could create a little volatility and snap you out of the trade. And 30-minute, yo, the 30-minute is just a strong up bar. Trying to get out of the GME AMC confirmation chamber. I don't understand what that means, man. I was hoping you'd elaborate. But if you don't elaborate, at the very least, hit the like. I know everybody says that in YouTube, so I will bend to the social convention. I'm really curious how this is going to work out when I'm on the boat, if I'll be able to get enough bandwidth to trade and entertain everybody or communicate with everybody. But we'll give it a go, man. I'm getting itchy and I'm getting ready to head back anyway. CVVI, your thoughts? Oh, cool. Thanks, Liz S. Let's take a look. Something to talk about. All right, so you know what? We're going to look at it first on a daily. All right, and you got to bear with me. I don't know if you've been around all day, but I am technologically challenged over here. Nah, 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 nah. Now we have to wait and wait and wait and wait. That's all right because I'm not taking any trades. Let me try it on my other platform. I just can't show you the other platform. can wait. Oh, Davey needs some bandwidth. Nope, straight on the wrong computer over here. Oh yeah, I'm all frozen. Hang on. It'll work itself out. Oh yeah. That's it. We crashed. Let's see if I can get it up. Hey, Liz S., if you have a little patience, and by the look of your image, you seem like a patient woman, I'll get that back up and show you. But I'm pulling it up on another platform, um, and I'll talk about it, but I won't be able to point out what I'm looking at. CCIV, and I did it again. I punched it on the wrong computer. CCIV. Oh, yeah, and this software won't even pop up. Oh, you guys are looking at all my stuff. What an invasion of privacy. Come on, get up, ninja. Oh, don't need to pop that out. Churchill Capital Corp. That's what she's asking us about. Yo, I can't even get this software up right now. All right, so I'm looking at a daily. Yo, I mean, this is a strong daily bar. And the momentum on the daily is very positive. I mean, this baby just looks like it's doing a move up. I don't know if I call this a bear flag, but you're definitely breaking a resistance area around 24.64. I mean, that's a nice move, you know, up on the daily. Oh wow, everything's kind of crapped out on me. Oh, there goes my ninja. All right, cool. I'm coming back up. You still with me, Liz S? So what do you want to know about it? You're looking at it long term because you know that's a strong bar on the daily. I'd say it's positive. If I wanted to trade this, I'd be bullish on it. I like the upward momentum it created from May 12th to I guess it was May 30th. You know, that's where I would have liked to enter the trade if I was aware of the trade. So my entry would have been around 21.13 um, for a conservative entry. Okay, I only want one instance, man. Just open one instance. There we go. Open up, baby. So an aggressive entry I would have taken, which is more likely, I would have taken it at about 2018. And it's just moving. It's not telling me to sell this for any reason. I mean, I don't know the company, so I can't really talk too much about what I'm doing. But I'll tell you what, I would look for, my targets would probably be around $48 based on what I'm looking at right here. I mean, you got a little resistance coming up on you at 32, which is a nice way away. I mean, there's some money to be made in this trade. You know, breaking that 32.91, you're going to get hung up at the 44.29, and then 48.36 is like a really good-looking target. I'd be very convinced, and I'd reconsider my position at that point and see what it entails. I mean, there's really not a lot of volume on it, but I like the pattern it made on the daily. Loop and Loop is laughing out loud. I don't know why. Because I crashed? That's cold, man. Here comes everything. Oh, and it's opening in the wrong spots. Oh, bother. Yeah, this is a drag. Damn, this guy's been streaming all day. Yeah, my jaw's killing me. I got a headache. I feel like I've been partying. I got dry mouth. Oh, you're laughing because I crashed? Oh, that's cold, man. You're just cold. Oh, you hear the turkeys in the background? Some wild turkeys. I gotta go take a look. Oh, yeah. About 5 wild turkey out there. Yummy little Dickens. Get me some cranberry sauce and have at 'em. All right, we're coming back. All right, so CCIV, Churchill Capital. Yeah, you know, I like it. I mean, I don't know any fundamental of why anybody's buying it. Um, it's not my normal style of trading, but I don't see an entry right here. My entry would have been where I talked about it. I'm looking at the weekly, and the weeklies look healthy. I mean, you got momentum, and it looks like the momentum is kind of turning around and making a bottom. So you can look for this thing to retest the highs of 64. Um, yeah, you know, might fall a little short of that. You just got to look at it as it moves up. I don't know where your entry is, so I don't really know how I would manage it based on where your entry is. Or maybe you just wanted me to mention the stock, which that's cool too. That's why we're here, baby. Says my stream is healthy. It's good to hear. Mm-mm-mm. If I can get my charts up in the screen, then I will show you what I was looking at and how I look at it, if it's of any use to you. Oh, let's see what the earnings are on this thing. Oh, yeah, they're losing money. So obviously, this is not a trade that you're taking for value. So I guess there's news, or you're looking for some momentum on it or something like that. Because losing $3.33 a share, I mean, there's no fundamentals behind this. Ignore the man behind the curtain. Live streaming. This is very uncomfortable. Oh, there we go. There we go. We're waking up a little bit. All right, so we're back up. We're back up. Nope, that's not what I wanted to look at. CCL, wedge pattern. Yeah, we'll take a look. Hold on. Loop and loop. Hold on 1 second. Okay, so let's see if we could do that CCIV again for if you have an interest in a run at it. CCVI, CCIV. All right. I did mention earlier this morning that I'm dyslexic, right? So everybody bear with me. Come on, ninja. Missing some trades on the S&P though. With some shout outs. Market's doing all sorts of a give back. All right, here we go. We're loading up. We're loading up. Are you running Windows 8? No, I'm on Windows 10. Why do you got for a boat grid guy? I got a cat. No, I got a monohull. I'm a little old school, kind of heavy. I'm looking to make my way into the Arctic. I want to round the Cape. kind of chasing that beautiful death. Not the trip I would take in a cat, but my end result will be probably a cat, especially if I get old and my knees give up. I need a more stable platform. All right, so CCIV. Yeah, so I got a long keel, old school tank. Um, so here it is. Yeah, a nice strong bar. Opened at the low, closed at the high. That's what you want to see. You see this momentum right here. It took this hairy turn down. There's a lot of inertia in that, kind of taking its time turning around, and this is the beginning of the turnaround, if you ask me. So a good entry would have been right here. Breaking this high, very conservative entry. Um, I don't know if you would have caught an entry here. You might have found a decent entry right around here. Um, I hope I'm clear with the cursor. But this looks like a good spot to be in the trade, you know. Um, and then all these pivots you could look at as a little resistance. It's going to stall a little bit. I mean, this is a pretty good resistance. It tapped it twice, and then got rejected off of it. So you want to see it break this, it breaks that. It's going to stall here. And then closing this gap is probably the goal. You can look at halfway through the gap. And then again, it could turn around and go down. So you got to, that's what trading is. You got to look at it every day. You got to figure out what the move is and what it looks like. But right now, what I'm looking at is I would not be upset if I was holding the stock. Other than the fundamentals. I'm waiting for something to come up. That's why, yeah. There you go. I'm just slow as hell. So anybody, the guy who asked me about if I'm on Windows 8, love the cats. Yeah, they're quick. They're really quick. It's just, everything's about how you're selling. And I know a lot of people have taken them across the Pacific and across the Atlantic and did very well. And that's cool. I would do that. But, I'm looking to sail up in the, up in Northern Lats and stuff like that. And it's just, it's the configuration isn't right for me. But as far as the comfort and the speed, that's great. And when I go back to just cruising the coasts and through the Caribbean and even crossing the Atlantic, I'm going to put myself on a cat. Okay, so this is enter. I mean, you can see the consolidation, and this is where a lot of the stock is owned, and it'll really get rocking and rolling once it breaks past that 41.27. But I wouldn't mind sitting in it, holding on to it, and riding that out. I mean, you got to decide where your risk is or what risk you could absorb. If you believe in it, what you're trading. But if it remains above that trend line that I just put in there, you can just consider this a bullish move and not turn bearish on the stock until it breaks below that. It may very well come back and test it, but I mean, based on what the bars look like, pretty good chance that baby's just going to keep moving and close this up. Another momentum trade. Nobody's buying this because it's good value, but there are people interested, and that's what we do. We buy like that. CCL. Let's see if I can impress Loop and Loop and get a like out of Loop and Loop. Come on. CCL. Dink. All right, now we can wait 20 minutes for my computer to roll over. I just got a lot of things pumping through this, and I guess it's just slow now. Oh, you hear those turkeys? They're carrying on out there. That's a really nice chart. I don't know the company. I can't really speak on the value, but the daily momentum is bullish. The baby's moving bullish. You're making a high right here. I don't know if I'd say this is a divergence yet. I mean, at this point, I wouldn't call it a divergence. Looks like it's just consolidating a little bit at this level, and you could see a move up. I mean, I'm looking long term when you're asking me what my opinion is. Wedge pattern, 3 months chart, Ming. I mean, yeah, you know what? I don't really trade 3 month charts. I mean, if you see a wedge pattern, then you know if you're comfortable with a 3 month chart. I mean, really just look at the momentum and it'll tell you how it goes. And if you're looking at a wedge pattern, you know that if it breaks to the upside, you take the trade. And if it breaks to the downside, you take the trade to the downside. And yeah, that's what a pattern's about, what a wedge is about, if it's actually a wedge. But yeah, as far as the daily goes, looking good. Let's look at a weekly. Yeah, this thing looks like it's bullish. I don't know what it's about, but just on the trading pattern, I mean, there's nothing here scaring me. Um, I mean, it made this move down. It's at the 50%. This is the questionable point right here. Is it just retracing the 50% and turn around and go down, or does it break past it? If I was trading this thing and I got in low, I'd be taking a little piece off, banking some money right around here, and then trying to see where it goes on CCL. But yeah, I don't know the story behind it, so I don't know how I would really trade it. Um, so I mean, you got a couple of gaps in here. Had no problem filling this gap. You could look at this gap as your next target. And what's interesting is it's at the 76%. This is a Fibonacci retracement, by the way. And I mean, that's a very aggressive retracement, but the fact that the gap exists there and the line is there, I mean, there are no coincidences in mathematics. Um, I'd say that's a pretty good target right there, that 41.21. So if I was trading it, I'd definitely bank a little profit right here. Maybe be playing with the market's money, and I'd try to take my next piece up to this 41.37 at or around 41.37. That's what I'd be looking at. Loop and loop. So this is my 30-minute chart, and let me get this back on. Um, oh man, I wonder if you guys could hear those turkeys carrying on outside. And when I say turkeys, it's not like, yeah, neighbors that I don't like. I'm talking actual wild turkey. All right, looks like the S&P might want to close down for the day. Oh, here's a nice double top. See, guys, I'm missing trades hanging out with you. Everybody better send me a burger or something, because that's the only way I'll be eating if I don't keep trading. Dink, 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 dink. See, this is a double top. There's the divergence. These are very powerful setups that you guys should learn and get accustomed to seeing. This is a really good double top too. It's not too wide. It's nice and narrow. It hit up here. Let me know if you don't understand what I'm pointing out. So it hit that horizontal line. It hit it again, tested it as the momentum was fading off. And then, bang, you could take the next bar that trades lower and enter there. So you could have entered at the 42.26 area, and then it moved down nice and aggressively, and there's a nice 4-point run. Oh, you hear a turkey. Yo, is there a bit of sarcasm in that, man? You calling me a turkey, or you actually hear a turkey? If there's a bit of sarcasm, I got to say that was pretty funny. If you hear a turkey, then I'm happy to share my wild turkey with you. But it's 3:48. I wouldn't be trading now anyway, because things just get volatile. And you've watched the market. I mean, we've moved up, and then the last 10 minutes, a ridiculous sell-off. Like, you can't even rationalize it. There's no way you could even get into it. It just all of a sudden turns around and drops. Yeah, those turkey are carrying on. Yeah, there's about 6 hens out there and one tom trying to get a little lovin'. I really hear a turkey. Oh, there he goes. Yeah, he's trying to get a little lovin'. They're not having him. I guess his beard isn't long enough. There's a lot of fawn running around too, man. These nice winters and long summers, these deer are very well fed, and a lot of deer are twinning. I've even seen triplets. Oh, look at that baby! Look at that bar. That's it. Everybody's favorable on the market, or is it going to snap back on us? And you know what? It's only 2 points, but with these little bars we're looking at, it feels like it's a big move. Every market showed that too. I wonder if some news came out to spur that. Every market surged like that. Even the financial industry sector surged. The energy sector didn't really budge much. Amazon popped up like that. Apple pushed up. Apple looks like it's going positive for the day. Blackberry, baby. I was hoping to see 17 on Blackberry today. Maybe tomorrow. It's an interesting weekly chart on Blackberry. See if it can make that move and chew up that tail. Oh, good. Now my other computer's crashing. Must be in the stars. No, I think I'm about to hit a thunderstorm. What am I going to do for dinner? Grid guy, you should stop making 30-minute videos geared towards teaching a new trader. I bet your channel will blow up pretty quick. Also would help a lot of people. Well, yo, that's on the agenda, man. Yeah, I mean, my first day, and I didn't put a lot of thought into this. Yeah, somebody kind of hit me up. People have been talking about it with me and saying I should do this, and somebody hit me up, and I guess at the end of last week, and I said, all right, I'll throw something up and see what's going. BB ripping? Is it ripping? Rip, baby, rip. Um, so yeah, man, I'm gonna throw some content up there. I'll break down how I trade and put it out there and show you what I do. And really, man, I don't get sucked into buying indicators. First of all, great guy. That's cool. You can call me that. My name is David. But you're welcome to call me David. But I started trading under some mentors. It was all price action and a little momentum, and that's about it. Yeah, I mean, you could read the tape and everything, but I don't think that'd be appropriate for this kind of venue. But all you need is the Mac Daddy, which is the MACD, but we're going to call it the Mac Daddy. And between price action and the Mac Daddy, that's fine. That's all you need. It tells you exactly where the market's going to go. The indicators are good for targets. Too much porn slowing your computer down. Yo, dude, are you looking inside my computer? How did you know? But no such thing as too much porn. You know what I'm saying? That's like bad sex. Even bad sex is good sex. Shouldn't say sex. That'll screw up my algorithm. So yeah, I'm gonna put that content out there. I mean, we already talked about going in that direction. So yeah, let's see what's going on, how many people take an interest in me, and then we'll just keep expanding our content and sharing our stuff. and hopefully a few people make a career. I mean, I felt very good about my career in the industry because I taught a lot of young guys how to make a lot of money, and a lot of the guys I taught are major players in the industry right now, and that makes me feel good. You know, I mean, I made a lot of money, and that was good, but you know, it's a dirty business, and you're not taking a lot of karma out of it. But that in itself made everything worthwhile. Um, so yeah, I'm probably going to do that again, man, because you know, service to others. There's no higher purpose. That's funny. Too much porn slowing down my computer. Uh, well, my hat's off to a slow computer because I'm not laying off the porn. What do we got? Yo, we got 6 minutes. Maybe the S&P will close positive. This is a very strong move, you know, to be down where we were. We got 5 minutes left, and the markets have rallied back. The Dow's still down a little heavy, but really, I mean, uh, you know, a third of a percent is really not a big deal. Composite made a nice move. I mean, nothing phenomenal, but yo, I'll take the positives. Just that fight off of the bottom is pretty good. Too much fun. Thing is, if you make a video every day, maybe 3 a week, then the algo will show your channel to others. Cool. I appreciate that, man. I'll take all the schooling I could get on building a YouTube university. All right, so yeah, all right, so we'll look at starting to put some content out. I mean, cameras, and, well, I guess I'm. I tried to record my morning meeting this morning. I'll see how that works out. I'm going to try to wrap this up tonight, just take a look at a few things and see what I think. I mean, I've really been going through it all day, so we kind of get, you know what the flavor is. But I'm going to do that little recording and put that out, and you know, we'll just keep doing it. Hey, and with everybody's help out there, giving me some input, you know, maybe we could all build a pretty decent channel together, and a nice little community of free people making money. But while you make money, think about investing in some clean energy, um, which is where I have a financial interest. And I like alternative proteins because I don't like the quality of the meat that's being sold to the American public. Um, yeah, I'm a big advocate of grass-fed, grass-finished. Um, um, I had some interest in aquaculture, um, and yeah, clean energy, some wind energy and solar energy, and yeah, environmentally conscious companies as far as equity investments. As far as hard investments, I gear towards water and alternative proteins and clean energy. Equity investments long term, I like to look for environmentally conscious companies. I just gear your channel towards the new guy, and I bet the almighty algo will share your channel. The new guy. Oh, I hear what you're saying. The new guy in trading. Gear my channel towards the new guy in trading. I hear you. Good insight, man. I appreciate it. Roboticity. Ah, he's been listening. He digs it. Yeah, man. I'm glad you dig me. Best of luck. Okay, I appreciate it. You too, man. Hopefully I see you tomorrow. If you guys are signing out. We got 2 minutes to the close. The S&P is down a little over $1, almost $2. That's good. I think we saw like 18 points off today, and it ate it up, came back. That's very good, very good, very good. Let's take a look, see if we could do this without blowing things up. All right. Oh, now we got some thunder moving in. The turkeys are gone. Yeah. No, look at that. This page shows my interest. Um, okay, let's take a look right here. Right? I guess I got to clean up all that personal stuff, right? Yeah, I'm legit off the grid, man. Um, yeah, yeah. I mean, when I'm on the boat, it's all self-sustaining, and up here, yeah, pretty much. I mean, I don't use much electricity, so it's pretty easy. I mean, it's hard to do it where I'm at because there's not a lot of sun. Um, but yeah, I have three different streams of power that come to me. Um, so I could do wind, sun, and water. I have my own water table, so I don't even have to take water from anybody. I mean, yeah, um, I mean, I do go to the store and buy vegetables because I'm just not around enough to grow. But I do harvest my own meats, and like I was talking about before, I do a lot of fishing. Um, and oh, what do we got here? I was saying, okay, give you a call. Yeah, I'll give you a call. All right, so look, we're looking at the economic calendar, right? And tomorrow we see that we get a balance of trade report at 8:30, and that can move the markets. I don't think it's on everybody's mind, but I mean, what's it going to show us, really? I mean, we know the world's kind of clamped down, and everybody isn't moving a lot of goods, so I don't think there's going to be any surprise in that number. The number will probably come out consistent with the expectations, not move the market. And then, I mean, we're not looking at anything that's going to really move the market much tomorrow. And really, I don't see any real market movers. I mean, inflation is kind of the hot topic right now, but I think everybody's kind of easing into that idea that this is transient, this inflation move. We'll look at it. Jobless claims, I mean, obviously we want to see those grind off, but they're at the lowest they've been since the pandemic. So that's moving in the right direction. So I don't see anything ahead of us that's really going to blow up the market. And this is important when you start understanding how I do my spread trades, that we don't want to see anything move the market. I mean, we're trading spread trades in anticipation that the market doesn't do anything substantial. And that's how you make your money on those trades. Of course, you don't make your money if they don't execute you, which I did not get the premiums I was looking for today. But we could live with that. And the market's closed, and yeah, everything looks good. The S&P closed off 3 points. So let's look at it on a daily pattern. And what I'm looking for tomorrow. So here's the daily bank, and we put in this nice little bar right here that we could argue is a hammer. And we broke that hammer and made a nice move up. And a little consolidation today. Let me make this bigger so you know what I'm looking at. And this, you could argue, is a bull flag. And what we're hoping for tomorrow is a break above today's high and a push through this resistance, which this is a pretty good resistance level. And a push through that, and we're making all-time highs. We can't have a target because it's making all-time highs. I mean, you could probably do an extension on the retrace, maybe look for 127%. So let's just do that in the reverse. Think. Oh, come on. So if we could break here, I'd say our next target is probably the 4281. That's a nice move, a nice 50-point move. I mean, we could do that in a day on a volatile market, but we'll probably grind our way up here if we could break this high and hold it. So that's what we're looking at. That's what we're looking for. I'm not saying it's going to happen today, but a break of tomorrow's high, today's high tomorrow, is the first step in the right direction. Dave, right? Yep. Do some research on Discord. Way better chat than this YouTube chat. Easier to talk to people, especially when you're not on YouTube. Kind of like old AOL's AIM Messenger. Discord. All right, dude. I'll do that, man. I'll take a look at that. So hey, I'm feeling pretty bullish on the market, man. If you look down at this momentum, what's the momentum doing? It's easing on up, easing on up. It's not even creating a divergence. You know, I like that on the daily. We got to say that our bias is being bullish on the market. So if anybody's doing short-term trades out there, you want to be looking for those bull trades. You want to be going long stocks in this kind of climate. And anybody want to see anything else? Or you're going to let me go because my sinuses are killing me from talking all day. I know the afternoon wrap-up was kind of cheesy, but I am really beat. Kind of excited the market's closed. All right, so we made a little bit of money on an early trade on S&P. There really wasn't much in it. I mean, the afternoon trade at 15.49 is just not a trade I would take, and it's moves 5 points. But the market gets really erratic here, And this is a game of probabilities. You know what I'm saying? So you put all the probabilities in your favor, and that's where you trade. I like seriously looking for a small community to get involved, learn, make money. Would be awesome. All right, man. That's my goal. That's what I'm trying to do. Have a good one, dude. Come back tomorrow. Yeah, I'll be back, man. I'm doing this. I'll be back. So anyway, I appreciate everybody, and I hope to see everybody tomorrow. Don't forget to hit those like bells and subscribe buttons, and we'll just try to keep this going and keep everybody earning. And I'll try to figure out all and make it work. I think I just found the mute button. All right, so thanks a lot. Talk to you soon.